let me introduce our today's first speaker, Professor Mario Daven. He born in Santa Rosa at Argentina, and he born in 1979, and he received his engineering degree in information system from National Technical University of Argentina in 2003. And while he holds a specialty in managerial engineering from National Technological University Argentina in 2004, especially a data mining, knowledge discovery, and database from the University of Buenos Aires, right? He's also at Argentina in 2007, especially high performance and grid computing from the National University of La Plata, Argentina in 2011. He obtained his PhD in computer science in 2012 from National University of La Plata, Argentina. Currently, he is a full professor from the National University of La Pampa, Argentina, and head of the data science research group. And he is also an honorary professor from Amity University of Information Technology, India, and also visiting professor in many other universities. His research interest in the data science, data stream mining, high performance computing, Internet of Things, and measuring and evaluation. So today he's going to talk about his title, which is based on data-driven IoT technologies. So I think Professor Mario can start your talk. You can share your PPT slides here directly, yes. Right? So
I will share my desktop. Yes?
Yes, perfect. So,
right.
So I'm handling you, so you can now start your talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before starting, I will express my gratitude to whole the organization and especially to Professor Danashain Singh. In this invited talk, I will introduce this work associated with the impact of the measurement process in the intelligent system of data gathering strategies. The idea is to present a brief motivation around the topic, some related works, and our proposed method. Also, some results associated with the study case, and finally, some main aspects and some future works. Thank you. Okay. Our idea is to work around the measurement process. The measurement process for us is very important in relation to the intelligent systems because allow us to quantify different kind of behavior from different kind of perspectives. For that reason, the measurement project definition for us needs to be consistent, extensible against new requirements, feasible to be implemented, repeatable to guarantee the comparability between measures, and the comparability between measures is essential to guarantee the evolution analysis mainly. Sorry. Okay. With this purpose, our idea is to capitalize the previous experience around the IHCI framework. The original IHCI framework is the acronym for Context Information Need, Concept Model, Attribute, Metric, and Indicator. And the original framework contemplates the underlying concepts to define formally a measurement project using an underlying ontology. In this sense, the proposal is associated with extend the underlying concepts to incorporate the idea of scenarios, entity states, transitions between the different entity states and the scenarios, and that it's very important to analyze the behavior of a different kind of entities making some kind of action in a given context. On the other hand, we capitalize the previous experiences around the GoCaim strategy. GoCaim strategy is the acronym for Goal-Oriented Context-Aware Measurement. It guides the definition process based on the same CAMI framework, but it doesn't contemplate the idea of scenarios and entity states, and it is focused on measurement and evaluation, but nothing is said about the visualization techniques. In such a sense, we propose in this work the introduction of the Manzner visualization guidelines to describe different levels of design abstraction to articulate the measurement and evaluation ontology with the multipurpose strategy, considering the visualization techniques to align from the requirements to the visualization techniques in one idea, in one perspective. For that reason, GoCaim SV is a natural extension from GoCaim, incorporating the Manzner guidelines and the extended measurement and evaluation ontology. SV is the acronym for entity states, scenarios, and visualization. The main idea is to be able to quantify some behavior around some kind of entity, knowing the kind of context in which the entity makes some action. The idea is to study the evolution of the context, but also the interaction between the different entity states with different contexts in a methodological way. There are some related works. For example, the Carosia et al. Analyzed the influence of tweets around text analysis on decision of persons in the Brazilian stock markets using neural networks based on multilayer perceptron. Adnan et al. Implements a concordance analysis based on the frequency of words using in a real word context based mainly on corpus. Abd al-Razak identifies main topics about the COVID-19 pandemic from tweets using word frequencies and unigrams, bigrams, and another kind of tools associated with text analysis mainly. And Sabaron et al. Identifies the main concepts of the COVID-19 pandemic using tweets from the perspective of sentiment analysis. The difference with this kind of proposal in our case is that our idea is to articulate from the requirement, from a sensor data, from a text analysis, from the concept that we need to quantify, formalize the measurement project to the design of the different visual perspective to align the requirement with the visualization in a consistent way using a measurement ontology. So our proposed method uses the ontology. Why we need an ontology, a measurement ontology? Because the measurement ontology allows us to share different concepts, terms, and the relationship between them in an homogeneous way. We need to agree different kinds of concepts. For example, what is the idea of metric? What is the idea of scale, unit? What is the idea of instrument or device responsible for quantifying a given value? What is the relationship between the value and an entity under monitoring? What is the importance of the value with the data meaning? How we can use the data meaning to interpret a numerical value in a given context? So, in our perspective, we have an entity category under monitoring. Such an entity category has different entities, 2, 3, 1, n entities. Each entity is quantified through the attributes. The attributes allow us to characterize the entity by different perspectives. The attributes, for example, heartbeat, blood pressure, is quantified through metrics. The metrics has a scale, a unit, a given method, an instrument responsible for the quantification itself, and also the entity is making some action in a given context. The context could be quantified through the context properties. The context properties are quantified through the metrics, and the context properties could configure different kind of scenarios, and also the attributes could configure different kind of entity states. The idea is to interpret a given numerical value for a given entity in a given particular context. So, for example, 120 bits per minute. In isolated way, that sounds very vague, general. But if we say 120 bits per minute when the person is resting at home, is one analysis, and another and very different analysis is when the person has 120 bits per minute when he is running in the camping. The same number has very different interpretation. The idea around this proposal is that the indicator responsible to apply the decision criteria and to recommend different kind of actions could interpret the numerical value considering the entity states based on scenarios, based on attributes, sorry, and the scenarios based on the context properties. Both are quantified through metrics. So we can to detect the current entity state and a scenario in real time using the numerical value from the metrics. And also the numerical value, the indicator, the decision criteria, etc., could be shown graphically using different kinds of visualization techniques. For that reason, GoCaine-SB the idea is to generate a project definition able to be implemented in an automatic way with, for example, a sensor network, or maybe analyzing in real-time text from newspapers, etc. The final idea is to formalize the measurement project definition to implement an automatic analysis around the entity under monitoring independently, what kind of entity under analysis we are learning, basically. For example, the original GoCaine is contrasted with the new proposal because the new proposal has a yellow background. Yes, the original GoCaine starts with the definition of the objective limits and scopes associated with the project definition, the measurement project definition. From there, we propose the scenarios and entity states definition to know, for example, what kind of a scenario we want to consider for a given context and what kind of entity states we want to consider for each entity under monitoring. From that definition, we want to analyze the transition model between entity states and scenarios to study the likelihood associated with the transition from an state A to an state B, and from a scenario A to another scenario B. In such a way, we could study the theoretical likelihood, but also the empirical likelihood through the real-time monitoring from each measure. The idea is to design the measurement, that is to say, to establish what is the metric, what is the unit, what is the method to be used, what is the scale related to the metric, and from the metric we can obtain the numerical value. But the numerical value needs to be integrated with the indicator. The indicator is responsible for the interpretation of each numerical value. For example, 120 bits per minute is good or bad? I don't know, depend on the current scenario and the current entity state. It's very different. A situation in which the person is resting and another situation in which the person is running or walking in the mountain, for example. So we need to fit our interpretation according to the current scenario and entity state. Okay, once we have defined the interpretation, we need to show. So we need to express how such a numerical value, such an interpretation is communicated to a person to interpret, to make decisions. In such a way is when the Meissner guidelines is used to implement the raw data analysis, the abstract data analysis, the analysis of the data to be visualized, and the different strategies. Finally, we want to integrate in this proposal from the requirements to the scenario and entity states analysis, the way in which we want to quantify the different perspectives, how we need to interpret, and how we want to visualize or communicate visually the information. Here, I will show you a brief study case measuring the news polarity with a previous editorial process. In this case, a brief analysis between March 1 and April 2 of 2020 was carried out in the main newspaper from La Pampa in Argentina at Sudamerica. The idea was associated with the detection of the news polarity, analyzing the polarity such as a concept positive or negative. Positive is oriented to words or news that doesn't affect the person when the person read a given news, and negative polarity is negative news are associated with news that could produce some kind of effect on the people's health. In this case, the subject was limited to the COVID-19 news, focused on local newspapers, and the aim, as I said before, is to monitor the local news polarity. All the news from the newspapers are written in Spanish. We define a set of different metrics, and we establish different kind of relationships between direct metrics with indirect metrics. The direct metrics are computed directly from the text. On the other hand, the indirect metric was computed using the direct metric. All the definition for your convenience is available in this repository on GitHub. The idea was to quantify the polarity oriented to the term, the polarity oriented to the news, the polarity oriented to the media responsible for the communication, and the polarity oriented to the topic. In this aspect, we used latent delete allocation to detect different topics, and for example, how we try to calculate the polarity. We use a dictionary of affections. The dictionary of affection is available at the University of Buenos Aires, yes, for the Spanish language. In this case, a simple statement is analyzed to detect stop words, negative words, positive words, neutral words, and from the text analysis, taking into consideration the different weightings from the dictionary of affections, we compute the different metrics to obtain the final polarity associated with a given sentence. From each polarity associated with a given sentence, we could obtain the polarity at terms level, at nubes level, at medial level, and for each topic level. In this way, we try to introduce different kind of visualization, for example, oriented to analyze the polarity according to each newspaper, along with the different weeks from March 1 to April 2, the level of polarity, the global evolution of the polarity along the time, and finally a heat map showing the perspective associated with the different level of polarity by topics, yes, based on a polarity level indicator. In this indicator, we define, for example, different levels of polarity, and, for example, when the polarity is under 0 is negative, when the polarity is between 0 and 2 is a yellow zone, and when the polarity is upper than 2 is a blue or dark blue or light blue, but it's not dangerous. The idea is quickly could visualize the different kind of polarity through the different kind of media, through the different kind of topics, and in general to regulate the way in which a government could communicate some kind of news in this context, in this pandemic context. Finally, to give a general idea around this proposal, our idea is to introduce a measurement and evaluation ontology, to define formally a measurement project, which allow us to define a way to monitoring, in this case a text, but it could be possible to monitor a person, a vehicle, a drone, etc. In this case, we could automatize such a project, a measurement project definition through the text analysis to establish a given way to show a different kind of perspective using GoKMSB as a methodology. As a future work, we want to analyze the different transition models associated with the scenario and entity states around the idea of decision making in real time, mainly focused on the application on vehicles monitoring or any kind of real-time strategy, real-time data strategy to make decisions and to provide recommendations using the current and states and the current scenario. So this point for us is essential because it allows us basically to choose the best option, at least using an organizational memory, for example, using the previous experiences, using the knowledge from experts, and to capitalize situations where we don't have specific knowledge. For example, in a file detection, maybe I have a lot of knowledge from previous situation, but not specifically in a given region. So we can capitalize the previous experience from a similar project to make decisions and to make recommendations in a new measurement project, even when in that measurement project, we don't have specifically new knowledge. So that is all. I hope it's useful for you. I open to any kind of question.
All right. So it's done, Professor Mario, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have any question from audience side? Any question, Professor Nagamani?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello.
Yeah.
No, we cannot hear you, Professor Mani. You have to on your mic.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, can you say again?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I can hear you. Very slow. Can you volume up your mic? Let me see from us.
Now, am I audible, sir? Hello? 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 Idea.
You can ask. We can hear you, I think.
Maybe you can write the question.
Am I audible?
Very slow, not clear.
No, now it's no time. Can I?
Yeah, now much better. Can you put your question?
Yes, sir. So here, in this good work, sir. Sir, actually, my question is related to the dictionaries. Okay, if it is in multilingual scenario, so how to implement the dictionary part to bring the system into functioning kind?
Okay.
It's a presently it's work for Spanish language and
Yes.
well-established dictionary available.
Yes.
And sometimes in news data kind of thing, different scenario. So people use the multilingual vocabulary or polyglottal words kind of thing. How to handle the polyglottal words if we incorporate the dictionary kind of thing? Is there any facility we have to design our own dictionary and combine with the existing dictionary to bring the scenario as the functional mode kind of?
Okay.
My question is clear, sir.
I believe. Okay. In this
Yeah,
case,
I'm talking about in the context of Indian languages and
yes, yes. Don't worry. In this particular case, we use the Spanish, but the idea of GoKMSB is a general method to define any kind of measurement project. In this particular case, the study case was applied to an analysis of text expressed by Spanish language. But if you see at this repository, in this repository, you could get this R script associated with the analysis, and you can use any kind of dictionary that you want. But the main point is that the GoChem SB is associated with the way, the general way in which we can to define a measurement project to automatize the measurement itself and the interpretation of each measure to make decisions in an automatic way. It just was an application case, but it not specifically the unique application associated with GoKMSB. But you can use, for example, Hindi or English or any kind of language in this kind of analysis. Don't worry, you can download the source code from GitHub and you can try to do it. Even maybe you can define different kind of perspective or metrics to analyze another things that the Newton's polarity, for example.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let us start by thanking the organizers of IHCI.
All right. So any other question? Sejin, do you have any question? No? Okay. Professor Chung, do you have any question? No? All right, then. Thank you very much, Professor Mario, and for a very nice talk. And we are looking forward to hear more talks in coming events. All right. Let's keep in touch.
All right.
Yeah. So now I would like to invite Professor Madhusudan. So you briefly introduce to Professor Gupta, and then after you can open his slides, I think. Right? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Mario, for your nice talk. And good morning, all of you. So our next speaker is Professor Ajay Gupta. Ajay Gupta is a professor of computer science at Western Michigan University. He has been TCP chair for two terms and TAC vice chair for one term of IEEE Computer Society from 1998 to 2002, and he was the chairman of Computer Society Department of Western Michigan University, USA. Dr. Gupta received his PhD in computer science from the Purdue University in 1989 and his master's in mathematics and statistics from University of Cincinnati 1984 and his Bachelor of Engineering with honors in electrical electronics engineering from Birla Institute of Technology and Science BITS Pilani from India in 1982. So Dr. Gupta's research interest include HPCI high power computing in data analytics and machine learning, sensor networks and systems, cloud computing, evolutionary computation, scientific computing, and design and analysis of parallel and distributed algorithms. So he was published numerous technical papers and book chapters in referred conference and journal. In these areas, he is senior member of IEEE and member of IEEE Computer Society, the IEEE Communication Society and ASEE, and the ACM. So here, Professor Gupta has already shared his video. So I'm going to play his video after the completion of video. If anyone has a question, so Professor Gupta is also here, so you can ask directly questions with him. So just give me a few minutes.
Good morning. Let's start by
yeah, share the full screen.
Yeah, just
hypothesis.
audio is not working. No, no. Yeah. Yes.
I can try to share it from here otherwise.
I think that one is a much better. Video has some issues. So if you have videos,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I will share it from here. I was just hoping internet would be just fine. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Sorry for inconvenience.
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, I think you should be able
Good
to.
morning. I would like to start out by thanking the organizers of IHCI, Professor Wen Yong Chung, Professor Dhananjay Singh, your TPC chairs, Professor Madhusudan Singh, Jong Lee, Deki Kang, US Tiwari, your local organizing committee chairs, Professor J.E. Park, and Dojan Jong. I'm missing in-person interactions with you all. Ideally I would have liked that, but these are unprecedented times, and because of this COVID-19 pandemic, so we have to make do with this Zoom conversation. So this conference is on IHCI. Intelligent human computer interactions. So you are smartly applying human interactions for smart community services. Conference being in South Korea, notably smart transportation, smart city, and smart environments. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to bring the problems from system biology community to your attention, so that your expertise in intelligent interactions, coming up with techniques, how human in the loop can help various. So same way how these can be used in the proteogenomics community as important research problem, and most pertinent in current times being faster drug discovery or vaccines, and even being for say COVID-19. So let's look at classic biology. Biologists come up with hypothesis, and does an experiment, and the biologist then does once based on the hypothesis, designs the experiment, generates the data, and then does some sort of a data analysis, typically manually or now on a laptop, on his or her desk, and confirms the hypothesis or does not. So basically generate some sort of a knowledge, and then keep on going back. Okay. But this is a time consuming process, on the order of days, if not months. Okay. On the other hand, if you look at, in the genome is generated from, next gen sequencing machines. So you pass your sample through these machines, next gen, sequencing machines. You have this data, and using, extensive data mining approaches, you can automatically generate, many different hypotheses. All right. And then you use your algorithms to extract a knowledge to confirm or reject the hypothesis, right? So you can see, and this technique is also used, to generate or to work on various, drugs or vaccines for COVID-19. So, you have these, using high throughput, model or high throughput machines. Algorithms are used at every stage to get meaning out of the data. And without complex algorithms that combine the algorithmic techniques with biological knowledge, no health research would be possible. So as we will see, that these problems, when you try to simultaneously explore many different hypotheses, so you end up with computationally intensive big data problems. So you need those intelligent interactions or human in the loop to make faster progress and tackle these complex problems, right? So we know that the big data or computers are driving innovative high throughput biological research to understand the meaning of life, how our body functions. So we need a lot of work, and why, of course, once we claim that, say, computational biology is the key to discovering, say, novel diseases and their cure. So we have to ask, why is computational biology so important? Why not simple biologists can take care of it? Of course, if you look at from last decade, there are significant advances in next-gen sequencing technologies, and these advances, has enabled, unprecedented, increase in biological data from, these next-gen sequencing technologies. These technologies, churn out a massive amount of data from the biological experiments, and there is no way to deal with all the data manually. Of course, you have algorithms. So we have a number of algorithms, from spectral search to proteome reconstructions, which have been developed. But most of these have been developed for a sequential model, which a biologist, on his or her desk can use. And these algorithms then allow us to decipher the complexity of human genome and proteome, and that at the levels not seen before in our human history, and are the most important key in biological or health research, right? But however, this is not sufficient. The reason is that the data we get from this sequencing technology is so massive, though that no matter how good the conventional techniques are, they'll never be able to keep up with the rate of these data sets. Hence we need high performance architectures and algorithms and intelligent interactions, human in the loop, to address. So we need advances in all these machines. For HPC, we used to capitalize on that, but we need to capitalize on intelligent interactions as well. So we have the diverse community of this conference with excellent expertise in intelligent interactions for smart community services. I think that expertise can be leveraged to improve the performance, so that we can analyze more and more. As we will see, that there are a lot of open problems, lot of we are basically just touching the surface. So that we need this expertise to enhance, and just one of the applications being health, care research. Okay, so since the audience may not have the background, so what I wanted to do was to start out with very quick intro for gene or protein sequencing or computational biology. and then look at few problems, in particular mass spectra based database search kind of problems, and see by coming up with very nice HPC techniques and human interaction or intelligent interaction, coming up with some learning based techniques for intelligence, we can speed up the performance and thereby allowing biologists to explore, or healthcare researchers to explore many different possibilities to come up with innovative drug discovery, detection of different diseases or malignancies in the body. So if you just look at, if you compare that, we had this human genome sequencing, grand challenge a decade or more than a decade ago. So human genome sequencing took a team of, international experts over a decade, and it's millions of dollars, if not billions, right? But now with the next gen sequencing or high throughput machines, such as, you have Illumina, or I listed on the previous slide, even individual investigators can sequence, analyze, and work on understanding these mysteries of life. Okay, so we take proteins every day. My lab, and we work on proteomics area. So I'll focus on that a specific set of problems from the systems biology. But we take proteins every day. These are part of our diet. They are essential for almost every function necessary for life. Along with providing structural support to the body, they run almost all the chemical and enzymatic reactions of body, right? And body's response to any stimuli is because of proteins. So various diseases, treatments are because of these chemical reactions governed by proteins. So understanding these proteins, their functionalities, how they fold, and how they express is important. Okay, so if you look at a protein, protein is nothing at a molecular level are nothing but are large molecules which are made up of a sequence of amino acids. So and there are about 20 amino acids. So you have these 20. So P, E, P, T, I. So you have a sequence of these amino acids which form a protein. Of course, these sequences could be very large, fairly large. So this protein gets broken up or fragmented into peptides through chemical and chemical processes into peptides. These peptides then pass through the machines, spectrometer and all, and then mass spectra gets generated. So if you just look at molecular biology, that basically you have a DNA. DNA is made up of say 4 nucleotides, and usually represented by A, G, C, T. And then human large number of these nucleotides come together or bond to form a genome sequence. So if you look at human genome is 3 billion base pairs in length. So we can we cannot study that huge. So we study basically fragment of genome. So we fragment genome into smaller sequences, and then we study those fragments. Similarly, when you go to the higher level, so DNA gets translated or converted to RNA, and then RNA gets or translated. DNA gets then translated into proteins, and then these proteins have 20 different amino acids. So when you look at in the genome world, you had only 4 nucleotides, and then you have these sequences which you are supposed to analyze, and it took over a decade and millions of dollars. But when you go to proteins which really govern the functions of the body, and the different stimuli and so forth, but they are made up of these 20 different, sequence of these amino acids. Okay, and then of course RNA and protein, interact and make these bioprocesses, happen. So, from a molecular, biology perspective, given a sample, when you look at it, in sample you have many different proteins. We are designating by different colors here. And then so one of the problems is, what proteins are there, what is their functions, how they interact with, each other, and so forth. So, there are different communities. So some, look at, the DNA, the gene part. That's called, genomics community. Then you have the protein, community. So genomic community identifies genes and then their corresponding proteins, and then they study, the different mutations of those, and so forth. Proteomics community then looks at, the functions of their proteins and their expressions under different conditions, tissues, and cells. And then of course, these two communities, come together in a proteogenomics community to, elucidate, gene structures and their corresponding, proteins. Okay, so they do this, analysis to figure out, come up with, and the kind of problems they solve. There are many different applications. So they, vary from environment, microbiology, bacteriology, virology, to gene, to human neurology, to cancer research, and then the list, goes on. Okay. So there are very number of, interesting problems, which are studied by the computational biologists also. And so, the study of these proteins, lead to better understanding of, how human body reacts to these different stimuli, right? So if you detect, abnormal changes in a normal sequence of protein, so you're given a protein, if you want to figure out, what the abnormal changes are, then you can detect, many disorders, and you detect those disorders by detecting, their peculiar, biomarkers in these proteins, right? So, so you can, there are a number of applications of, studying these protein sequences. You sequence them and then you study them, and you look at all their mutations, their delivery mechanisms, and so forth, pertinent to our current, times. If you look at, the leading, for 5 leading vaccines for COVID-19, use, a number of these, problems from, studying the proteins themselves. So, for Johnson and Johnson and AstraZeneca, they use these adenoviruses to deliver, DNA, so which are the instructions for the proteins. And then what, for COVID-19 vaccine, what researchers did was they swapped in a gene from SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus which causes COVID-19. So SARS-CoV-2, gene is swapped, and then, when vaccine is given to someone, the modified, this virus, adenoviruses, makes the SARS-CoV-2 protein, which then stimulates the immune response from the body, so that, it protects us, right? And of course, the protein, cannot make you sick, so the virus does its job and then it goes away. So that's the, basic idea. So you need to study protein. You need to look at how do you, swap a gene. And Sharp and Dome, so that they use the recombinant, vascular stomatis virus, And so it's similar to this one, but of course they use some sort of they use as in this vascular stomatitis virus to as a vector delivery system. Okay, and then if you look at the final two viruses from Pfizer or Moderna, Pfizer is just next door to us here, within a mile from here. They use messenger RNA based. They are working on messenger RNA based vaccines, right? So you just try to remember that DNA, you think of it as the gene, and so the DNA is the gene, and then RNA gives instructions for certain proteins, and then messenger RNA or mRNA vaccine is the instruction for the SARS-CoV-2 protein. All right. So once inside the cell, the protein is made, and that triggers the immune response systems. Okay, so they're very quick, very brief. That the study of proteins. How do you change the sequence? Particular sequence in the genes, and then thereby leading to different proteins. You are developing this. And you can see here that many, scientists, including computational scientists and biologists, and healthcare researchers or pharmaceutical companies, they were working day and night. Each of these, pharmaceutical companies have protein engineering groups, and they were working, very hard to come up. And you see the results that they have come up with, very promising results. So, at least we, are excited that as a computer scientist, we can contribute quite a bit as well. So look at one problem I'll look at, and what kind of improvements we can do by using smart interactions, smart techniques, intelligence into the algorithms, or by introducing that. So you look at a problem in bottom-up proteomics. So in bottom-up proteomics, what happens is that you have a protein, so you disintegrate this protein molecule using some enzymes and so forth. So some chemical process, you break it up into smaller peptides. So again, there is a sequence of those. These could be very large sequences, and then those get then broken up into smaller peptides. These peptides then sequencing machine, high throughput machine, what it does is it generates spectra. So it looks like this, which shows abundance of different kind of the peptides. Okay, so it's intensity versus mass to charge ratio. But for us, just quickly just remember that you get some sort of a histogram or some sort of a spectra. All right, this spectra needs to be analyzed to see what is in the sample, what it corresponds to, which peptide here, and thereby once you know the sequence of peptides, you can go back to what proteins your sample covers. Okay, so in this bottom-up proteomics, the scientists have this lot of spectra. Okay, so they have significant number of spectra. When you look at this spectra here, you can have thousands of peaks, 1,000 to 4,000 of peaks. You can, and when the machine generates this high throughput machine, it can generate all the way up to millions of these spectra, and we have to analyze that very quickly, because when the system when the sample goes through this machine, you have this, you can't wait for days to see what proteins are there. You want to be able to analyze and then play with those. The protein engineers can play with those to work on efficient drug delivery mechanism, coming up with efficient drugs and so forth. Okay, so computational scientists generate algorithmic approaches to sequence basically from this. And so they use something called MS2 spectra format. It's not important right now for you to understand. You can look it up into detail if you want to, but just remember that you have bunch of these spectra, okay, and you need to identify which peptide they belong to, right? So a typical proteomics workflow is that you take this protein through some sort of a chemical or process to and the spectrometer to generate this bunch of MS2 spectra, and you want to figure out what protein peptides they correspond to. So typically, now we are talking about a sequenced style of searching. There are different techniques. So and the two main are database or sequence style of a database search, they call it, and other are the de novo kind of techniques. But in a database search, you already have some sequenced peptides which are stored in this database. We'll look at the size of that database in a moment, but you have the sequenced peptides. You have these unknown MS2 spectra from your sample. So you take one of this, and these could be millions, keep in mind, but you take one of those based on some properties. You want to look at what the candidates are from here, because you cannot search through this whole database. So you extract some candidates and then you compare your observed spectra against those candidates and then identify. So your software workflow is here, and that's what at least I'm a computer scientist, so we focus on that. Of course, biologists help us understand the previous part, right? So, in this sequence style searching, what happens is that you have this observed spectra. You, based on say, precursor mass, or so based on some property, just think about it, or some molecular or ionization property. You look at, identify the candidate peptides. You generate the theoretical spectra for those candidates, peptides. So this is one approach. And then similarly, you have the observed spectra. You of course normalize it because it goes through different instruments and different environment, and gives rise to different values here. So you normalize it, and once it's normalized, you basically try to compare. So the problem is pretty simple, in terms of if you look at it, that you have some sort of a spectra here, you are trying to match against the candidate spectra. Of course, then these candidate spectra have to be extracted efficiently from database. So the problem is, how do you store, how do you index it, and so forth, and then come up with, the result that which ones it is. So it is compared. There are a number of, similarity scoring, ranking algorithms designed to come up with, potential matches. Okay? So now so if you look at the combinatorial complexity of this problem, you have say about a million proteins, and these million proteins get fragmented into say 10 peptides each, and then they so you have 10 to the power 7 here, and then or say just say 10 to the power 6, and then they go through a lot of post translations to study for different environments and so forth. So there's 200 of those. So if you look at this complexity, it's 10 to the power something like 6 times 200, so 1200 or 1400. All right. So you are trying to look at this is for just for one species, which is for human, and then of course for different species you have different things here. But human is what have been sequenced fully genome. So we want to look at that problem. So you are trying to search through 10 to the power 1200. Okay, that's a huge problem, right? And then if you look at that, so if you get say 1 million candidates, for each MS2 spectrum if you have, and then you are looking at, say, about 1 million similarity computations, right? So, even similarity computations, if you don't have efficient algorithms, you are looking at, n squared kind of an algorithm, so 10 to the power 12, but being smart, you can, reduce those. So, you are looking at, in terms of, 10 to the power 15 kind of computations. So these are huge problems. And so whatever we can do to speed up this process, is going to be appreciated. It's going to advance the current, state of the art and science, for that. So here is another one which I looked at from, Genome Galore talk by Srinivas Aluru. You look at, here, you have an example of one of the next gen sequencing machines, so it has, so the cost of this, sequencing has come down significantly now. They can be available in a lab, and a biologist can, try to study, different samples, and different biological processes, and build understanding to help, advance our world, I guess. So, if you look at the data in terms of this, so this is the data for, say, from Astronomy, Twitter, or YouTube data. And when you look at, genomics data, so in 2025, you are looking at something like this. So you can see, significantly order of magnitude difference. All right. So, there are a lot of potential of a lot of problems. I just gave you one problem of bottom-up proteomics. That how you can, help these biologists, with trying to deal with, problems related to this huge, data set. So just to give you a little bit more feeling, what kind of a data can be produced, so you can have some of the, challenges, and if they are here, you get, some of the typical numbers. But one of the things which is, a major challenge is that, even when you are able to search and, you give the output that this is the peptide in the sample, the confidence in the match is very low right now. So even if you can improve, a little bit, few percentage, maybe, using some sort of an intelligent interaction, or, humans are better at identifying patterns. So if you can come up with techniques by you can provide this interaction, interactively, or come up with intelligent algorithms which can look at a high level, and then, increase this confidence, I think we will, do a great benefit to the society, right? So, and when you go to, where proteogenomics, so not just genome or protein, but you go to proteogenomics, then you are looking at, even one experiment, 6 sets of these, next gen sequencing and MS, data set. So the problem becomes, exponentially harder in those. So, there are a number of, challenges which we as a computer scientist, we as, we as computer scientists can help. So, there are a number of, if you want to address from the volume perspective, there are, number of, compression kind of algorithms, you are there. Of course, people are working on it, but we need to continue to, enhance that, because more and more data gets generated. You need to do worry about when the data is generated. Of course, if only that lab can analyze it, we are not going to understand it more. So, we need to worry about how do you transfer that data. So there, number of techniques, you need to work on different kind of, transfer protocols, encoding schemes, and so forth to transfer. You compress the data, then when you want to do analytics, should you compress? If you do decompress, it's going to involve a lot of time. So can you come up with algorithms, analytics, which can work on the compressed data itself? All right. So there are a number of opportunities, in terms of contributing to this field. So just getting back to sequence style or database search in the bottom up proteomics area. So just one way is, of course, we are working with big data. So you want to come up with some sort of a reduction techniques. All right. But how do you work with reduction? When you reduce the data, of course, you are going to lose some data. And what that means is that, are you losing relevant information? So coming up with smart techniques where you can decrease the data size without losing the information or the relevant information. You can use some reductive analytics kind of technique. So as I'll show you that we have come up with MS reduce kind of techniques. So reference, you can look it up down here. But our studies have shown that you can reduce all the way up to 90% of the peaks from those spectra, and still get a very good inference. Okay, so you can achieve for more than 100 speed up over existing software for maintaining this one. So you using good reductive techniques. Of course, we can continue to improve on those. So that's a challenge to us. That how do we do it? But this is just to give you one example that we can reduce all the way up to 90%. Of course, how do you compute or how do you compare that when you are reducing your data? So in terms of number of peaks or in terms of number of spectra itself, that it's not losing the information, or it's not getting rid of the information which allows us to identify which protein or which peptide it is, right? So here is a workflow which allows us to compare that you can achieve much better performance. Okay, so you can achieve up to you don't lose too much quality. If you look at here in terms of matches or in terms of what peptides your sample or your spectra represents, but at the same time you can reduce quite a bit significant. So you can reduce all the way up to 90%, and you can still keep very good. So these are for all different data sets. This picture shows. We also looked at that what happens if we use the deep learning kind of models. Can we do build more intelligence into it? So when we looked at it, so our preliminary results showed that it can reduce unnecessary load by almost a half. So you can further reduce from the MS reduction technique to use this deep learning and still get very good results. Okay, so but 100 speed up is still not good, because it takes about sequentially you process. Let's say a typical experiment will take analysis of that experiment will take about 3 days. Okay, so when we use these reduction techniques, which I showed you a little bit earlier, of course no details, just overall, you can reduce the time for that experiment from or analysis from 3 days to about 45 minutes. Okay, so now so you can analyze one sample in say 45 minutes. So that means you can analyze many samples, right, in a day. But can we push the limits further? Okay, of course we looked at one way to try to push the limits further is through using GPUs, but through our community here, the interactive or interactions, human-computer interaction community. I would say that can you use those techniques to put human in the loop? Maybe use de novo techniques to further improve, this process. Okay, but let's see, what we can do with GPUs. So you have, this CPU. So typically you have some sort of a CPU, GPU. I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna just move through. But what nice thing when we looked at it, this gave rise to a number of interesting problems. Not only, even we needed to come up with different kind of sorting algorithms, different data structures, and so forth. So number of interesting problems, even base algorithms and data structures, you have to solve for these problems. So of course I'm trying to skip because I'm running out of time now. So when you look at this different kind of sorting algorithms, you can achieve very good performance, or you need to come up with better. But when you look at you use those data structures and better sorting algorithms, okay, so what we were able to do was that we the analysis, which took 3 days, we reduced it to 45 minutes through the reduction techniques. And then, through this GPU performance improvement, we are able to now analyze it in 30 seconds. So you can see, the kind of impact, our community can make in terms of, advancing the science, the basic science. All right. So we are not just in the higher level technology, but we can advance science. Right. So. Another thing, we are looking at is, how, I think in satellite data, there are these templates are used to develop, or to build the GPU-based applications fast. Okay, so similar kind of, techniques can be used in the
Hello, Professor. We cannot hear your voice now.
Okay. 1 second.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me check here.
Okay.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear your voice, but video voice is not coming.
Okay, just 1 second.
Audio is missing.
Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
These tools which are commonly used, in this mass spectra search, you can see still, we have been able to identify only about 30% coverage is there, right? So there is still a lot of, open area here where we can work, together to improve the performance. If you look at, even the current problem right now we have is when we look at the different tools, okay, the peptides they identify, if you look at the overall, that ratio is very low. All right, so cruxtide and p-fine, if you look at, you pass the same spectra through these two algorithms, and only 55% of those are common, the rest are not. And so there is a lot of open issues that how do you work on it, how do you improve these things. So we don't have the ground truth. So how right now, because it's not being sequenced fully. So how do you generate this? What is the ground truth database? So there are a number of problems there. People have looked at ensemble solutions and so forth. All right. So what I wanted to just point out is that there are a number of interesting problems where we can build a lot of intelligence, a lot of intelligent interactions, a lot of human in the loop kind of techniques to improve the performance of many of these algorithms, which these biosystems biologists use. All right, so I showed you a few examples, how we can improve, but that's the challenge I wanted to pose to you. So just to recap here, that rather than working on one hypothesis, we are trying to work on many hypotheses, and this kind of approach is really where fast discovery of say COVID-19 vaccine and all has taken place, right? So when we look at what is the long-term vision for computational biology, when we look at this weather graph, we can weather forecast every day, right? When it's gonna rain, going to snow, or whatever, right? So the same kind of idea, this is the vision for computational biology also, that how do you predict, right? So the vision is that we'll have some sort of a predicting systems in biology. So we will be able to predict the behavior of biological systems using computational models. So you have gene networks and so forth, or gene regulatory networks, so forth. People have worked on massive graphs. How do you process those? All right. So we have number of challenges, and I think IHCI kind of knowledge, HPC and HCI together can play an important role in achieving this goal, right? So just wanted to point out some of the things which people are using. So augmented intelligence is being used also. So there are tremendous opportunities. High performance computing. So I'm listing those out here, and with that I think I've run out of time. So I want to acknowledge, of course, it's not just me, it's a whole team which we have worked on. So with that, thank you. You can look up my website, our lab websites, if you want to know the details of any specific things. So any questions? Thank you.
So yeah, I'm available for questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, please ask if you have any questions.
Professor Ajay sir, good morning.
Yes.
Thank you very much for a very insightful lecture, especially for the computer science people in perspective of biotechnology and bioinformation, which is the needed in this thing. So my question is a bit moving out of your complete session. but related to the subject, related to the COVID. So we are expecting the vaccine for the COVID soon, and that vaccine is built based on the early stages of data analysis of the COVID and other thing. And now in this recent scenario, we are hearing that the COVID mutations has taken in a different, that's why we could not able to control the COVID, and this is the second phase of the COVID is happening. So in that situation, how good accepting the vaccine of the previous data kind of thing for new mutation of the COVID? I think my question is a bit relevant.
Yeah, so yeah, I see what you're trying to say.
And
But,
one more thing, sir. So as a computer science and all these technology based people, responsibility towards the health issues and human perspective of the uh, betterment kind of thing, what is your suggestion? Because many people are saying that we are don't have a job doing the computer science and other thing, we are not able to find the jobs and other thing. So I'm saying that, so as a computer science scientist, what is the our role towards the better life of the humankind? So thank you very much.
okay. So the two questions, one was related to the vaccine development and not enough data available. But as you know, this pandemic has really created, I guess, an emergency. So everybody was working at so-called, warp speed, right? So whatever data we have, we try to, work with that. So, and that's where these computational techniques actually helped. That we were able to sequence it fast. The people, scientists, were able to work on different mutations or different swapping of genes and so forth, so that they can develop these vaccines, right? So when you pose the question about that, when we have different mutations, yes, but then the problem is that once you have this whole computational model laid out, if you can sequence the mutated virus's gene, you could try a similar one. But is there a certainty for that? Not 100%. But is it with a good probability? Yes. Because so far, you see, the results from, say, Pfizer and AstraZeneca and all, which are coming, which says, we have success rate of 90% or 80%, right? That gives us high confidence, right? But certainly, longer term the data we have, the better the solutions, better the vaccines and the drugs people will be able to develop. Okay. The second question was, in terms of people questioning, I guess, usability or usefulness of computer scientists, if I understood the question right. But that has to do with, and actually that was the point I was trying to make here in this talk, that we as a computer scientist, people don't consider us, a lot of time a pure scientist, right? They say, natural science biologists or physics or those people, or chemistry people work on the science, but we are not. Why do you have science in computer science, right? You are more of an engineering, right, approach you have. And that's where we say that, no, the work we are doing is able to contribute to advance that part of the science. Without these kind of advances, it would take, just to analyze one sample, it will take, say, 3 days, right? Imagine, how many more days it would have taken to try to come up with some potential vaccine. So that's the point I'm trying to make. And as a, computer scientist, it's our job to educate the public.
Right, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, computer science people is all the time learners rather than the scientists. So we have to learn the new dimensions and then integrate it. Then only it's possible. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We are here to serve the society. That's how we have to look at it, right?
Can I ask a question?
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Gupta. Very good morning. I am Yus Tiwari speaking from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. It was very nice. Now you have talked about the human in the loop. And from a different perspective, I also was talking about, the true intelligence cannot come through like black box model of deep learning. So there should be somewhere human in the loop. And if they collaborate together, then real intelligent program can be made. But do you have any kind of a benchmark or protocol or standard processes or any kind of such things available in the human in the loop kind of processes?
So there are some of these problems in terms of identification or search. Yes, we have, and we continue to do. I gave you some example, I think, in one of the slides a little later on. So just few, but it is still the beginning, and that's why I'm coming to this community to say, we have to collaborate to be able to do, because I think there is a lot of knowledge, right? A lot of smartness, a lot of intelligence out there, which can be brought in to try to do, right? And especially like, HCI community is working a lot on the IoT, stuff, right? So they work on, aggregation. How do you do, in situ, work and all, right? So those kind of ideas need to be used. Because initially what computational people did, or computational biologists did, is just a simple sequential code, right? They wrote, and that's what I want to take it a step further, right? So I'm with you all, right?
Yeah,
but there are, it's still, we are very beginning. It's a very beginning stage, and the problem is huge. There are so many potential things where we can really work together and make progress. Yes.
Thank
Good
you.
point.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any other questions, anyone? Thank you, Professor Gupta, I think we don't have any other further questions, but if you have any questions, then we will email you and contact you soon.
Sure. My information is there, and thank you for the invitation and giving me an opportunity to talk. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Professor Bhavana's chair, Professor Chung will be introducing.
Okay, good morning. So I'd like to introduce next speaker. So, invited speaker, Professor Bunjinri. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So actually, he didn't send his biography.
Okay, sorry.
So anyway, as I know, I will introduce him. Okay, he got his master degree from Dongseo University, and he got his PhD degree in Department of Electronic Engineering in Bugyong National University in Korea. And he worked 1 year or 2 years in industry near Seoul area. And he was assistant professor in Department of Electronic Engineering, Gaemyeong University in South Korea. And then maybe he worked for 5 years in Gaemyeong University and then moved to China. And he is now an assistant professor in University of Nottingham, China, in Ningbo, China. His talk title today is Study of Sign Language Recognition Using Wearable Sensors. Okay, please, Professor Lee.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chong, for the introductions. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, so today, so I'm Brian, so I'm from the University of Nottingham, Ningbo, China. So today I'm gonna introduce or speak about our process in the sign language using the wearable sensors. So for the starter, this research project is initiated for the student innovation projects. So today, the outline for today is some basic introductions, some history of the Chinese Sign Language, some approaches we use in the study. The first approach was the wearable sensors, and we also try to go into the computer vision types for recognizing the sign language. And towards the research, we found a lot of challenges and also some difficulties. And we'd like to discuss those challenges here. And I will end my presentations with the conclusion. Okay, so I believe a lot of people are familiar with sign language. So it's a language that designed to help the hearing impaired person to interact with each other. So if you look into the Western country or the Europe country, the governments or the academic fields, they already listed the sign language linguistic as a branch of the linguistics fields. So most of these linguistic fields are related to cognitive science, neuroscience, and also sociologies, and also information technologies. So they are relatively much more majors than what we have in the Asian country. And WHO also reported that nowadays we have 466 million people across the world that have disabling hearing loss. So about less than 1% of the world's population. Encyclopedias of language and linguistics, they also already have some basic frameworks for the sign language, but still we have some challenges to design and also introduce the chapters for the sign language. So I'll explain much more about these challenges in the following slides. Okay, so in the world, similar to the spoken and the written English, written language, we have different types of the sign language from different countries. So for Canada, Australia, Spain, Germany, USA, and China, even in Singapore, Malaysia. So all these, we have a different syntax or different grammars of the sign language. So it's not standardized around the world. So that's increased the much difficulty in the research of the sign language. So I'll talk about some brief ideas about the sign language in China. So the statistic from the Beijing Societies of Audiologies in 2017, they expect the hearing impaired persons of around 72 million in China. And towards the last 10 years, towards the last decades, the research and developments of the CSL has been very slow in China. The translator or the careers of these Chinese Sign Language translations was just officially listed as a career by the Chinese government in 2007. So the educations, the first of the university that actually has established the translation education programs was the special educations from the Zhongzhou University. They have this education program started in 2003. But what they have until now in China is that we only have the college diploma that available for majoring in the the Chinese Sign Language translation. So compared to the, for example, the USA, they even have the postgraduate study for the sign language translation. So you can see a big difference between the research and also the developments of the sign language between Asian and also in the USA. In China, the sign language is mostly focused on the deaf-mute cultures educations. So basically for them to step up or following the educations in China. So there's very little practical use in the real world situations. So a lot of them use the sign language between themselves in the hearing impaired community. So a lot, not very practical use between the society and also the community. Okay. So the translator in China, one of the reasons of having less interest, the society in China have less interest in learning the sign language is as jobs or as a career in China as a translator, the salary is lower compared to the United States, lack of appreciation and respect. So there's no protections in the social status, and government also haven't have the majors laws and regulation to protect the rights and also the interests of those translators. Okay, and also major problems. Also, most of these sign language translators are not actually expert. So some of them are not actually capable of understand the language that or the sign or the gesture performed by the hearing impaired community. And then one of the survey by the local Chinese university. So they performed the survey in 2018, and here are some of the demand of this Chinese Sign Language that from the community in some of the public facilities. So one of the majors is in hospital, and some the next one is in the bank, and also some related public service sectors, and then the police stations, the conference meeting, and the last one or the least one is in the workplace. And in the whole China of 1.4 billions of the populations, we only actually have less than 12,000 or less than 100,000 of the Chinese Sign Language experts. We have more than 200,000 of the sign language translator, but the actual expert is actually less than 12,000. Okay, the other survey interpreting on the Chinese TV social media. So basically is they perform the sign language along with the weather reports. So we received, or the survey received the 336 respondents from the survey. So so from the survey, we found that the use of the sign language in daily communication. So even though that we mentioned when we talk about this Chinese Sign Language here, but actually the complexity is a lot much more complex than we expected. So some of the Chinese Sign Language has actually mixed with the natural sign language. Okay, and the sign language that we mentioned here is, for example, the usual gesture that the normal persons or everyone can understand. So there's some mixture between this the proper Chinese Sign Language and this natural sign language. Okay, so from the survey, there's also some basic reasons of why they watch the Chinese Sign Language interpretations on the TV. So some person are just interested in sign language, some others are interested in the contents, and some they dislike. So one of the dislike is they don't like the signing. So the reasons of doesn't like the signing is because they actually don't understand what the signer is doing. So basically, as I mentioned before, the sign language translators or the performers are actually not the experts. The contents are boring because the transcript or the translations from the written text into the sign language is actually different. And some of the performance kind of make the contents even more boring. The other one is, of course, the screen is too small on the TV side. So usually you only can see like maybe 10% of the images that cover on the TV that actually perform on the sign. Some difficulties to understand the signing on the TV. So first one is, of course, the non-standardized of the Chinese Sign Language. The signing was too fast for some people to understand. Pictures and signings are not synchronized. So here, when we talk about the interpretations or the translations, the real-time translations are very difficult, even for the current spoken language. So nonetheless, the much more difficult for the sign language. And one of the other major issues are the interpreters doesn't have or lacks of the facial expression. Okay, so some of the related work you can found in China that actually works on the Chinese sign language. So one of it is the China Construction Bank. So they introduced a remote sign language translation service. So as you can see here, so there's one screen here. So these persons are performing the sign language and the remote translators will help to do the translation. The other one is the Tencent, a big companies in China. So they announced on the CSL projects in 2019. So they hope they can help to resolve the challenge in the Chinese Sign Language using the computer vision technique. Okay, so in the world, the basic approach for the Chinese the sign language recognition can be divided into two different approaches. One is using the visions approach, and the other one is using the non-vision approach. So for the visions, basically what you're trying to do is to analyze the gesture for your hands and your body posture, and also the facial expressions. The majors of the tools or the hardware used is the depth sensors and the RGB camera. A lot of research perform the sign language recognition using the Kinect and also using the leap motion controller. As for the non-vision approach, we use a lot of different sensors to acquire the hand movement data. So part of the older or the existing method is to use the unique color on the glove to identify the identity of each fingers. Some of these including using the flex sensors and also the motion sensors. Okay, so these are some of the existing sign language recognition study in the world using different classifiers. But as you can see here, most of the sign language are actually focused on only the alphabets and only on the digits. This is for the American Sign Language. So some other also focus on the simple words, okay, and coded gesture. Okay, so the early stage of this sign language recognition study was actually initiated as a student-centered innovation projects between UNNC, University of Nottingham in both China, and Keiming University. So for the student, so they have actually went through different approaches. So here I'm going to briefly discuss the approach that the student have researched on. So the early study was using the flex sensors. So because of the problems of getting the data set for the Chinese Sign Language, which I'm going to discuss the problems or the challenge in the later slides. So we start with the recognition using the American Sign Language data set. So the data set is very simple. It only consists of 26 of the alphabets or letters and also the 10 digits. So the first developments was using the flex sensors and also using the pressure sensors plus the motion sensors. So by using the combinations of two other sensors, besides the flex sensors, we're able to detect the movement for letter J and also for the letter Z. So the result was quite promising. But one of the problem is that the flex sensors were not able to detect the movement, and the movement for the hand was insufficient to do the recognitions for the much more complicated word-based sign language. And also you can see that the design are actually too bulky, and not many people actually prefer to use the hardware or the design. Then we move on to what happens if you do not want to put any sensors on the hands. So one of the undergraduate student or the postgraduate student, the master research student, so they research on using the lip motion controller for the American Sign Language. So here he able to use the classifications models using SVM and also the DNN. And the result is also quite promising. Okay, so here are some of the experimenters using the hand gesture here. But one of the problems using the lip motions controller is that it was not stable and affected by the line of sight. So if you are not in the range of the view or in the view of fields, then basically the recognition is failed. And to be deployed this application to the real world, it will have the limited use since the limitations in the hardware part. So now we move on back to the IMUs, using the IMUs. So one of these research is to put 6 IMUs on the hand. So 5 on the fingertips and 1 on the backs of the palms. So here we try to perform some simple classifications on word space rather than on the digits and also on the letters. So here performs using the models of the recurrent neural network. Okay, and one of the problems here that we are not able. So these are the 5 elements that actually used to detect the sign language. One is the signations, the movement of the palms, designated the patterns of the hand shapes, orientations, and locations, and also the facial body expression. But given the limitations of the hardware, we did not include the facial body expressions in this research. Okay. As you can see, the result was quite promising, and we achieved around 99% of the accuracy. Some of other related study on the gesture recognition is to use the other type of the sensors, for example, the IMU and also the EMG sensor, which measure the intensity of the muscles. So next, we try to move on to the computer vision approach. So this is our initial study. So in this study, you can see that we analyze the frames, and then the first step we do is to detect the skin color. And once the skin color is being detected, we detect the hands, and then we track the movement of the hands. And then we construct the gesture and also the key points as the features vector. So in this experiment, we're able to get the benchmark data set from a university in China. So in here, we only performs on the 50 words that along with the movement to evaluate the performance of our algorithms. Okay, and well, the result seems promising. Okay, and so this is the current progress of our sign language so far. So to move this research one step further, we try to think about what is the challenges of the Chinese Sign Language here. So one of the major problems is the complexity of the sign language. So there are difference of this sign that actually used by different party. So the sign used by the disability, like the hearing impaired persons between them, and the sign used by the family members, and the sign used by the non-expert are actually different. The other one is that as similar to the spoken language, sign language also has their dialects. Okay, so the dialects is even different in the municipals and also the provincial areas. The other one is the syntax difference between the written Chinese and also the Chinese Sign Language. So if you look at the top here, you can see that to translate the Chinese or Mandarins into English, so this is the basic translations. So this is the word-by-word translations, and this is the reconstructions of the sentence based on the translations of words by words. But to transcribe or to translate into the sign language, you can see that it's actually totally different from what you write in the Chinese. So this is one of the difficulty that we should focus on the Chinese Sign Language. We also have the privilege to interview with some of the experts in the field. So one is the weather reporter for the sign. So few of them expressed that a lot of the hearing impaired person are actually not happy with the performance of them on TV. So one of them is the lack of the facial expressions. And again, the sign was not easily understood by the hearing impaired person because of the difference in the sign used by different parties. The other one is that the current of this weather reporter, they use the 3D modelings to perform the gesture, and that even makes the reporting even worse because some of the 3D modelings, a lot of 3D modelings that doesn't have the facial expression. We also visit the special educations of school in Ningbo. So we interviewed with two of the teachers of the expert of the sign language. So they have 10-year experience. So they also express the difference of the sign used in the daily communications and also the sign used in the lecture. So they are totally different, and even some of the teachers, they cannot understand the signs that perform between the hearing impaired person. And as for the countries or the national levels, in China, the second editions of the standardized Chinese Sign Language that used by these, like the Mandarins used all over the China, has only been released last year. So the first editions was in almost 15 years ago. So they only come up with the second editions in last year. So this increased the problems that when we actually want to design the Chinese Sign Language recognition, so what is the language that we actually need to use? So as I mentioned just now, the municipals and also the provincial level is different. So, and since the standardized of the Chinese sign language only released last year, so a lot of persons still not able to, for example, like the older persons or the they not able to learn and not willing to learn the new standardized Chinese Sign Language. So this increase the difficulties of deploying the applications to the real world. Some research difficulty that we found, for example, first one is lack of the linguistic expert in the research. The data set is, of course, one of the problems. So the data set now, as I believe, is a lot of data sets available on the government's level, on national levels, but not from the university levels. So, and the data set is not released because of the ethics issues. So one of the ethics issues is that most of the parents or most of the volunteers, they're not willing to release their photos or images to the public. Researchers also do not understand the requirement. So what is the design that actually fits to them? So is the design actually suitable for them to use in the real world? So what is the limitations of the deployment and the privacy issues and also the ethical? So the attentions of the Chinese Sign Language in the country is also one of the major issues. So in most of the research or most of the applications that develop in China focus on this direction. So what they are trying to do is they try to model the 3D to perform the signs for the hearing impaired persons to understand. But there's not a lot of the research or not a lot of the applications that develops that trying to help the society to understand the demands or the conversations of the hearing impaired person. So this part is actually a high demand, but it's not being, the focus is not being paid. So one of the major reason is that the Chinese governments are not paying much attention to this area, and for the past 10 years, and the attention has been actually focused more in the past 5 years, and but because of this lack of the interest of the society, so this part of the research has been very slow. And also because of the pandemics, our research progress has been slowed down. So we are planned to get our own data set, but due to this pandemic, the data set collections has been slowed down. Okay, so as a conclusion, so you can find that there's a lot of the sign language research on the existing study, but not many of the sign language research are targeting or focusing on the privacy issues and also the ethic issues and also the requirements that actually needed by those hearing impaired person. And also there are some of the pros and cons of these approaches, and I believe that a much more appropriate approach should be investigated. And also one of the research directions is that we are trying to focus on the real world applications, whether the design can be actually deployed to the real world. So a lot of these research that you can find online on the research base. So it's very, very, very difficult to be deployed in the real world applications. Okay, and collaborations from the different parties are very important. As for the current stage, it might be difficult, but we believe that in the coming years, as more people involved, as more research and focus has been paid to the Chinese Sign Language, collaboration we should receive a lot more collaborations from different parties. Okay, so that's all for my presentation today. So just a basic introductions for the Nottingham in China. So reasons we have established the China Beacons Institute in the University of Nottingham, Ningbo, China, with the Ningbo government. So one of these are the 3 research topics, and the directors of the institute has agreed for us to establish a new IHCI lab as part of the CBI. So we are very open to the collaborations from everyone that interested to collaborate on the research together on the IHCI levels. Okay, so that's all for my presentations.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. So any questions from floor or online?
I have just one comment. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for highlighting the need for sign language and giving you a lot of surveys and highlighting the challenges in sign language development. One of the things which I am finding it very difficult from the last few years.
Yes.
There are students work into this area, but they work on the problems like they will take some of the data which is available, which reminds me, when initially people talked about speech recognition, they started at the phoneme level, in 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that from the phoneme level, they will come to the recognizing the speech, but it never worked. It never worked. It cannot work. Any language cannot work based on the character level, because remembering characters, the sequence of characters for long is just impossible for a human mind. Okay,
yes.
So you cannot combine character by character and then think that we will speak a language. So basic thing which starts from in the language is from the phrase level things, and without going at the phrase level things, because that is a semantic unit. A semantic unit should be represented. I find that kind of approach is not there in the sign language. So starting from the semantic level and then going talking of the units about that. So it requires a kind of approach which is totally different than the present level, and it can be used for enhancing our vocabulary, enhancing our communication, etc., etc. And a problem I faced in when I started teaching in the local languages, the technology part. So even for the general people, general students who are not aware of the English terms and things like that, if I use sign language, I think I will be able to more communicate with them. So in that perspective, I think the sign language should be developed, and I really appreciate your efforts and the kind of concerns you have done. And I think the SCI community at large should take this problem. Thank you for the talk.
Yeah, thank you. So you have a good point, and that's why we should involve the linguistic expert when we do the sign language research.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Professor Lee, is there any studies on the automatic translation between the different sign languages in different countries?
No, there's so we don't even go to that level yet, because even now we have the problems of translate between the writtens to the sign language.
Yeah. So China is a very wide country, right? So like speaking languages, there are many different dialects also in sign language also, right?
Yes.
So is there any government efforts to solve standardize the sign language?
Yes, so that's why they released the second editions of the National Standardized Sign Language last year. So so this is their first approach to standardize the sign language in the whole in the national level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee.
Thank you.
Okay, I will turn over this mic to Professor Singh. He will introduce next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your nice talk. So now we have our another next speaker, Professor Rodrigo da Rosa Rigi, is from the Brazil. He is a senior member of IEEE, senior member of ACM, and being also professor and researcher at University of Vale do Rio dos Sinos, that is called in short from the Unisinos, Brazil. And today he's the nowadays he's the coordinator of applied computing graduate program, master and PhD in this that Unicinos University. Rodrigo professor is concluded his postdoc studies at KAIST, Korea, Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea, under the following topics of IoT and cloud computing. His research interests include performance analysis, predictive maintenance, event prediction, and correlation of cloud and fog resource elasticity, and microservices to enable the next generation of mobile communication, that 5G. So now hand over to the Professor Rigi. Please, can you share with your screen?
Yeah. So, 1 second. Let me try here. Share. Are you seeing my presentation? Professor Madhu? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
We can see your professor.
Perfect. So I will start. Thanks for the introduction. So I am professor at Unicinos University. So Unicinos is a university in the south of Brazil, close to Uruguay and Argentina. And well, in this talk, I will speak about cloud elasticity for microservice applications. So in the title, we have two keywords. First is cloud elasticity. So the idea to reduce and to enlarge the number of resources at real time for the first issue. And the second issue, we will talk more about microservice application. So we have this kind of a modular application, service-oriented architecture. So the next slide, before talking about microservices, it's important to talk about monolithic approach. So considering the monolithic approach, and the best example here, we have the Linux kernel as a monolithic approach, but here we have problems regarding scalability and complexity. So we have the idea of using microservices, and the key concept here is small services is equal to small responsibilities, and microservices follow the idea of service-oriented architecture. That's the main idea. And considering this, we have a problem. So considering the scope of microservices application and considering the idea of using cloud elasticity on this kind of application, how can we address, how can we handle both energy and performance on microservice application? So I will explain. For example, you have a modular application and you can map your application, your microservice application to the cloud, and you can enlarge the number of resources for a particular microservice, so it will run faster. That's nice. But adding more and more and more resources, you pay more and you will spend more energy for that. So the idea is to balance both performance and energy to go further. So in this background, our proposal is to develop a proactive manager that will take decisions according to the application submitted to the cloud. So especially we are talking about microservices application, and we must use the history of the application based on microservices to anticipate the future behavior of such application. So we implement a proactive manager using predictive analytics here. More especially, we are using ARIMA model to implement a proactive manager. Also, we make elasticity decisions without the need to reconfigure elasticity rules by the user. So a very, very important keyword for our research is automatic. So everything runs faster with energy concerns, but without user configuration. So we can adapt the number of resources at real time without any intervention from the user. Finally, the idea is to make decisions, to make energy consumption with the least possible impact on application performance. So as I said, our idea is to balance both performance and energy consumption on running microservices applications. So here, I am sorry for the quality of the image, but here I can show you a short example about our proposal. So in the upper cloud, we have 3 servers, and in the bottom cloud, we have only 2 servers. So we have implemented VM migration and VM consolidation. So we can maintain the same quality of service for my microservice application, but in the second case, I will pay less. I will pay less energy for running my application. So here, the idea of cloud elasticity is implemented by using first migration and second VM consolidation. And here, a short example about 2 kinds of applications. The first, in the left, we have a monolithic one. And when talking about monolithic, you can think, okay, monolithic is all the bad. That's not good. But monolithic has one key benefit. Monolithic is performatic. So it's very important to implement a monolithic code because we have performance. We have joined all the codes inside the single code, and we have performance on that. Our main example is the Linux code. But on the right, we have a microservice application. So we must implement the idea of service decomposition. And we have a lot of services, and we have a lot of databases, each one connected to a particular service. But the key idea here, we must stress, we must manage our interaction between the services, and of course, we must pay an overhead for such kind of interaction. So exploring this kind of slide, it's very important to understand, okay, microservices is interesting. We can gain in terms of flexibility, in terms of maintainability, but we must understand that our application could have bottlenecks. So I have a direct acyclic graph to map my microservices application, and one node of my DAG could be a bottleneck. So the idea, okay, I have identified this node as a bottleneck, so I will implement, for example, resource elasticity on this node, so running faster this node and avoiding this kind of bottleneck. And other important issue for our research is the idea of proactive. And in this slide, I am showing the idea of a reactive system and a proactive system. In the left, we have a reactive one. We have upper threshold and a lower threshold. So, and okay, after crossing the upper threshold, I will take some action. And I will take an action in the green bullet, but you can show that we have a moment after the upper threshold. And this moment is not good for the application because you have undesired behaviors here. And on the right, you have a proactive manner. So during the application runtime, we are collecting more and more data. We are collecting historical data. And with this kind of historical data, we can make predictions, for example, using machine learning, using moving average like ARIMA. So in this moment, we are using ARIMA, but we could use other prediction engine. And in the right, as I said, we have the idea of prediction, and we can predict the situation, the behavior of the application, so acting proactively without achieving the upper threshold. And considering this background, we have implemented a model named Allergy. And so Allergy is an energy-saving model for managing microservices applications in the cloud with cloud elasticity, of course. To provide performance, it uses CPU prediction. So in this moment, we must select a particular metric in order to get historical data. And well, we could use memory, we could use network, or we could use disk, right? But our initial prototype we have used the CPU prediction. So we have this kind of metric in order to predict the behavior of the application. So Allergy identifies physical machines with low utilization in order to migrate services and so consolidating idle machines. And here we have an example of a microservices application, and two issues are very important to note here. First, we have mapped each microservice here with a load balancing. So I have a closed box, we have a black box, and this black box acts as a microservice. So we have an input, we have a processing engine, and we have an output. And after receiving the data as input, this receiving data will trigger our load balancing, and this load balancer will decide which replica will actually run a particular demand, and so we have the output of a particular microservice. In addition, this load balancing acts as a cloud elasticity manager. So for each microservice, we have a cloud elasticity manager, and this elasticity manager can enlarge or can reduce the number of virtual machines or containers at runtime to attend a particular microservice. And here, another example about service migration and service consolidation. Well, talking about the results, and we have used a cluster that we have here in our university. Also, we have implemented all the infrastructure using Docker with containers, of course, and we evaluated, as I said, the CPU metric in this moment. And so my idea is to show you some of the results. First, we have mapped the wave workload. So in the blue line, we have the number of tasks that we are generating, and in the red line, we have the number of containers that are being allocated at real time. So we can observe that the number of containers follows the behavior of the tasks that are being generated at real time. So here we have the ascending workload, and first we start with 2 containers, and so we reduce the number of containers to 1 container, and after that we increase to 2 and to 3 containers to run this kind of workload. So here, as I said, it's very important to mix, to balance both performance and energy consumption, and we can achieve this kind of combination with cloud elasticity. Well, my conclusion of my talk. So here we have 3 main keywords. So the first is energy consumption. We understand that's very, very important to understand and to address energy consumption on running applications, especially more energy consumption, more money to pay to the cloud, the more the number of resources that I am allocating with the cloud. So it's important to reduce the energy consumption in order to pay less for the cloud provider. So the second issue here is performance. Of course, I would like to run my application faster. So I have a bottleneck and I would like to run faster. So first, energy consumption, and second, performance. And well, in order to enable this, we are using data prediction. So we are using here data prediction that was enabled using ARIMA autoregressive integrated moving average model. And well, ARIMA is very, very easy to use, right? and it was very useful for us. And so, as I said, energy consumption, performance, and prediction are keywords for our research. So we have a model, and we have a prototype, and we have proved that we can achieve good results by balancing energy consumption and performance. That's this for my talk. Our group here at Unicinos, we are pioneer on cloud elasticity. So we have implemented cloud elasticity on fog, on blockchain, or any kind of scientific applications in the cloud. So we understand that cloud elasticity and serverless today, that's the hot topic in cloud elasticity infrastructure. So cloud elasticity is very important today for running applications with energy consumption and performance concerns. Thank you very much. That's it for my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ricky. Please, have anyone has any query or questions, then please ask him. I think no one has a query, so I have one query. As you talking about the elasticity of cloud, right? So if we can use that blockchain with this cloud, elasticity of the cloud, that is possible to scalable those blockchain can be merged.
We have implemented cloud elasticity on blockchain applications, that other model that we have here in our university. But the key problem on implementing cloud elasticity with blockchain is, for example, in this moment, okay, I will start my blockchain applications, and for example, I have 4 nodes, and on these 4 nodes, I have the same replica of database, blockchain database. So if in a particular moment, okay, I would like to enlarge my application, not more with 4 nodes, but with 5 nodes. So by enlarging my infrastructure with cloud elasticity in a blockchain application, so I must copy all the blockchains that I have in this moment for this new replica. So I must conserve this kind of delay in the model in doing cloud elasticity with blockchain applications. But we have implemented that with good results in our group.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Reggie. Due to time shortage, we have to run further our next invited speaker. So thank you very much, Professor Reggie. So
Thanks,
now I'm going to introduce our next invited speaker, that is Dr. J.R. Regan. So Dr. J.R. Regan, James Lee Regan, is the CEO of Idea Explorer Global, providing the Korean technology insight to the world's best companies. He is a former Vice Dean of Endicott College of International Studies, Woosung University in Daejeon, South Korea, and Global Chief Security Officer, CISO, at the Deloitte. And he has over 25 years of innovation, big data, and analytics, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and management consulting in more than 20 plus countries worldwide, including financial services, high-tech, government, and academic industries. He retired as the Global Chief Information Security Officer with Deloitte. Dr. Regan previously taught for 10 years at the Carey Business School of Johns Hopkins University, and he is currently a technology mentor at Columbia University. He teaches as a guest lecturer at the South Korea Ministry of the Interior and Safety Local Government Official Development Institute. And Dr. Regan holds the doctorate in organizational leadership from the Senando University, a master's in management information system from Wei State University, and BA in the sociology from the University of State of New York. So welcome, Professor Regan. Thank you. Now hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so hopefully you can see my screen okay?
We cannot see your screen. So
you cannot see the screen. Let me see if I can try to do it again. Share.
Yeah, now is it okay?
Okay, great. So I'll make this shorter because I know we're running short on time. I did want to start by congratulating one of the organizers of this conference, Dr. Dhananjay Singh, who was recently recognized by Stanford University as one of the top 2% scientists, I think. So that's pretty amazing, and I'm very happy for him. So let me, my talk today is on designing intelligent human interaction for the untaxed economy. It's a recent phrase, this untaxed economy, and we'll talk a little bit about that. A little bit about me, I'll go past this because they had such a good introduction before. What I'm going to talk about today then is this untaxed concept, understanding the paradigm of this new consumer interaction, how that impacts HCI design as we know it, as we've done it for so many years, some barriers and opportunities that this next generation interface creates, and new paradigms for developing untaxed devices. So that's what we'll talk about today. The untaxed phenomenon actually was first described in literature in 2017. It's a newly coined word combining this contact and the negative prefix un, which really means no face-to-face social and economic activities. And you'll see on the right here what's happening in Korea right now because of the COVID virus. A lot of untaxed services coming to the forefront because there is so many lockdown situations. However, interestingly enough, the experience ratio is actually increasing, even though there's more introduction of untaxed services. Traditionally, economic activities have involved more face-to-face contact, and it's really changing, and things like social distancing and everything is really causing the home to be the center of activity of many activities. So we see more things like home delivery services and pre-ordered goods and online classes and all these things. So it's an untaxed phenomenon that's occurring, and that really then impacts how we look at human-computer interaction. Some untaxed drivers then that are driving this new consumer supply demand, hyper awareness of health and safety. Even though in some cases they can interact outside, they would rather not, and it's becoming a top concern. There's a strive to maintain a sense of normalcy, that even though I am more centered around the home and less contact, face-to-face contact, I still want to maintain a sense of normalcy through digital channels. We do have, particularly in South Korea and in many other countries, this 5G, which is really saying we have a improved connectivity as a force multiplier. And so we're seeing that as a driver. The rise of human experience platforms that I need more human touch, even in a digital experience. And certainly the rise of cloud architecture, which enables more services to be hosted online. I'll give you, I think, 3 examples. Here's one about Korea online recruiting interviews. If we look here, we see clockwise, a job applicant is taking an interview through an AI recruitment system. He introduces himself, answers some questions. The system then is looking at a variety of things, his voice, his facial features, and then giving that, in some cases, a score, giving information to human recruiters then to help on what is traditionally a face-to-face activity. But in this case, it's not. It's an untaxed activity. And so this is being introduced for corporate uses. We'll see another untaxed example. This is being piloted now by the Korea Post. This is AI and self-driving vehicles for what they call the last mile or last kilometer delivery. the future vision for Korea Post is really an automated self-driving mobile post office. It really says, why is it necessary to have a postman deliver that last mile when we can do package delivery, for example, with autonomous vehicles? And this is really even much more scrutinized based upon the coronavirus and the necessity of safety, for example, and health concerns. And if we look at the consumer aspect also, we see robotics now being introduced in situations where normally it is a very, very face-to-face activity. Thanking customers, taking their orders, et cetera, now can be done, and this is right here in our home city of Daejeon, Korea. This system needs no input from people, from order to delivery. It can process 6 drinks at a time. It does it through a kiosk. In this particular cafe, there's only one human worker that's needed, and they also have the duties of cleaning and doing other things. They can do multitasks. So robotics then is now being introduced as a way for untacked services also. So this leads to the research area of untacked and traditional UI and UX activities. For many years, command line interface, CLIs, GUIs, GUIs, and even more recently, NUIs, that they really interpret human commands, and they're gradually becoming more and more part of the mainstream of designing user experience. Untacked really challenges, though, the traditional concepts of UX because it emphasizes the need to provide universal connectivity with the outside world through digital technology, right? In order to maintain a physical distance. So I don't think when we envisioned the beginnings of UI and UX that we had that as a primary notion. And it's becoming more and more now, and that challenges, again, the traditional concepts. The non-face-to-face UX models then is really evaluating that. It becomes more of a challenge. It's initiated by customers who desires a service without engaging necessarily a personal encounter. So we will see later on, this becomes even more important about anticipating actions. And this view then is changing how we look at designing for sure, but it also is really challenging how we evaluate it. Is it suitable? Is it meeting the requirements laid out by the intent of the system? So this multi-channel, offline, untacked behavior may require differences also in how we do evaluation of UX design models. If we look at the literature, for example, on heuristic evaluation of measuring UX, it's actually gone back pretty far about heuristic evaluation of user interfaces. The traditional, often cited research is by Nielsen and Mullick, and we'll see that a little bit later. But this really presents us with a quality criteria in a almost a closed loop fashion from user to heuristics and evaluators and test objects. But there is some research to draw on, although now we're entering a new period with different types of services. I mentioned about the literature and Nielsen. This is again the most highly cited reference on the topic, and it has really 10 very good heuristics. Although we need to dive even further in being able to enhance their explanatory power through the lens of non-face-to-face interaction as being the primary vehicle. And that certainly comes into play in things like H3, user control and freedom, Things such as even H9, for example, helping users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors that may be in the system, which were introduced unintentionally by the medium that the user is interacting through. It's introducing its own errors. So those are two interesting ones to look at, but I'd also point to H6, which is recognition rather than recall, which can lead to additional problems, which we'll see here in just a second. So heuristics and design patterns, for example, if we look at some challenges of that, and again, juxtaposing that with the heuristics we saw before, heuristic evaluation doesn't really provide a systematic way of generating fixes to the usability problems that will sort of occur naturally and unnaturally through this untacked mode of interaction. Without proper methods and prototyping tools, it becomes really hard for them to generate a successful prototype, particularly when we don't know all the different avenues that a user will interact with the service or the expectations that they might have. It's interesting, just as a side note, users now, in some cases, desire the same service levels and the same expectations that they had when they were interacting with the service face-to-face. Sometimes they want that same interaction level online, and sometimes they do not. So the interaction levels then and the expectations change as we go along, and UX and design patterns and heuristics may not be able to capture that effectively. I mentioned earlier about the choices, and what that also leads to, and sorry for my bad spelling, I misspelled that, cognitive, leads to cognitive load issues, which has been studied fairly well, but has not been studied very well in the context of untacked services. It's an extremely important parameter for user experience, being able to structure the interface as it's intended, right? And make it as usable as possible. This does tend to produce this phenomenon, though, of cognitive load, which means the more choices I have, the more thinking I have to do, potentially the more confusion and choice, and provides more difficulty. So without having a guided, potentially more structured user interface experience through a face-to-face, we might have more cognitive load issues introduced through untacked services as well. So beyond CLI and GUI, NUIs, and OIs, there is a new, organic user interfaces have been more popular as of late, trying to really capture the notion of users creating their own experiences, really. But we're starting to drill down and then see, particularly through new business models like Untacked, this anticipatory nature of research that we need to look further into, anticipating the service intent and actions, also to potentially even reduce the cognitive load that might occur through this particular service. So, and it leads then towards really the heart of the talk, which is, or the summation of the talk, which is anticipatory design. When we're getting to predictive user experience, we're getting more Internet of Things and smart devices and smart things. If we combine that with machine learning and AI and the prediction, as well as the UX design, these then lead towards how do we model and what heuristics do we need and what design patterns do we need for a more anticipatory design particularly when we challenge our relationship with technology, even to help out with the choice and deal with new models such as Untact. So the summary then, and opportunities for future research, changing patterns of production, distribution, and consumption driven by digital societies, this Untact model, they're leading towards these non-face-to-face interactions that we really haven't captured as well in the research that we need to. And it's going to bring about fundamental changes in economic structure also that add new fields and new disciplines to how we view that particular Untact research. And so our current approaches to IHCI, human-computer interaction, may work well for today's technology, but may not work so well for what's occurring now and what's going to continue and exponentially escalate as we go on. So we need to understand the scope of the problem better today. We need to understand then its impact on IHCI, in particular in design and heuristics. We need to understand the barriers and opportunities that these next-gen technologies create, and of course the paradigms for developing intelligent Untact interfaces. So that was a kind of a quick trip through an interesting research area that I'm looking at, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Regan. So if anyone has any questions, please. I think no one has any questions. So
okay, it's right before lunch, so it's okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Regan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you allow one question, please?
Yes. Sorry, Professor U.S. Tiwari has a question. Yeah, Professor.
Hello, Dr. Regan. I think it's very interesting to see the new Untact economy design.
Yes.
I think there is one paradox. I do not know what is the trend you are seeing in the near future. Now, in one way, we are talking of, the IHCI community is talking of technology with a face. And in the this Untact economy, you talk about technology without face. So how do you make a compromise between the two, or a balance between the two?
That's you know, I've actually asked myself that question too, and I really don't have a firm answer, particularly when I start viewing what some would call the new platforms of interface, like voice. Voice is a platform. Voice is a primary way of communicating. I don't know how to model the voice, you know, effectively in our current terms in IHCI ways. You know, when we think of pushing buttons and interacting with things, but it's my voice. So I think that we're probably going to have to look at some new paradigms. I think that's maybe the short answer that I've come up with, and it's probably not a good answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Regan. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next invited speaker is Professor Madhu Sudan Singh. So he's one of our key person for this conference. So I will introduce him. Okay. Okay, Professor Madhu Sudan Singh is an assistant professor and at the same time director of research on blockchain group in School of Technology Studies, ECIS at Wusong University, Korea, from 2018. Before joining the Wusong University, he worked as a research professor in IHCI and the senior research engineer in the next generation team, R&D at Samsung Display in South Korea from 2006 until 2016. Dr. Singh received his master's degree in IT with a specialization in software engineering from IIT Allahabad, India in 2008, and the doctoral degree in the Department of Ubiquitous IT from Dongsa University, South Korea in 2012. He is a senior member of IEEE and the distinguished speaker of IEEE Computer Society. He is an author of more than 60 articles, 10 patents, and 6 books authored or edited. He is an active member of IEEE, ACM, and the Spring Series societies to serve as a keynote speaker, as an editor and the reviewer, TPC members. He is a series editor-in-chief of blockchain technologies, titled Springer Book Series. He has organized several workshops within the major IEEE conferences. His research interest in the field of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, blockchain technology, autonomous vehicles, Industry 4.0, and data analysis. Okay, welcome, Professor Madhusudan Singh. Okay, his talk title is Impact of Blockchain Technology for Intelligent IHCI.
Thank you very much, Professor John, for introducing. So I'm just going to share my screen. So good afternoon, everyone. Now it's 12 from here in lunchtime in Korea. So good afternoon. I'm just make the very short to my talk. It's not going to too much details. So as the title, impact of blockchain algorithm or blockchain technology for intelligent IHCI, intelligent SCI. So as we know, human-computer interaction has a very wide field. So in my talk, I'm going to use human control-free vehicles. That is called like autonomous vehicle, as we all know about that things as autonomous vehicle or intelligent vehicles. So I'm going to talk about more how to blockchain technology will impact this in intelligent vehicles or self-driving cars without the human control things. So just before that, I just introduce about a little brief overview. Cannot make it the full screen.
Sorry, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
Hello. Now I hear.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Now I think.
We couldn't hear you for last 2 minutes.
Okay. I will restart from that thing. So as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about the impact of blockchain technology for intelligent human-computer interactions. So as a computer-human interactions, like use the intelligent vehicles or self-driving car, like human control-free vehicles, as example for our blockchain implementations things. So before that, I just giving the overview of what is the blockchain. As we know, 2008, that is the global financial crisis. During that time, that blockchain came into in our knowledge about these things, like is disruptive technology that emerged in late 2008 in the midst of the global financial crisis. It comprises of unchangeable digital record data in packages called the blocks, and these digital records in the chain that blocks data is stored in the linear chain. So each block in the chain is contained data that is the cryptographically has. That is the basic overview. And as we know about the blockchain has the base on the 4 pillar, that those 4 pillars are consensus, digital distributed ledger, cryptography that has, and smart contract. So consensus that will be used will making the agreement, making the some mutual understanding between the nodes or between the members who are involving the work in that any transactions, any transmissions. Digital distributed ledger that store the each and particular all informations of the data in that what transactions happen and what is done in within that network and that nodes. Second, cryptographically, they are those information and transaction as cryptographically hashed. And last, we have the smart contract that is make that contract or rules and regulations according to their particular applications, what type of applications we are using. So that is the basic 4 pillars of blockchain technology. So blockchain is a type of digital distributors, that type digital distributors ledger designed to record digital interactions, and consensus is replicated, shared, and synchronize the digital data geographically spread and across multiple sites. So what's the relation between this blockchain and control-free vehicles? As we know, like nowadays we are Tesla, Google, Waymo, so many vehicles are they are working on this self-driving advanced artificial intelligence and developing self-driving cars and self-autonomous car without human interfering things. So we try to use that situations if when vehicles are they can talk, vehicle can talk to each other, to other vehicles with the human, with the mobile phone, anything. So we have that much, so much issues, security issues, data verification issues, and trustable issues. So those issues we can use for the blockchain technology. So why blockchain and autonomous vehicle is required? As a safety culture and security culture point of view, we require the safety and security combined. The blockchain will provide us combined features, safety and security perspectives. How we can go for that, but just take a overview about the advanced vehicles, what is going on. So as we in starting, they have no automations vehicle driver. They are described society of automotive engineers. They describe the levels are of the advancement of the vehicles. So level 0, there is no automations. Level 1, there is some driver assistant things. The level 2, they are making the more partial automations. Level 3, conditional automations. Nowadays we are somewhere in the belonging level 3 and level 4, like high automations, and level 3 that conditional automations things. So still we are not comes like freely for the highly automations thing. Still it is from the between 2 to 4. somewheres. So when is a come to full automations, talking about the full automation, that means it's the control human control free. So human just give the instructions and vehicle can be take him, drive him, park him, and park vehicles itself. So the vehicle will take a whole decisions. There is comes from the human control free automated driving system environments. So, but that has some issues. Currently, as I mentioned, like everyone is talking about to developing that human control free or intelligent vehicles or self-driving cars, but most of people are they not concentrating about their minor or big issues of the safety and security issues. So what that has happened, like traditional security protection have some issues like centralized architecture, heavy on the resources, unable to protect data. That is the mobile, because that vehicle is moving one place to another places. During that time is how can we handle those large amount of data, and unable to handle the large amount of data at the same time. No access to vehicle history. Something is happened and some information vehicles are communicating to one vehicle to another vehicle in the like intelligent transportation system ITS. So they have no proof that these vehicles are what information is communicating in there, and there is a no distributed network also. So these all problems can be solved with the help of this blockchain technology. How can we blockchain will provide this decentralized architecture. It is the low on the resources, able to protect data, that is mobile and able to handle large amount of data at the same times in the real-time manner, and access the vehicle history and distributed network. So relevant blockchain characteristic for the autonomous vehicle or human control free vehicles, we have that like consensus, as we I already mentioned that this is the 4 basic pillars of the blockchain technology. Consensus, that is provide the all parties agree to network, verified the transactions. So they is provide that trustability, liability and authentication, authorization of the vehicles. And second, we have to distributed ledger. They provide the append only stream of record shared across the business network. Business network means that all vehicular network there is a running things. So they will provide the availability, retainability and traceability of the information or of the node that is in here, that is the vehicle in this manner. Third one, we have the cryptography. It must cryptography must ensure secure, authenticate and verifiable the transactions, what transaction is going on within the network. So it will give us to confidentiality, data encryptions, integrity, no modification things. And last, we have the smart contract, that is the terms embedded in the transaction database executed with the transactions. So that is the trust, the negotiation process and the final contract and trust ability to non-repetition. So for this smart contract, we can make it the like different applications. For example, we have the some emergencies vehicles like ambulance and some police traffic and those things, controlling things. And otherwise, like normal people, we are driving the vehicles on the road, that ITS systems, and another something like we using the logistic things. So we can divide and we can define our blockchain smart contract to different applications based, and we can make the rules according to our applications. So this is the overview of the blockchain communication environment. That is the talking about the vehicle to vehicle communication, can be talk each others and they can share all information in the vehicular cloud that is connected with the blockchain server. And this another vehicle to infrastructure communication, the vehicle has the issue, can be talk also with the help of infrastructures and stored things on the cloud with the blockchain cloud. Second, we have to push the blockchain solutions. Utilizing the same basic road highway infrastructures, we can increase the number of passengers, increase the amount of goods, increase the average of speed, and we can decrease the congestion, decrease the accident and crashes, and decrease the carbon footprints too. Because without using, we don't go to on the driving things. So we have all information stored in the blockchain server, that when we are moving and when we are driving things. So there's all can be make the some benefit solutions to blockchain technology for self-driving car. So here's a complete overview. That is the blockchain, how to communicate with the help of blockchain server in the vehicle. So senders, that is the vehicle, is blockchain enabled autonomous vehicle. That is the block informations and is using the crypto hashing, transmission distributed and validated. And that is the data centers. So there is a connectivity of the vehicles to that nodes, or store the all information of those vehicles, and then receivers, they will receive the information in particular vehicles, and they will verified and trusted that okay, what information I'm receiving, that is the true and that is the not modified. So vehicular cloud is the hybrid technology that uses the vehicle resources such as computing, data storage, internet decision making. And we are using here, that is a miner. Miners, they get the reward. The miner is the blockchain enabled vehicle that can validate the data transmission in the network things. Second, we have to like how to miner we get it those things. So like intelligent vehicle, we are introducing one. We had introduced that one IVTP, that is intelligent vehicle trust point. So as a way like currently we are using the Bitcoin and that cryptocurrencies. We are not talking about the cryptocurrencies, but we are talking about the crypto IDs and crypto trust point. As much as any vehicle has that much trust point, the vehicle is a more reliable about to in security and safety manner things. So we into that IVTP. So that is the current scenario of traffic, how it's work. Okay. And this is the another scenario. Those videos are not working. So yes. Yeah, so this we have the video, so that video is not playing now. So later on, if we have a time, then I will show those videos. So that is just animated that how can blockchain in the dotted one, we can see in that figure that dotted one is sharing the informations of the vehicles, what vehicle is coming, and these are the key ID of the trusted point. They are putting on that informations to the server, that blockchain enabled server. So they store the all information is what vehicle, which vehicle is coming on the what time and what information they are communicating within the network. So that type of our blockchain scenario is issue. We use it in here. So in the graphic scenario, we have to use the ledger, that is the store the information, that blockchain generations that will be used for the cryptography, that we can make that blocks with the help of that Merkle tree, and then is Merkle tree to go to the connect with the roots, and root will be make it the previous hash and nonce with the combining those informations and make that whole block. And next we have the consensus. In consensus, we introduce the proof of driving consensus, new consensus algorithm that will provide us to low time for the calculating for the miners purpose, because in the vehicles we don't have that much power. Can we take it the long time and they can calculate the solve the long mathematical problems as miners doing. So in here we are proposing for the new proof of driving. That's proof of driving algorithms they will use only for the few of nonce, and plus there is some unique ID. We combine those things and we make the generate that the information the vehicle is on the road and they are driving on the current time or not. And then we create some smart contract they can use for the vehicles going to agree on those smart contract, and then if they are agree, then they're gonna be involved in our network. So that is the whole our blockchain, our block created structure of the block. So in here we can see that is the current block N. They are providing the previous block hashes, and the previous block hashes can more than one if the blockchain is branched, all them are appended. So next we have to timestamp the time when the state was generated. And we have to messages information that vehicles wants to transmit to another vehicles, and the various of the versions of the block, that is whether a block was attempted to more than one time or not. These things improve, and message is the what type of whole message is hashing what type of message information that vehicles wants to transmit to another vehicles, and this whole structure of the one block, this complete is talking about the hashing is the transforming of string of the characters into the fixed length value of key or represent the original strings. So that is the overall of the blockchain. When we started, that time is no one is implementing this blockchain in the self-driving car and this type of manner. But after some time, we started in the like 2017 or 18, we implemented this one. But after that, we feel it like blockchain server, there is a lot of vehicles going, and those are some challenges after implementing of this blockchain. So those challenges are like consumption of significant amount of power is required. So requires large size of data server for the we storing the whole information for the somewhere is a very huge traffic, and those time of too much traffic and there too much information is generating and data is generating. So then how can we control those things? Second, we have to storage of data needs to store of a long period of time. How long we going to store those informations? And more than 2 years and more than 3 years, whatever those things. And that is our proposed one we have using for the more than 2 years. That time when just introduced to blockchain for the self vehicular communications things. And last, we have to management of data exchange in the mobile and dynamic environment is a difficult to manage. So consider about these things, we have a propose another our idea that is for the local dynamic blockchain and main blockchain. We divided the blockchain in a permission and permissionless blockchain things, but is in here that is not about the exact similar as the permissionless. We are talking about the local dynamic environment, dynamic blockchain and main blockchain. So main blockchain is stored as a summary of those informations or that happen in the whole day or whole week, 1 week data. And local dynamic blockchain is just storing about the some particular application in the continuous is going to overriding two informations. So those two we have divided in the our blockchains, and we are also making like during the congestion, like when vehicle has a too much in the traffic has a too much congestion and too much data is generating during that time, how can we manage those data? So for that we have divided as a making the branch and unbranched algorithms. So branch algorithms that in the local dynamic we implement that in local dynamic branch. So when there is a huge of traffic information is coming and data is transmission is happening, so those blockchain server is automatically and dynamically they can divide in this part wise and make that branch. So in those branch, and when traffic is the low, so branch is come to merge again. So that is to our branching algorithms things from here. So understanding the branching process. So branching is performed by the local dynamic blockchain when the amount of traffic can be handled in real time things. So branching process is governed by these equations where delta T in here, where delta T average is the time which equals to the summation of difference between that mining time and message of the broadcasting time. So over the total number of vehicles. So that is, and we have to multi-branch LDB. So if LDB has the branches, a block has the possibilities to be added in the blockchain, hence making the process is the run more faster compared to like as going on. And second, we have to, when LDB, that is local dynamic blockchain, recognize that the traffic has decreased and can be handled by the lesser number of branches, it can be merged 2 branches into the single branch things. So a branch in the LDB can only be divided into 2 child branches or not more than 2. So this blockchain is used to keep track the intelligent vehicle trust point transaction between 2 vehicles. And this is operate in the way similar to the Bitcoin mechanism, both in the Bitcoin inverse and vehicular blockchain environment. So we utilize for the Merkle tree. So this is all our basic ideas, and we try to understand this idea gonna be happen or not. We did some simulation work for this idea. So for this we had using for the in some use case like intersection, that is a 4 autonomous vehicle is coming on that one particular intersections, then how they are start the communicating and how can we manage those data. We going to in our in the simulation results. So the state of change for vehicle contain information about the updates in vehicles, position, velocity, acceleration, and these are the state change, the contents of the four fields. So here there is a 4 vehicles. They have like IV1, IV2, IV3. This is a unique ID which is randomly generated in the order to avoid the mining of similar block. Second, we have to the timestamp, that is donate time when the state was generated, that informations are coming on that intersection. Third, we have to message broadcast that position contains the location of the vehicle, including the direction in which the vehicle is moving and which way that vehicle is going to go. And third, last one, we have to state change type records various items, including the information on start, acceleration, braking, turning, halting, and reaching at a point, and magnitude of that actions. So these are our use case that we consider. So these 4 values are included within the hash block, which must start with the specified nonce. So that is the constructions of branching process. There is the main branch that is implemented using the Merkle tree. Various branching factor is great. If various branching factor is greater than current branching factor, then it will be used for the branching process. Previous branching factor less than current branching factor, and branching factor of parents. Current branching factor is trivial cases. One parent has a 1 node. So Merkle tree only contains the hash. It does not contain the transaction data itself. So that is our use case. We have talking about things. So in here, so that is the time. In our use case, we are using to the time stamp based what time they are moving. So in this table, we had shown that use case scenario, what is the arrival time and what is the processing time, and how much IVTP of the vehicles they have already. And if they don't have, they will get it the 1 IVTP if they are if they are doing some mining process. So that is the remarks and our use case scenario. So that is the processing time, and this is the whole values of our things. So why are this reward is important? So we can say that vehicle 1, 2, and these are the sequence of the vehicle are reaching on that intersection, and they will get it the rewards is increasing. Once they are arrived there, they have the only 10, but when they are moving from that locations, particular intersection, they're leaving, so they get it. If they are doing the mining and they are agreeing of those information, what information is happening in what is verified by those vehicles, they will get it the IBTP. So that is the benchmarking for mining analysis. We did that difficulties of proof, how much nonce we required. So is a level 1 we 0 and 0, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 nonce. So as we can see, if we are using the 5 nonce, so there have a lot of time consumption. So in our proposal, we have using to level 3. There is only 3 nonce that using for the 1 milliseconds. So 1 seconds for the 1.03 seconds for giving the whole mining process. So we did this our simulation structure. We using 5 machines, and we calculating those things average time taken by mining analysis in second and number of nonce, and we use the level of conjunctions, we define things. And so as I mentioned, like level 3, we are using this simulation for our simulation. We are consider about this nonce, level 3 nonce, and that we get it our result like this. So if simulation analysis, we had find that is the branch 1 and branch 2, and there is a more branches happening. So data is going to be increased, time going to be increased. So average time of state change validation with the load of 2400 state change, that is per minute if we are using things. So 14 of unbranched local dynamic and 6.5 for the local dynamic branches with the 1 branch when we using, and 5.5 second is required for the local dynamic branches with the 4 branches. So these are our calculations. So That is another one by the state change. We are talking about the state change in here. So average time for a state change validation with the load of 3200 state change. So it will take the 16 second for the local dynamic with the one branch and 14 second for local dynamic for the 4 branches. So that's all our results. And here we have, I'm going to summarize my talk. So as we discuss about the human control free vehicles, that is a self-driving car, autonomous car, and we introduced to how can we use the blockchain in the 2 point of view. One, just we used managing the data things, and one, if we are implementing fully, that is how can we reduce the congestion and how can we make that more effective way of those blockchain technology in autonomous vehicle. And in the applied scenario, we can find out the blockchain technology scenario solution and how it works. So blockchain based intelligent vehicles intersection, we use the scenario for our explanation and simulation analysis. We had find that how it's work for the how much is effective if we are making the branching of our blockchain technologies things. Thank you very much. Please, if you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, any questions? Okay, I have one short questions. Yeah. Okay, you just mentioned the computing power in vehicles and at the autonomous car. Yeah. But what I'm wondering is maybe communication medium, right? In wireless communication is very important things. Yes. Maybe they need very wide communication band, right? For the blockchain communication. So what kind of a communication and with the wide bandwidth we need for the blockchain vehicle to vehicle communication? So
vehicle to vehicle communication, as we know about nowadays, is like the 5G automotive 5G. Yeah. So current time is the highest one, that is a 5G. They are also trying to implement that 5G technology in automotive things. So for the communication process, they are increasing for the 5G, and another 6G is coming on that thing. So I'm not talking about going for the wireless LAN and those things, but yeah, 5G and wireless network, wireless communication like satellite one, how vehicle is communicating, we can use same protocols for communication protocols things.
Okay, you mean 5G or other wireless communication, right? Yeah. So then Wi-Fi also later. Wi-Fi
we can go for that, but Wi-Fi is not in everywhere, right? Yeah. So Wi-Fi has some not that is continuous network. Okay. So they have some issues from the connection losses that can be possible. So Wi-Fi is also possible, but current time is we are talking about the strong communication strong communication network. So for that one, cellular network is the most strongest one for this reason.
Let me give you the right answer. Yeah. In the vehicular communication, what they do that they are using two computing power. One is the inside the vehicle they compute, and one is the cloud vehicle communication. Yeah. To avoid the real-time communication, because vehicles speed is very high. So at that time they try to avoid the communication and data delay. So they record all information and they use one GPU processor inside the vehicle for the vehicle related information. They compute inside the vehicle using your smartphone, because what the process Internet of Vehicles they are doing, they are using just Bluetooth communication, because smartphone has already computing power in near area, and they can give the instruction real like the over speeding, lane change, this kind of all sensors information which is already installed in the vehicle. They give the using your mobile apps and algorithm, they use process over the smartphone, and then later on they transfer to the cloud server, and then they give the certificate of the how you drive in this kind of information. So they use two types of computing power current scenario autonomous vehicle.
Okay, we can discuss continue. Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Singh. So you have made some announcement for the next session.
Yes. We're going to share link. I'm just going to create the link.
Yeah, so we are going to share the link here in the text as well. And so you can go with these parallel sessions. You can use the link from here. And now we are going to have lunch. So after 1:30 p.m. we are going to return back again. The one session going to be parallel in same link, Zoom link. Another room session, like I can say, I think 7-8 session going to be another room. So that links we are going to paste here in the text box of the Zoom text. So we are going to share with you all in after returning back our lunch. So I think 1:30 we are going to share again. So who has paper in this session? I think which session it is? I think 7-8, right? No, 7-8 session going to be second room. So they can join in that one.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I have a questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I read articles in the IEEE magazine. So
yes.
there's a trend for converting the vehicle into a smart vehicles by installing a lot of different sensors. But one of the problem is the maintenance fees for the sensor is very expensive. So for example, changing a broken sensors inside the intelligent or smart vehicles will cost maybe $1,000 or $2,000 of the US dollar. So I wonder that implementing like blockchain communications or IoT to establish the 5G connectivity amongst the vehicles and also the as a smart intelligence transportation system, will this cost, you need a lot of the investments or the high maintenance fee or high cost to implementing this?
Yes, so you want to know that actually let me tell you what the blockchain technology they have discussed here, because they have tested in real time in the Yonsei University. So they use two types of computing power. What I just explained, that internal vehicles they use for the internal computing power, and then data transfer to the cloud server. They just using their cellular networks communication for test bed for blockchain algorithm. And there are as you know that the vehicular technology and vehicular cloud server already in the market. That is the different time zone they are collecting. So once you go for the wireless communication for vehicular communication technology and vehicular cloud server, so they are using different pattern like that. So this one is the for of the Internet of Vehicle to test bed for the algorithm for the blockchain technology. Just what he just presented and tested here.
Yeah. So sorry about that. So my question is that, like, how much of the investment do you expected, or how much of the cost for you to implement the whole architectures?
You mean during the security purpose?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so then maybe he will send you by email, right? You are talking about Brian, right? So maybe you can contact with the Madhu and he will detail you about
the
performance sure. And other kind of things.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, we are already late. So our it's 12:45, and then we have to start next session 1:30. So we have to finish our lunch as soon as possible. Then we are coming back in 1:30 again. All right. So let's meet again after, I think, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Hello.
I just copy. IHCI20. We are pasting next session 7 and 8 link, Zoom link on right now. So please take it from.
Professor Madhusudan.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, this is Dr. Nagamani. Sir, our session is given 3:30 p.m. onwards. It means that 11 o'clock is the Indian timing.
Sorry?
So
Your session be?
Our session is in 306B room number.
Yeah, 306B. We are going to paste that your link in here. Your session is 8, right? 8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
it's
going to...
given here 3:30 p.m.
Yes, I'm going to paste that your session link in here.
Because authors is asking what is the exact time kind of thing. Because many of the people got confused.
Exact time is at 3:30 p.m.
And yeah, what, means sir, in sir, Indian context it is 11 o'clock.
Korean time, according to.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Indian time it is 11 o'clock, I think.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you can text it from copy. So Professor Mani, we are texting here for your session link right now.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you,
just,
Professor.
Yes,
I
just
say 20K.
Refresh. You guys can go. I don't have coupon. Let's go. I will wait. Now,
no, it's not coming.
No, it's
It's 20K, 2020.
both. So you guys, now we have pasted here, so you can go with the session 7, which one? 7 and 8. 7 and 8. So Professor Mani, you can use this link, okay, for your session.
Thank you, Professor Dhananjay.
And
5 and 6 will be going the same.
And 5 and 6 session going to be same link in this keynote session, okay? So you can see the brochures on the paper schedule, and then you can join which session you would like to join.
ఇదే పంపించాను మీకు మెయిల్ వచ్చింది చూడండి. డైరెక్ట్ ఏదో ఒకటి చెప్పండి తొందరగా. చార్ట్ ఏం లేదండి, అది యాక్చువల్గా ఏంటంటే ఆటోమేటెడ్ సిస్టమ్ అని చెప్పాడు కదా తను. ఇంకొకటి తను ఫుల్లీ మెకానికల్ సిస్టమ్ అంటున్నాడు. ఫుల్లీ మెకానికల్ సిస్టమ్ అనకూడదు దీనిలో. మెకానికల్, సెమీ ఆటోమేటెడ్, ఆటోమేటెడ్ సిస్టమ్ అంటే సరిపోతుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఏంటంటే చెప్పేటప్పుడు హలో
Speech from language.
된 것 같은데. 여기
됐어요?
연결됐거든요.
네.
근데 지금 왜 화면이 안 나오지?
화면이 왜 안 나오지? 이게? 이상하네. 리코더가 떴네. 리코더.
Okay, this is it. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to make sure this link is okay for session 5, correct? Thank you. Hello, Professor Singh.
Yeah. Hello, Dhananjay. So we are at the right place?
Yes, Professor, we will start from same here and just in 5 minutes, because just we are coming back from lunch. So just give us 5 more minutes.
No problem.
Yes.
Thank you. So good morning and good afternoon to everybody. We will start. I am US Tiwari. We will start after 5 minutes. Please wait for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I think we are, yes, we are going to start session here. I think session 5, we are going to start in the same place. And sections, just a second. Yes, yes. All right. Okay. Yes. So session 5 and 6 going to be same Zoom link, and session 7 and 8 will be another room. Okay. So who has paper in this session 7 and 8, he can join another Zoom link, which we have already shared here in the text, as well as we have already shared with the, I think, our social networking site as well, where group of most of the authors are connected there. Some of them I think didn't join, so that's the reason. Like Telegram link, we are updating all links continuously. So in the Telegram, there are about 50, 70 authors already joined there. So it's easy to get link and they can chat directly over the Telegram. And for sessions 5 and 6, we are going to continue here. So I think in the session 5, the first paper is going to be 155, right? So I think Professor Tiwari, you can introduce to the title and the author, so that's much better.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dhananjay. This session has 8 papers. I hope all of them are present, although I am not seeing the names, but anyway, they will be joining as and when needed. So we will start with the first paper. This is Assistive Augmented Reality Operations and Navigation System for NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit, XEMU. And I think the presentation will be done by Irwin Steve Cardenas. Am I right?
Yep.
So please, the time limits are given, and there are 8 papers in 2 hours. So therefore, you have to obey that time limits. Please be within that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari, and thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for the opportunity to present at this conference. I think I'm going to go ahead and share my video, and I'll be here because I have demos. I'll go ahead and do that. Please let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's perfect, fine. You can start now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irwin Steve Cardenas. Hello, everyone. My name is Irwin Steve Cardenas, and I'm a PhD student at the Advanced Robotics Research Lab at Kent State University, located in Kent, Ohio, USA. And today, I will give an overview of our paper titled AREN, Assistive Augmented Reality Operations and Navigation System for NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit.
Sorry, is the volume okay for you guys? Is the volume okay for you guys?
I mean, it is good for me, but I don't know on the there in
yes,
Korea.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank
There's
you.
no problem. You can continue.
This paper was authored by the team members of the ATR Labs NASA Suits Challenge team, which placed among the top 10 teams in this year's NASA Suits Challenge. This is an overview of what we'll be covering today in this presentation. There is a lot to cover, but feel free to reach out with questions or comments. Artemis is NASA.
Okay, let me just go ahead and I'll present and I'll just put the video in. Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Irwin Steve Cardenas. I'm a PhD student at the Advanced Robotics Research Lab at Kent State University, located in Kent, Ohio, USA. And today I'm just going to give a quick overview of paper titled AREN, Assisted Augmented Reality Operations Navigation System for NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit. This paper was authored by some of the key members of ATR Labs NASA Suits Challenge team, which placed as one of the top 10 teams across the US for the NASA Suits Challenge 2020. So this is a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. The paper itself contains a lot of work from different fields, and I'm just going to cover a bit of the high level stuff, but I'm all open to answer some questions and discuss further this during the Q&A session. So Artemis is NASA's new lunar exploration program, which includes sending the first woman and the next man to the moon. So through the Artemis program, NASA will use new technologies to study the moon in new and better ways, and also to prepare human missions to Mars. So first we're going to go to the moon, and then we plan to go to Mars, and we have to kind of develop all these new technologies overall. So this encompasses the development of launch vehicles, spacecraft, moon landers, and the development of more sophisticated spacesuits. In particular, suits that allow astronauts to perform exploratory missions, meaning that they could go and do longer moonwalks for longer periods of time. And so these suits and the technologies that are integrated into the suit are what we call Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Units, or XEMU for short. So to this end, the NASA Suits Challenge was started, and NASA Suits stands for Spacesuit User Interface Technologies for Students. And it's an ongoing yearly challenge where students propose and develop a set of augmented reality interfaces. And amongst all the proposed submissions, only the top 10 teams from across the country in the US are selected to visit and demonstrate at the Johnson Space Center. So the interfaces themselves have to consider a set of tasks and interactions enabled by the augmented reality interfaces. And some of these tasks include scientific data collection, where, for example, the astronauts will go out in the moon and collect rock samples and analyze them, or fixing a rover, and overall being able to interact with the suit's vitals. So, for example, checking for oxygen, battery level. And so the interfaces that we have to develop have to consider all these interactions and also the constraints of being in the moon and performing exploratory missions. So the question is really overall, how will we use and leverage augmented reality when performing exploratory missions? So our research and implementation really encompasses different fields, human-computer interaction being one part of it, and also exploring the concept of data-driven reactive interfaces. So what we mean by that is that we leverage and analyze data going through in and out of the system to kind of make the interfaces react. So kind of expand out and leverage environmental information to, for example, dim the interfaces or change the colors. But we also applied our research on human-robot interaction as we explored how do we use augmented reality to control robots. So in the case of moon or Mars exploration, NASA is looking into being able to control rovers remotely, but also the use of smart tools. So for example, robots that kind of follow the astronaut across, carrying tools and such things. So then the question we looked into was, how can we communicate with these robots and make the interaction legible? But in particular, our research lab. Sorry, can someone mute the user? I can just continue. So, in particular, the research at our lab relates to telepresence robotics, which is an area of developing humanoid telepresence robots and immersive control technologies. So we used a device called the telesuit to not only just allow the astronaut or the user to control the interfaces, but to also measure how these interactions play along when the astronaut or user is controlling the augmented reality interfaces. So our approach focuses and considers 4 different key things. And the first one is really collaborative activity. And so what we mean by that is we want to enable better collaboration. You're the moderator.
Please mute yourself. I think Vivek has added, and you mute yourself, please. Mr. Vivek Srivastava. Please mute yourself.
I think you could also right-click him and mute him, just in case. Maybe he hasn't noticed. If you're the moderator. Okay. Either way, so the first key consideration is really collaborative activity. So meaning, how can we improve the collaboration between robots and humans and robots using augmented reality, but also improving the collaboration between all parties that are involved in an exploration mission. And the second consideration is really for legibility on the system state. When you look at how astronauts perform extravehicular activities, a lot of times they carry things like even having paper notes on their gloves to understand what's happening behind the scenes and remembering things. And the other part was really, again, leveraging data to kind of make these interfaces reactive. And I'll discuss more on what that means. And the last key consideration is really on applying psychophysical experiments to evaluate both visual, auditory, and haptic feedback that is placed around on the augmented reality interface. So to this end, we leveraged some of our technologies, immersive telepresence, and also kind of focused our entire augmented reality system on being voice-driven. And in particular, we leverage a lot of open source technology. So for example, we use Tacotron models to kind of personalize the voice of the agent, as well as kind of stay away from the cloud services to kind of make sure that our system could be implemented perhaps, when astronauts go in the moon and so on. So again, the four key factors, it was really on considering suit vitals. So how would the astronauts be able to kind of quickly and immersively identify some of the vitals, being able to focus on science sampling, so enhancing the astronaut's ability to take environmental samples, rover repair, and also considering things like environmental light variance. So this is really briefly is what is called the concept of operations, or CONOPS for short. And CONOPS is a document describing the characteristics of a proposed system from a viewpoint of the individual who is in the system. And defining a CONOPS in a diagram is really like a core part of presenting a research and development proposal for NASA. So it's one of the key things that they look into. And so here we just kind of display on how it's data driven and how the voice agent can actually interact bidirectionally. So meaning that the astronaut speaks with the agent and the agent speaks back with the astronaut to kind of understand the context of the system. So here's some high fidelity designs, and then I'll talk more with implementation. In particular, we looked into being able to provide feedback when the astronauts are communicating between each other and when the agent itself is communicating back with the astronauts. So on the upper left side is what we call the quick looks view, where it shows the temperature and level and PSI level of the suit itself. But it's also able to provide feedback in terms of how long a mission is taking place or how long a task has taken place. And on the far right, it's just a high fidelity view of how we do target tracking for different objects within the scene itself, and also how to display different tasks that the astronaut has to follow. So whenever an astronaut has to perform a repair, either for a rover or perform some kind of task, they need to follow a set of steps. So being able to kind of provide them the ability to have these lists of tasks and being able to expand them or dock them in three-dimensional view is actually something that will simplify their task overall. The other thing that we focus is really developing some tools, visualization tools that allow the astronaut to further understand the state of the mission. So on the bottom left is one of the tools that we implemented as a high fidelity design. But for example, being able to observe an anomaly on their spacesuit related to perhaps the fan speed. That's one key thing that could happen in the battery life, and how it has changed is one key thing. So we really not only just wanted to say we show the data, but can we visualize the data in three-dimensional space? And at the bottom left is another sample of our design, which kind of shows the ability of the astronaut to kind of create a quick look and an expanded view of different tools that are available. So a navigational tool, a visualization tool, and even communication panels that are within different stakeholders. And on the far right is kind of like our color palette that we use. So we wanted to consider both colors that would allow for visibility during high light variance and low density light overall, because essentially that's bound to happen when astronauts are in the moon. So the other thing that really stood apart our proposal and our research when we presented this to NASA was the application of psychophysical experiment. So we didn't just care about saying or implementing augmented reality interfaces, but we wanted to see how often, for example, an astronaut spent moving his hand around to select an icon, or how often the astronaut spent kind of exploring different panels and views. And so this is one of the experiments, one of the tests that we perform. And for this, we used our telepresence suits, which I'll discuss. And this telepresence suits also allows us to collect body temperature and also galvanic skin response. So for example, when there's higher stress level, there's a lot of sweat, and this can be detected to understand that maybe the user of the interface is going to high levels of stress, or even just becoming increasingly aroused. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just run through this, and maybe I'll show the video demo. Again, on the far top, this is the actual implementations that we did. Some of the implementations on the top right is just a quick looks view. On next to it, we show the ability of the actual augmented interfaces to kind of show different kinds of alerts and signals and be able to expand and contract. On the bottom, we have a way to visualize voice interaction. So our synthetic agent can communicate back. And so we want to know when the agent is speaking and when it's not. And then we see a visualization tool and one of the vision recognition screenshots at the lower left, and at the lower right is just sort of what our interfaces for controlling the robot look like. This is the second version of our immersive telepresence suit. We developed this suit to kind of be more adapted to grasp motion and gestures when the operator is controlling the interface itself. It collects biometric data, and then this biometric data is fed into our system itself to kind of analyze different movements and motions and detect anomalies itself in the operation. Just this is some basic telemetry data. And so to test our interfaces being reactive, NASA provided us with a demo server that essentially emulates data being produced during an exploration out in the moon. And this is just some anomalies that we detected when we analyzing the data itself. And I'm just going to go ahead and briefly switch back.
Quick demos of the interaction with robot, the reality interface. Communicate with robot.
No problem.
So that's communicating with the interface directly. And so they were using a waypoint tool to identify locations in three-dimensional space that the robot must follow overall. And you can notice how we use auditory cues to let the user know how far away these 3D waypoints are actually being placed.
Ask robot to navigate.
No problem.
So behind the scenes, the robot is actually doing a conversion of the augmented reality space workspace and its own workspace to kind of try to probabilistically match where the waypoints have gone. So there's just kind of showing the state of navigation and providing some feedback to the user of the goal tolerance and the status of the robot. And I'll briefly speak, I think.
PPT में करो.
So here's another view of how we detect anomalies.
There is a connectivity issue.
Behind the scenes, the telemetry server just triggers this anomaly. And because the anomalies are low risk, it's just able to quickly fashion it out.
You can also visualize
Take a look at this chart.
So this is one of the visualization tools that we implemented, again, to kind of visualize here tachometry data or fan speed overall. And of course, if there's an anomaly that happens, the actual agent takes over the system and kind of alerts to expand either the view of the data itself or to kind of provide assistive feedback in terms of how to solve the problem that has just arisen. So notice how the data completely drops down. I'll talk about this a bit more. So, and the agent just kind of alerted us that something happened.
Hardware itself.
Okay, so one more slide. A lot of the constraints really from developing these kind of interfaces are to the hardware itself. We use a Magic Leap, which has a constrained field of view itself. So everything that we develop has to be when they're specific constraint of 40, 30, 50 degrees respectively. And the other things that we have to consider is a clipping plane of where to show the actual augmented interfaces. But one of the other things that actually constrain us of testing and fully developing our interfaces reactively was the server itself that NASA provided us. So on that video, when you see the visualization and the data dropping, that's what the server itself considers an anomaly. But this is not likely to be an anomaly when you're performing a space exploration. It's too constrained and the data is not realistic on its own. So further work is needed on that and from them. So in conclusion, overall, the system. Sorry, let me see it. Sorry. So in conclusion, ARIN is a reactive data-driven augmented reality interface with an underlying infrastructure that affords collaborative activity. So our whole work is really to enable collaboration between the robots and between human agents. And this work was presented at the 2020 NASA Suits Challenge by the ATR Lab, which was one of the top selected teams across the US to visit the Johnson Space Center. Overall, there's still a lot of ongoing work required to fully develop reactive interfaces and to truly bridge our work on immersive telepresence robotics and the work being done to develop smarter and more sophisticated exploration mobility units. A lot of the feedback that we got from the users and from NASA was actually quite positive in terms of the application of that telepresence suit to perform cyber-physical activities, and we will continue to our work on the 2020-21 challenge. So that was a quick overview, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and I'm open to answering any questions you may have.
Over to Dhananjay there, please moderate the floor.
Yes, I think, do you have any question? Audience has any question regarding this? Professor Nagamani, do you have any question?
So I have one question, if no one else has. That is, first of all, are you given some simulator from the NASA or something like to start with? And then, on the day-to-day level, how do you test your suit and other developments?
Yeah, so one of the things like the bare most they gave us is really a telemetry server. So this telemetry server sort of produced simulated data that might take place in an exploration unit. And so as I kind of mentioned, this data is not realistic. The variance itself is not realistic. If you go back, if you notice the video, the visualization, how it just completely drops, that's a telemetry server saying this is an anomaly. But in reality, anomalies are not just drastic changes in data itself, right? They might be longitudinal or might contain some other spatiotemporal information. So that's one of the considerations that we would like to see NASA improve upon, so we can further test our reactive interfaces and how our agent might communicate with the user. The other thing, to answer your second question, we tested, so our test cases, our test scenarios was really to understand, for example, the affordance of the user controlling the interface. If you search NASA 2022 challenge, a lot of the interfaces, for example, they require the user to always be moving their hands around, clicking around. And, for us, it's quite okay. But if you imagine wearing, like a 20-pound suit, do you really want to be moving your hands around to touch the space? And the reality is that it's not. And that was one of the comments by the astronauts. But also, the other thing besides motion is to understand when do we feel constrained? When do we get cognitive overload from these augmented reality interfaces? And so that's where our telesuit kind of comes into place, where it monitors galvanic skin response, heart information, and a few other things besides motion to kind of understand what the user is feeling when they're interacting with the interfaces themselves. But one thing that we need to do further, and that's my consideration, is that I think we need to increase the age group of users that are testing into this interfaces, because currently our astronauts are actually getting younger, and also we have astronauts that are actually a bit older. And so we also want to test some of these different users perhaps will use augmented reality in space.
I have one query that, like if you want to simulate, the air traffic or something like, so there is a huge simulator itself, which is like, airplane simulator or helicopter simulator as a whole software. Similarly, are there any such kind of simulators available? And if it is available for general purpose use, I mean, can I access that?
Actually, that's actually one of the questions that we were asking NASA, and they're still trying to work on that because they themselves don't know what the environments are like. One quick thing, for example, to note and why they want to use augmented reality and such is because when astronauts, they step out of the spacecraft to do extravehicular activities and fix the space shuttles, these have been rehearsed tremendously in the ground. Like they go through the rehearsals, they know step by step what's going to happen. But when you're in the moon or Mars, you don't know what's going to happen. Is there's going to be a space gust coming through and cutting your communication? So there's so many questions they have yet to answer. And, the first step for them is really getting to the moon, kind of understanding it, and then learning as they go and be able to leverage, some of these technologies before they get there.
One last question, I think. I'm sorry to ask you a lot of questions.
No, I appreciate your questions.
Last question is that when you talk about cognitive load, you just said that only we measure this GSR, but that GSR is not a very good quantity things to know that. What other inputs you are taking? I mean, for taking the cognitive load, and because the sweating etc. is a very very common thing, but that happens in very emergency cases. In normal cases, what do you do? I mean, what are the other components you take into consideration?
Yeah, currently the three components are really motion, so gestures and so on, heart rate, and GSR. So we have definitely a work to go to kind of expand this. One of the things was at the beginning, NASA thought that we wanted to kind of say, we're going to integrate this suit into the spacesuit. But the reality is that we want to leverage this on the ground to understand how the astronauts are going to move around. And so we definitely have a bit of more work to go. Actually, in our future work, we're considering EKG to kind of understand what parts are moving around. But again, this is fairly new technology, and it's not, there's a lot of noise behind the scenes. But if you have definitely any feedback on how we can measure these things, I'd love to hear and communicate with you and perhaps collaborate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let us give a big hand to him for such a nice presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Irwin. Actually, we know that your project got selected from NASA top ranking project. So congratulations for your team, and give my regards to Professor Kim as well. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, Dr. Tiwari. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. And next presenter from IIT Guwahati, I think Sandeep is there, right? You are online. Yes. Sandeep Pandey is there, so you are going to present your talk, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please share your PPT slide, and then Professor Tiwari give you just brief introduction about your title, and you then can. So on the screen already there, sir. You can see the text here. Okay. So your mic is off, Professor. Your Zoom mic is on. Yes, perfect.
So analysis of emotional content in Indian political speeches, and therefore it seems to be a very interesting one. And Indian political speeches are very, unique and has a lot of variety and complexity. So we'd like to hear him, and I think Sandeep Kumar Pandey is presenting it. So let us hear him. Please be within your time, 15 minutes, not more than that, please.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari. I am Sandeep Kumar Pandey, and I am present here today with my co-author Saru Goyal to present our paper, Analysis of Emotional Content in Indian Political Speeches. And I am a research scholar at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, and I am working under the supervision of Professor Hanuman Singh Shekhawat. So this is a brief outline what I'll be presenting today. So the motivation, as we all know that speech is the most natural and preferred form of communication between individuals. So it is quite natural that we would like to have a very natural and intelligible conversation with machines also, robots. But that is being restricted because the speech generated by machines, or the machines are not that much capable of understanding the paralinguistic information lying behind the speech, because speech has multitudes of information. The primary objective of speech is to convey message, but the secondary level information such as gender, emotion, speaker, and etc. are also very important. So it becomes very important for human computer interaction to effectively model this paralinguistic information and utilize them to make our communication sound more natural and smoother. Also, when it comes to public speaking, such as election speeches, and particularly in the Indian scenario, we can see that the speeches are very highly aggressive sometimes, and very emotionally enriched speeches given by politicians. So emotions automatically play a very important role here, because it has the power to influence mind. A perfectly balanced or emotion enriched speech can positively as well as negatively affect the voters mind, and thus mobilize the voters. So also since in elections in India, uh, voters like they look out after a lot of factors in a politician, such as uh, his past work, and then his credibility, and apart from that also how much good an orator he is. Because if a politician is not a good orator, then he will not be able to connect with his voters. So there these emotions play a very important role to for a politician to connect with his voters well, because if a politician know how to manipulate emotions in a specific area of voters, and change his emotions and accordingly, so that becomes very much important in this context. So that motivated us actually to look into this particular field, to see how emotions can be detected and correlated with the political scenario in India. So a bit of big background information about this work. This similar type of studies have been performed in psychology literature, and it has been shown that several emotions have different impact on the voters, such as in one of the study conducted by UMass Amherst, it was shown that the emotional state of anger elicit a strong reaction among the voters, thus mobilizing them to a great extent. In another study which was done for the 2008 US presidential elections, it was shown that the negative emotions, like we have anger and outrage, these have a far more greater impact on the voters than positive emotions like hope, enthusiasm, and happiness. So this clearly shows that yes, the studies in like psychology literature, they have clearly shown that emotion have a very strong connect with political speeches. Now the another question that we faced was like, if a politician can a politician try to manipulate emotions in his listeners? So if there are studies for that also, and they have also shown that by incorporating certain emotions in his speeches, a politician can manipulate those emotions, elicit those emotions in his listeners as well. So we saw that if sadness is incorporated, it elicits sad emotion. If a politician incorporated anger in his speech, it generated a similar response in the audience. Similarly, enthusiasm generated a similar response. But there are exceptions to it also. There was sadness was felt for angry emotion and vice versa, but it was not that much as prevalent as for the other cases. So the background information do tells us that there is a strong evidence of emotional information being used in election speeches. Now a bit technical background. Since our aim was to model emotions from political speeches, and the state of the art is deep learning, so we tried looking into the literature as what can be taken for our work. So there are several work, and the most popular one is the convolutional recurrent neural network, where CNN and LSTM is used in pair to predict emotions. Then there are several works which has eliminated the need of time scale frequency features such as spectrogram, and they have directly extracted discriminatory features from raw speech itself, such as wavenet is there, and then time delay neural network architectures are there, which have used directly the raw speech instead of some feature representations. Then recent works have suggested that attention mechanism helps in further improving speech emotion recognition by focusing on emotion salient areas. So similar work has been found in literature as well. Now for our work, the first challenge was to a data set for the same, because no such data set exists for political speeches. So it was up to us to collect such a data set. So we collected videos from YouTube, the publicly available videos from the politician speeches. Then we extracted the audio from the videos. We segmented the audio into small segments of around 5 to 8 seconds. And then we did a perceptual evaluation by 4 evaluators. And we gave the perceptual evaluators gave a category label for the emotions: angry, happy, neutral, and sad. Thus, we have 506 audio segments for the politician speech corpus. And this table summarizes this uh, uh, our data set. As can be seen, we have a happy and sad has a bit less number of utterances compared to angry and neutral, which is similar to what we found in literature, in psychology literature, that politicians they try to avoid positive emotions because negative emotions have a more impact on the voters. So this is the architecture that we are using in our CNN, in our emotion identification task. So this is the attentive CNN LSTM architecture. We are the input to our architecture is log mel spectrograms, and the convolutional neural network extracts the local features, and for a temporal modeling and extracting long-term information, we are using a bidirectional LSTM. The output of the LSTM is fed to an attention layer and further to a softmax layer to generate the class probabilities for the different emotions. So we have 4 local feature learning block, and each of the local feature learning block have the 4 layers: a CNN layer, which does the spatial 2D convolution, and then we have batch normalization. Activation layer we are using as exponential linear unit, and then we have max pooling to reduce the size of the feature maps and reduce the noise as well. So we have 4 such blocks for extracting local features from our MEL spectrograms, and then we are using a bidirectional LSTM to learn the global dependency. The output of LSTM is fed to an attention layer to extract the emotion salient, to focus on the emotion salient parts of the feature maps, and finally to a softmax layer to generate class probabilities. Now, for the pre-processing of our files, since the utterances we collected from the videos were of different duration, and the CNN requires duration, equal duration utterances, we first either zero padded or truncated our utterances to a same size, and then a frame size of 25 millisecond and the shift of 10 millisecond was used to extract the log-mel spectrograms. And we performed our training in a 5-fold cross validation so as to remove any data bias which might occur during training. And then a cross entropy loss function and Adam optimizer was used. So these were the technical details, and this is the confusion metric that we obtained using this architecture. And on our data set, we are 78.95% accuracy we are getting, and happy emotion is clearly recognized with a accuracy of 100%. And but the lowest was for sad emotions, with the maximum utterances from sad being classified uh, misclassified as neutral. That is 37% of utterances are classified as neutral. So the model needs some more utterances to learn from the sad category. So these scatter plots show the distribution. The first one shows the untrained data distribution, the scatter plot for untrained data distribution. The second one is the embeddings after the LSTM layer, and the third one is the embeddings after the attention layer. So we can clearly see from the scatter plots that the use of an attention layer after an LSTM layer is further helping in training, and thereby the clusters are more clearly separated, as well as the intra-class variance is also reduced between the classes. So the architecture is quite successful in capturing the emotions. And now this result is the main our main observation regarding the emotions on the this particular plot shows the percentage of different emotions in a politician's speech. The names of the politicians have been abbreviated for anonymity, and then we can see that most of the politicians, they try to incorporate all the emotions, and with particularly angry emotion and sad emotion, which are negative emotions, incorporated more compared to happy and happy emotion. But neutral information is always there in a speech. So neutral will always be present in a person's speech, but we can see that some politicians such as NI and AL, they have tried to balance all the four emotions in their speeches. So this particular graph shows that how the different politicians are playing around with emotions in their speeches. However, these results are from a very small data set, and so a very concrete observation is yet to be made, because we are in the process of expanding our data set. So also it has to be collected over several election durations to give a generalization of results. So these are the preliminary results of how the emotions are playing part in election speeches. So briefly, I would like to summarize my presentation that we presented an analysis of emotions in the speeches of Indian politicians. We used deep learning techniques for modeling the emotions. The performance of our model, it outperformed the perceptual evaluation performance given by the four annotators. And then we provided a metric to gauge how the emotion content is affecting the politician's speech. So there are some future works we are planning. The first future work obviously is to expand the data set. Apart from that, we would like to calculate the likelihood of success and failure of a politician in an election based on his speech. Obviously, success and failure is not only dependent on the speech of a politician, rather than many other factors such as his previous work, his background and everything, criminal history and all, especially in Indian context. But apart from that, emotions also play a good role. So we can try to correlate if there is a likelihood of success and failure based on a politician's speech. And then there is a data collector bias, which have to be removed by some statistical means, because the video and all are selected by a particular data collector, and he might have selected videos based on his perception of emotions for similar things. So that bias has to be removed to make the data more generalized. So these are the references, some of the references which have been used in the paper. So then here I conclude my presentation. So I'm like, questions are welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dhananjay, over to you for asking questions.
So audience has any question?
So if there are not, I will ask question.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the time duration in which this has been collected, the data has been collected?
The data has been collected in time duration of around 3 to 4 months, because it was done by a single person, so it took time.
Okay, so first of all, the data is very, very, I mean, less to arrive at any conclusion. But anyway, in your data, when I was seeing the clustering part,
yes,
so there are a lot of angry data. The whole green part, as you can see,
yes,
the number of angry points are quite large. Compared to that, of course, we do not expect a lot of sad things to be spoken in the political speeches,
yes.
And therefore this sad part is very less. So one of the reasons of very less accuracy can be, I suppose, is because of this this less number of data. I mean, imbalance of data, as I can call it.
Yes.
You have, for some emotion, you have very less data, and for some emotion, you have very high amount of data.
Yes.
So it gets biased towards the highest data.
Yes.
Have you done anything for this?
So we have used a weighted loss function, so which somehow take care of this data imbalance, and the accuracy we have reported is the average of the class accuracy. So 78.95%. So that also is a metric that we use if we have data imbalance in our architecture data set. So those things we have taken. Further data augmentation could have been done, but we tried to avoid it, because data augmentation for spectrograms creates a problem. So the idea is to balance the data set. As the data set, we are also currently in the process of expanding our data set. We are collecting more data. So we are trying to balance the sad as well as happy emotions for. That is the future works that we are planning.
Okay, just a second question. Yes. You know, we have used both LSTM and CNN.
Yes, sir.
Whereas in generally, if you only have to find out emotions, yes, I don't think the role of LSTM there. So did you experiment with separately and then combinedly, or you have just used this?
Sir, LSTM, because emotion information is spread across the time duration, sir. And CNNs are only capable in extracting local features because the patches, it is a local 2x2 or 3x3 patches we have in CNN. So even in speech emotion recognition literature, it has been said that temporal information plays a very important part in speech emotion because the paralinguistic part of speech is spread across the entire duration. So to the captures the temporal information, LSTM was used. Otherwise, even so if we use the CNN architecture also and not using LSTM, we get accuracy around 60 to 65%. But using LSTM has improved it to around 78%.
But the data was already pre-selected, isn't it?
So I didn't get the question.
The data was already, you know, you have selected something like 25 milliseconds of data from the whole speech. So that was already pre-selected by somebody.
No, sir. That is, we are framing because the log MEL spectrogram that is calculated using short-time Fourier transforms. So that is the frame size and frame shift. The one speech utterance of around 5 seconds is giving us one MEL spectrograms, and that one MEL spectrogram is fed as an input to a CNN. So if we have 519 utterances in our data set, we will get 519 MEL spectrograms.
I see. I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So let us give a big hand to him. Now over to Dhananjay for the next speaker, calling next.
Okay. So next session, I think is from IIT Jodhpur and IIT Delhi. So she's here. I think they are going to present online as well. I think Sipra Madan is going to present live, right?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Please share your screen and.
Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah. So this is the third paper of the session. It is on bone age assessment and especially for lower age groups. Then using triplet network in small data set cases. So Sipra Madan will be presenting this. So over to Sipra again, please obey your time limits.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Shipra Madan. I am a PhD candidate at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India. The title of the paper which I'm going to present is Bone Age Assessment for Lower Age Groups Using Triplet Network in Small Data Set of Hand X-rays. So this is the outline of my presentation, starting with motivation, related work, proposed method, dataset, results, followed by summary, and lastly, the future work and references. Bone age assessment is a routine clinical procedure carried out by endocrinologists and pediatricians to determine the skeletal maturity. And this is generally assessed by comparing the bone age with the chronological age. Bone age of a child indicates his or her level of biological and structural maturity better than the chronological age, which is calculated from date of birth. Any kind of discrepancies in the skeletal age and bone age is an indicator of abnormality. This technique finds applications in various areas where birth records are not available, people seeking refuge, criminal investigations, and accidental deaths. There are certain disorders which are characterized by abnormalities of cartilage and are called skeletal dysplasias. So these kind of dysplasias are abnormalities are typically present in childhood and emerge only at a later stage due to asymmetric short stature, for example, dwarfism and brachydactyly, to name a few. So early detection of these abnormalities is very important to establish right kind of diagnosis at a right age. The state-of-the-art methods like Gruelich-Pyle and Tanner-Whitehouse are the methods which are primarily based on visual evaluation, where the left-hand scan of the child is compared with hundreds of reference images present in the atlases. These methods are tedious, they require high radiologist experience, and are prone to inter-rater and intra-rater variability. So this kind of estimation done by the radiologist is purely subjective, and it depends on the expertise of the radiologist. Several automated approaches have been proposed to assess the skeletal maturity, and they primarily work on the foundation of morphological features. Skeletal maturity advances with change in structure and size of the skeletal bones with respect to age. Morphological features here refers to the growing bones of the hand, which change in size and shape with age, like ossification of certain bones of the hand. So segmenting out those growing bones as region of interest and then classifying them using CNN or other machine learning techniques. And most of the studies reported so far have used large size data set or used only the higher age groups and excluded lower age group category for bone age assessment due to unavailability of sufficient data. And this unavailability of data for lower age groups is due to the reason because doctors don't really recommend these kind of x-rays for lower age groups due to radiation exposure, and there are other ethical challenges as well. So moving on to the methodology. So we have used triplet net architecture to determine the bone age. So the idea is to have 3 identical networks having the same neural net architecture, and the weights are shared between them. Input to the network consists of one random image called anchor, another image which is similar to anchor called the positive, that is from the same class, and the last image is the negative image, which is dissimilar to the anchor class. Anchor, positive, and negative images are passed through their respective CNNs, and weight vectors are updated using the shared architecture. During prediction time, any one of the networks is used to compute the vector representation of the input data. Triplet loss basically tries to move the negative farther from the anchor and positive closer to the anchor. So the main aim of the triplet loss is to maximize the distance between the anchor and the negative and minimize the distance between the anchor and the positive. So the data set which we have used for our experiments is taken from Digital Hand Atlas database system. This data set comprises of 1,391 left-hand radiographs from 1 to 18 years of age. And the bone age ground truths have been provided by 2 pediatric radiologists. And this ground truth is in accordance with GMP Atlas method, which is the standard. We have used 20 radiographs each from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and 2 to 3 years of age categories for our experiments. So this is the overall flow diagram which we have used for our studies. So input is the hand radiographs. They go to the pre-processing pipeline, which is explained in the subsequent slide, and followed by triplet loss network. So triplet mining, encodings or CNN representations are generated, triplet loss is computed, and finally the classification probabilities come. So next step is pre-processing. Images in the dataset vary remarkably in terms of contrast, brightness, intensity, difference in background, because some images had black background and white bones and vice versa. So firstly, we segmented the images using K-space segmentation tool to get rid of the certain markings in the X-rays. If you can see in the first picture, that is the original, there is some kind of marking LTLP. So these kind of marks were there in most of the images. So we wanted to get rid of these markings first. So that's why we segmented the images, followed by normalization of the radiograph for black background by computing the 5x5 pixel mean on 4 image corners and then converting all of them to black background. So images were resized and centered to have a close centered crop of the hand. Finally, the contrast limited adaptive histogram equalization was used using the small patches for contrast limiting enhancement. These are the results which were obtained for 2 setups, that is for binary and multi-class setup. For binary class setup, that is for 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 years of age, we obtained an AOC of 0.92. Similarly, for multi-class setup, that is 0 to 1, 1, 2, and 2 to 3 years of age, we obtained 0.82. To have a sense of how good is the learning of the trained model, images have been plotted in 2D space after dimensional reduction. So the overall idea here is to learn the distributed embeddings representation of the data points in such a way that in the high dimensional vector state space, contextually similar data points are projected in the nearby regions, whereas the dissimilar points are projected far away from each other. So on the left-hand side for binary class, before training, the data, in the training data, the data was not segregated much. So after training, the data gets clustered nicely in the various two clusters. Similarly, for multi-class, the training and after training scenario has been shown. These are some of the prediction results. In the first row, before training, the data, the test image was classified into a wrong category. Originally, it belonged to age category 1, 2, but was classified in 2, 3. So after training, the image got classified into the correct category and the distance was also reduced significantly. Similarly, if we see in the last row, before training, the data, the test image was in the correct category. After training also, the image remains in the correct category, but the distance has significantly reduced, thereby pushing the anchor at the positive image closer to each other. So to summarize, we have proposed a simple triplet loss based model to estimate the age in 0 to 3 years of age. And the visualization of the distribution of features learned by the triplet loss showed very good separations, indicating the discriminative nature of representations generated or learned by the model. Results demonstrate comparable state-of-the-art accuracy, and we have used quite a less number of samples as opposed to the data-hungry nature of convolution neural networks. So if we talk about future work, the discriminative features learned by the model can be used to predict new data and as well as a different class of data from unknown distribution, since it doesn't require many images to train the model. And the generalization to new class will not require extensive retraining, which is usually not possible in other cases where data requirement is so high. These are some of the references which we used in our studies. Thank you. Any questions, please?
So over to Dhananjay to see if there are questions on the floor.
Any question? Professor Brown, do you have any question on that?
Not really. This is not my area of expertise. Sorry. It was interesting to listen to.
All right.
Okay. So I have two questions. So first question is that, what is this anchor is about? Please tell me a bit on how do you create that?
Yeah, so basically.
And the second question, let me ask.
Yes,
you have talked about this loss function.
Yes,
so
sir.
What is the mathematical model of that loss function? And why did you think that this should be the equation for that
Yes.
loss function?
Yeah. So the input which goes to a triplet network basically are 3 images. So how those 3 images are chosen is that we select one image from any class and label it as anchor. It's just the terminology or the name which is given to one image as input. So the another image which needs to be selected has to come from the same class as that of the anchor. Right? If the anchor image belongs to class 1, so the positive image will also come from class 1. And the third image, which is called the negative, is the image which doesn't belong to the anchor class. Right? So what happens is, what we are trying to achieve here is, we believe that images which are similar or belong to the same category will have similar image representations or similar encodings generated by the CNN. if two images have similar encodings, so they should belong to the same class. And the images with different encodings or representations, feature representations, should be pushed away from the anchor class. So we are
is that this anchor class is same for all the people. So any child which is between 0 and 1 year age,
it can be
you
different.
can select one anchor class.
Yes, I can select one anchor from class, and that can be any image, any sample from that particular class that will act as an image. The only criteria is that image is taken from one class. Positive should be from the same class, but any image. Negative would be from the other class, be it be class 2, class 3, class 4, any class.
I see. Okay.
And regarding this loss function, so the idea here is we choose triplets. So triplet is the input to the model. So how this triplet is chosen, this formula defines that. So what we generally try to have, this is a combination of easy, hard, and semi-hard triplets. So what we are trying to achieve here is that the distance between the anchor, which is represented by y, and y plus is positive. So distance of anchor and positive minus distance of anchor and negative plus margin. So here this formula, this equation is trying to push away the negative from the anchor image and trying to bring the positive image closer to the anchor image. Adding the margin term here helps us to make the distance matrix clear. So as the negative image is pushed farther away from the anchor so as to classify it to the proper category. We do not want to have anchor positive and negative so close to the anchor so that the classifier is not able to put it in the right class. I hope I have made this clear.
I mean, these distances are simple Euclidean distances metric.
It can be Euclidean distance. It can be Mann-Hobley's distance. I have chosen Euclidean distance here. So this is some distance metric over over this arbitrary space. So we have created the representations of the images first using convolutional neural networks. And now we expect these representations generated to be contextually similar to the positive class or the anchor class and contextually different from the negative class. That is the class to which they do not really belong to.
Okay. My expectation is that if you increase the number of classes, then this loss function will become very sensitive, and you cannot just handpick it and make it.
Yes, very correct. So we have to have the margin adjusted in such a manner that the images from different classes are pushed away even by a slightest distance so that they get classified to the correct class.
Okay. Thank you for this. Let us give a big hand.
Thank you so much, sir.
Is there any other question from the audience? Please turn on your mic and you can ask directly if you have a question. All right. I think no more questions. So it's better we can move on next speaker. And he's going to present, I think, paper ID 76, right? So yes, Fazil is there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, perfect. So you can share your link, Zoom and PPT slides over the Zoom. So we can start.
Okay.
So just give brief introduction about yourself and then it's better. So Professor Tiwari will just introduce your title and then let us know. Yes, Professor Tiwari. Now.
Okay, so now we are in the fourth paper of this session. It is called IHCI2020, Hierarchical Human Activity Recognition Using Neural Networks. And I think this will be presented by Fazli. So please start.
So hi everyone, I'm Mehmet Fazli. I'm a PhD student at the Engineering Systems and Environment University of Virginia. And I'm going to present my paper today on hierarchical human activity recognition using neural networks, HRNet. Okay, so let's get started. The outline of my presentation is first I'm going to talk about our motivation for this study, and then I'm going to talk about the background information about this domain, which is human activity recognition. And then I'm going to present our proposed model, and then I'm going to talk about our findings and results, and then I'm going to wrap up my presentation by giving the summary and feature work. So human activity recognition is one of the emerging fields of the computer science. And essentially it is one of the branches of HCI, human computer interaction. Human activity recognition has many different applications, including but not limited to elderly care, health monitoring, and smart environments. There are two factors contributing to the increasing interest of researchers in HAR systems. The first one is the increasing computing capability of the processors, and the second one is that nowadays people carry their smart devices, smartphones, smart watches, smart trackers everywhere they go. And that makes it easy to collect data from people because any of these smart devices have several built-in sensors in them. In human activity recognition, the ultimate goal is usually to find the behavioral pattern of users. That requires detecting users' context and activities accurately. Human activity recognition systems often have 4 stages. The first one is data collection, which is collecting raw data from sensors. The second one is feature extraction, which is extracting meaningful features from those raw data. And the third one is modeling, which is training our models or our classifiers. And the fourth stage is to make an inference based on that. Also, data can be collected in 2 ways. It can be collected either in a lab under controlled environment, or it can be done in the wild, meaning that users are not required to follow certain instructions. They can live their ordinary life, and the data is being collected from them. But they have to annotate data. They have to label their data. So we have ground truths. There are so many different studies in the realm of human activity recognition that use different sensors to try and find out what these sensors can really reveal about humans' activity patterns and stuff like that. One of the most widely used sensors that can pretty much successfully detect basic activities like running, jogging, jumping is accelerometer. Also, today's smartphones have so many built-in sensors, including GPS, accelerometer, gyroscope, barometer, magnetometer, and etc. Different HAR systems also define different target labels based on the problem they are trying to solve. Most of the human activity recognition systems suffer from the poor performance on complex activities like washing the dishes, taking a shower, or watching TV, and so on. So this was just a little background on human activity recognition. Also, there are so many different techniques that have been used to do human activity recognition modeling. There are so many different types of classifiers that have been employed in this field, ranging from classical machine learning algorithms like naive Bayes, logistic regression, and so on. Graphical models like hidden Markov model, direct Bayesian networks, conditional random fields, pattern mining techniques like association rule mining, and obviously neural networks, deep neural networks, convolutional neural networks, recurrent neural networks, and so on. Now we get to our proposed model. The idea behind our model is pretty simple. We want to break down the task of classification. So instead of classifying certain data into, in our case, 6 labels at once, we first classify it into stationary and non-stationary, and then we further classify it into one of those 6 target labels. To evaluate our model, we use the publicly available dataset, HAR dataset, namely extrasensory dataset that is collected at the University of California, San Diego. And it was collected in the wild, so meaning users would do their ordinary daily activities, and every now and then they have to just annotate their activity at a time. We chose 6 mutually exclusive labels for this classification task: laying down, sitting, standing, which are stationary, and walking, running, and bicycling, which are non-stationary activities. We used the data from all of the sensors that was available in the dataset: accelerometer, gyroscope, magnetometer, watch compass, location, and audio and phone state. And also, like I said, the data has ground truth labels, so we have the labels for the data. But before doing this hierarchy, we need to confirm whether a hierarchy can potentially enhance the performance of our classifier or not. And to confirm that, we first train a flat classifier and compute the confusion matrix. If the misclassification between 2 sets of classes, which here are stationary and non-stationary, if the misclassifications between these 2 sets is pretty significant, then we can say maybe a hierarchy can reduce the misclassifications between those 2 sets. So in order to do that, we trained a deep neural network with 3 hidden layers. This is the resulting confusion matrix that you can see. One of the most important observations of this confusion matrix is that 38% of misclassifications are coming from the confusion between stationary activities and non-stationary activities. Also, I summarized the misclassifications that on the right. You can see that, so we also define 2 different types of misclassification. One is within set misclassification, which is highlighted in yellow, which is misclassification within stationary activities and within non-stationary activities, and the misclassification between sets, which is the misclassification between stationary and non-stationary classes. There are some other observations, like around 58% of misclassifications are only within stationary activities. That is basically in agreement with our intuition that distinguishing between laying down and sitting, for example, is most likely more difficult than distinguishing between walking and running. Essentially, accelerometer can very accurately distinguishes those 2, but when it comes to the stationary activities, it's more difficult. Also, 20% of the misclassifications come solely from the misclassifications between sitting and walking. So now, based on this, we tried this hierarchical human activity recognition method, which is shown in this picture below. So first of all, we use our data and we train a deep neural network to classify samples into stationary and non-stationary. And we also need 2 more classifiers, one for stationary and one for non-stationary nodes, to further classify our samples into one of those 6 labels. Our deep neural network architecture has 3 hidden layers with 256, 512, and 128 nodes. Relu activation function has been used for the hidden layers, and for the output layers, softmax was used. Also, 80% of the data was used to train our DNN, which out of those, 5% was taken as a holdout set for the validation, and also hyperparameter optimization. And then 20%, the rest of the 20% of the data was used to test the performance of model. To process the data, so the data was labeled, and we removed the samples. There were samples with none of the 6 labels being relevant. And also we applied a mean imputation to missing features to avoid losing data. And in the next slide here, you can see the summary of the misclassification. I forgot to say that all of these 3 classifiers have the same architecture. And they also have the same architecture as our flat DNN. So here we can compare our misclassifications. We can see that the total misclassifications from flat DNN to hierarchical DNN dropped from 1,035 to 735. And also we can see that the overall reduction in the number of misclassifications, the overall reduction in the misclassifications between stationary and non-stationary classes dropped from 393 to 338. So this is the flat DNN was our main baseline, but we also used some other techniques like decision tree, k-nearest neighbors, SVM, random forest, and multi-layer perceptron, which has only 1 hidden layer. We also use those techniques for basically further baseline methods. And also it's worth mentioning that our data is not balanced. So alongside the accuracy, we use the balanced accuracy, which penalizes more the classifier more when the data is imbalanced. And it is a better measure when our data is not balanced. So here we can see the summary of our results. Down below, we can see our model, and we calculated, like I said, accuracy and balanced accuracy. And we found out that our model is performing better than the flat DNN, and also all the other baseline techniques. There's also a more detailed comparison between the hierarchical DNN and flat DNN. And here we have precision, sensitivity, specificity, and a fun score. And we can see, except those 4 highlighted cells, everywhere else, the hierarchical model performed better than the flat model. So in this study, we showed that breaking down a classification problem can improve the performance of the model. Also recognizing a structure in the labels can be applied in many other similar systems. And also we expect, as the number of labels increases, discovering a structure and breaking down the classification task into smaller problems can be even more important and more prominent. And for the future work, we can imagine that our approach can be applied in other domains with quite similar problems. And also we can find other structures in the labels like indoor versus outdoor activities or things like that. These are some of the most relevant references, and the list of all references is in our paper. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll be taking questions now. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
बहुत टाइम लगेगा.
Yeah, thank you. I think.
Is it time for questions? Can I ask a short question?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just wondering because I do know a little bit about this. We were using already developed software based on neural networks that was developed by Carnegie Mellon University OpenPose. And then we found out that after that, every year there's a competition to look at this software that recognizes humans and it's been used for human activities. So have you ever looked at them and compared your method with them?
No, but that's a very good point. Yeah, maybe I can look into that. I don't know if they used the same data set or different data set, but that's a very good benchmark for.
I can send you. So one of our students found that every year there is a competition, and OpenPose was done maybe 6 years ago, and since then it's been out of the runnings. There was LightTrack and then AlphaPose. So there's all this software. They are open source and they do pretty well. We've been using it. So you might want to compare your solution with them.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're very different.
Yeah. I would appreciate if you send it to me.
Yeah, so why don't you send me on the chat your email, and because I'm in a different session, and then I'll have my grad student send you the sources he has found. Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have just one small query. Yeah,
Okay,
so when you put them in layers, it is a kind of tree layer you create. And the one well-known problem in any tree layer is that, if you have any misclassification at the higher level, then there is no provision for improving at the lower levels. So what care you have taken for this?
Yeah, that is exactly right. That is very true because like in hierarchical classification, essentially the overall classification of the model would be the overall accuracy of the model would be the multiplication of accuracies of the layers. So if you have more layers, your model tends to have a lower accuracy. So yeah, if you go further, for example, if you go to a tree-level hierarchy, you may lose accuracy. And even for 2, you need to have a very, very accurate top-level classifier. And in our case, our top-level classifier had an accuracy of 95.8%. So it was pretty accurate because you're completely right. If you misclassify something at the top level, it's going to be misclassified all the way down. So yeah, so that is something that you need to look for if you want to basically enhance your accuracy by adding a structure. You need to make sure that at the top level you have a very, very high accuracy.
Actually, we have done some experiment into this area, and we have introduced a fuzzy loss function, so that you don't totally. So you have one more quantity, which can be a belief function or something like that, and based on that, you can design a loss function which also takes into account that if there is a misclassification at the top level, this can be modified even at the lower level. And that you can do. And I think that that approach will be better. I hope so. Just one query.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Just one query I wanted to do. That non-stationary things, you take also video of the same size.
Can you ask your question again? Sorry.
So someone is standing and someone is running. So for both of them, you take the video of some time period.
Okay. So I guess I forgot to mention that this data set was collected using smartwatch sensors and smartphone sensors. So it was not a video-based HAR, it was a sensor-based HAR data set. So you have people wearing smartwatches and having their smartphones on themselves. And then they do their own activities, and every now and then there's a pop-up notification on their phones, and they specify their current context or activities. So it's pretty. So it's an in the wild HAR data set, and usually these data sets tend to have a lower accuracy because of a lot of reasons, basically.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So if no other questions are there, let us give a big hand to him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Over to Dhananjay now.
Thank you very much. I think next presenter who is there going to present? Paper ID 102. Is there anybody from the paper ID 102? The paper ID 1447.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so then can you present right now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please share your PPT slides and you can go ahead.
Sure.
So, Professor Tiwari, you can just introduce briefly.
Yeah, so this is the next paper, speech-based access of Kisan information system in Telugu language. So it should be a very interesting one. You know, it is a Kisan information system and in a very different language, Telugu language. And it will be presented by
Rambabu.
Rambabu. So welcome, Rambabu. Please go ahead with your presentations and please adhere to the time limits. Please.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari. I am Bhanut Rambabu, research scholar from IIT Hyderabad. I am going to present my work on speech-based access of Kisan information system in Telugu language. This work is carried out under the guidance of Dr. Nagamani from University of Hyderabad and Dr. Suryakant from Hyderabad, and in association with IIT research scholar from and JNTU Anantapur Inter. My outline of the presentation. Motivation, results of the proposed system, summary, and difference.
Excuse me, Deepak Kumar, could you turn off your mic?
Mute yourself.
Mr. Deepak Kumar, can you turn off your mic?
Ranjay, if you can mute from there only.
You can mute from your position. You can mute as an organizer. Just mute him. It's hard to hear.
So, yeah, from ancient days, India is a land of agriculture, and agriculture it acts as a backbone for Indian economy. The usage of technology in agriculture domain, the way of farming it changed nowadays. And in order to encourage the farmers, the government of India and the state governments are publishing the information related to agriculture and subsidies via digital platforms. Here, one of the example of Andhra Pradesh state is providing information through AP agrisatnet.gov. With this, as I mentioned, the farmers are from rural and semi-urban areas, so they are far behind the usage of the technology. The government schemes and these publicly available domains are not that well aware of them. So the interaction between human and machines it plays a significant role to get the information from the digital media. So we thought the speech-to-speech interactive system for Telugu language, Telugu speaking people, which helps the farmers to know the commodity prices and government schemes through the speech. In India, many researchers and industries are actively carrying the research in speech domain for Indian languages. So the speech-to-speech interactive system is a integration of automatic speech recognition, dialogue management, and the speech synthesis modules. Here, the automatic speech recognition is converts the speech data to the text data, and the TTS system generates speech from the input text, and the dialogue manager is acts between the bridge between the speaker and the system. So in literature, previous work, there are speech-based systems which uses the context-dependent hidden Markov model for commodity prices, and in 6 Indian languages, Hindi, Bengali, Marathi, Assami, Telugu, and Tamil. And in another literature, the authors have come up with a speech-based conversation system was proposed in Telugu language, which is implemented using Spinix tool recognition toolkit. It is open source recognition toolkit, but they have in this previous literatures, they have only provided the commodity price information. We feel not only the commodity price information is sufficient. The other government related schemes such as like subsidies and all are so important to the farmers. And in modern agricultural, the farmers need the information about all the related to commodities, crops, and many schemes related to the governments. So we have developed a speech-to-speech interactive system using Kaldi toolkit. It is open source software, and we refer this system as Kisan Information System. So the Kisan Information System is mainly built in Telugu language in Rayalaseema accents of Andhra Pradesh. The Kisan Information System is mainly developed for the farmers who are research in rural and semi-urban areas. The farming activities are mostly crop related and commodities and other things. So we have collected the speech data from 150 speakers, among 100 are male and 50 are female speakers. The collected speech data is recorded at 16 kilohertz sampling frequency with 16-bit digitization, single channel. The speech data comprises of 120 commodity names, 13 district names, and 200 market names, 20 government schemes. The overall data was 16 kilohertz, 16 hours of speech, and the 15 hours of speech was used for the acoustic model to build a ASR. In the ASR acoustic model, we have used 100 speakers for training, 20 speakers for development, and 30 speakers speech for testing. The acoustic features, we have used 39 dimensional MFCC features, which include delta features, and along with that, we have used speaker adaptive techniques, which covers the speech variations from the different speakers. And after extracting MFCC features, we have built acoustic models using GMM, HMMs. It is a statistical models. Along with that, we have used UBM models also to cover all the context which is present in our training database. And when test phase, we have used N-gram language models. So ours is speech-to-speech translation system. So far, whatever we have told is speech recognition system, and we have adopted the speech synthesis system, which is developed in Telugu language. The Kishore Prahlad group from the IIIT Hyderabad. So the Kisan information system is developed at the laboratory environment, where we can see the performance of the system. Here, as I have mentioned, the feature set MFCC is 39 dimensions, and monophones we have word accuracy of 66%, and MFCC plus SAT with the triphones and tri-3 phones, we have sub-GMM and UBM models, we have 85% word accuracy. Our proposed system, which is a speech-to-speech information system. So this shows the block diagram of Kisan information system, and which is illustrated with example in next slide. So here the sample interaction, which is showing system using the explicit confirmation from the commodity price informations. Here system Kisan information systems ask for a commodity price, and as user can be a farmer or any end user, can he has to respond with yes. So system prompts what is the name of the commodity, because it is commodity name information. So the user says banana. So do you say banana? Here the banana is come from the recognition system, and user confirms that yes, is spoken banana. So from there, it is sold all over the state in Telugu state. So particularly which district he wanted to know. So from that, user says Anantapur district. So with Anantapur district confirmation, the final system Kisan information system will tell the in Anantapur district price of the banana is 40 kgs, 40 rupees per kg. Similarly, to get the government scheme related information, here the main difference is same system prompts like you want to know about the commodity price, then user has to say no. So then it will switch from the commodity price related system to the government scheme related switch case. There again same similar way, what is the name of the scheme the user is interested from. If he says agricultural subsidiary, then the system displays that the details of the agricultural subsidiaries, and so on. That entire system will be related to it. So as a result, we have so far we have developed a Kisan information system using quality recognition toolkit, and that entire system is at laboratory based. So what we have thought is we wanted to test it in real world scenarios where the Kisan information system performance, how it performs. So we have taken 3 test fields, like first is like open market and farmers field and the roadside environment. So there we have taken 10 speakers. Among 10, 6 are male, 4 are female speakers, and we asked them to test randomly 4 commodity prices and 4 government schemes. So with different speakers and different accuracies, the overall accuracy of the system in market field is 55.6%. Where the marketplace will be having the many background voices and different speaker speech and background noise. And in farmers field, similarly we have asked 10 speakers to test 4 commodity prices and 4 government schemes. And here the overall performance of KS system is 68.75%. The second test cases field, the farmers field, we have very less noise compared to the open market, and here only wind noise and some creature sounds are there present in that scenarios. And roadside environment, similar 10 speakers have tested the 4 commodities prices and for government schemes, and here the performance of overall system is 62.5%. In this roadside environment, there are vehicle noise and sounds and traffic and speakers voice. So in these three cases, what we find is like in second farmers field, it is better recognizing compared to the remaining other two fields. And we have come up with this in for the noise levels are less in speaker 4 for in farmer fields, and the recognition of variation among speakers is 12% to the 87% of the overall system performance. So we have also come up with commodity and government schemes, and with male and female. Our test scenarios contain both. So with this, the commodity prices category is more recognizing compared to the government scheme related, and there are for male wise system is better performing compared to the female wise, because in our speech database we have male voice is more and female voice is less, and we don't include this outside environmental speeches in our training database. So in summary, the speech-to-speech information system we refer as Kisan Information System, which is mainly developed for the rural and semi-urban farmers to obtain the information access which is available in websites. And the challenge here we faced is like there are different accents and the environmental wise, and there are pronunciation issues, and the unstructured way of query asking like false starts, and there are many systems in this, and we wanted to focus this study to improvise in order to include the previous cases where we have faced the problems. So as future scope, we observed that in open environment system performance is low when we compare to the lab environment. Our system is at 85% word accuracy, but in overall in real world environment it is around 68%. So we wanted to improvise our system using this real world data in incorporating into the system, and we wanted. So here are few references which we gone through, and thank you. Any questions?
Yes, over to Dhananjay if there are questions on the floor.
Yes, is there any question from the audience?
If not, I have just one query.
Yes.
First of all, how big your the data set is, and how many words are there in your data set?
Sir, in our database, sir, 120 commodity names, 13 districts, 200 markets, and 20 government schemes. Sir. It is around some 350.
350 words. Okay, that's fine.
350 words with 150 speakers.
150 speakers. Okay, that's good. And I first congratulate you. You know, it is a very important area,
yes,
speech-based interaction, especially when we talk about the technology for communities.
Guys, we have time for one more speaker. There's a next session to start. So can you have this conversation offline?
Okay. Just one query. I will stop.
You can speak with him on chat, please. We have people lined up for 3:30 session. Thank you.
Still, there are 15 minutes. Madam.
If there's another speaker.
Professor Brown, let's after that one more speaker, then we can maybe 5 to 10 minutes delay. Okay, we can start your session.
That's perfect. One more speaker.
Your session before 6, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right.
Let's have one more speaker then.
Yeah. So I will do very fast. Yes. Please.
Okay. Just
yeah. Please ask your question, Professor. Ask your question.
the one of the problems in speech-based system is then if the system cannot understand the word which is spoken.
Yes,
So
sir.
someone speaks banana and the system does not know that what has been spoken.
Yes, sir.
So it always, gets into the loop.
Yes, sir. That's why we are confirming it in this example. The speaker has spoken the banana. If it is correctly recognized, then it is saying banana. Confirmation is there. If
that's fine.
Pronounced that spoken banana, then it will go further. Otherwise, it will go again loop back. If say no, then it will go again back to the commodity. Please spell out the commodity which you wanted.
The pathway for error removal.
Yes, sir.
One of the problems that where it should go in the next state. So please take care of this. I have constraint of time. So
yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much for
yes,
presentation. Let's give a begin.
Yes.
All right. So is there anybody the paper ID 49? 49? All right. So I think the paper ID 3 is from your lab, Professor, right? Is there anybody who is going to present?
Yeah, Ritu Kumari.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So please go ahead. Your paper, okay? I think this is Professor Brown. This is last paper. After that, we will start your session.
No problem. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to listen.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ritu Kumari. I am alumni of IIT Allahabad. My project, paper is on detection of semantically equivalent question pairs. And let me share my screen. Just a minute. I am a Quora case study. Quora is a knowledge sharing platform with approximately 108 million questions on it. And here by knowledge sharing, I'm referring websites where users are allowed to ask questions and other users respond with their answers. With such a huge number of questions, there will be definitely lots of duplicates on it. And it's not a good idea to store duplicates and ask users to provide answers to the duplicate questions. So instead of asking and replying to the duplicate questions, it's better idea to merge and cluster the duplicate questions. And this could be helpful and significant to instantly provide answers to the questions that have already been answered. In late January 2017, Quora released its dataset publicly for enabling the research in the field of semantic equivalence. This dataset contains a total number of 4,290 question pairs, in which total number of duplicate pairs are 1,49,263. And the remaining 2,55,027 questions are non-duplicates pair. There are total 6 fields in this data set. First one is ID. This ID is for every question pair. Unique ID is for every unique question pair. And question ID 1, unique ID for question 1, and question ID 2, unique ID for question 2. And then question 1 and question 2, English text representation of both the questions. And the last field is duplicate. This is a class level which contains 2 values, 0 and 1. And if the pair of questions are same, then this field will be 1. Otherwise, it will be 0. These are some examples of duplicate question pairs, only differed in the writing forms and structural forms. Like how do I read and find my YouTube comments? How can I see all my YouTube comments? First example. Second example is like what does manipulation means? What does manipulation means? Just writing and structural difference. These are some examples of non-duplicate question pairs. Like first example, why did Harry become a Horcrux? What is a Horcrux? And second example is like, have you ever heard of travel hacking? Can WhatsApp be hacked? These two questions are totally different. So they are non-duplicate question pairs. And this slide is just a sample data set for sample data set. So the problem definition is, this is a binary classification problem for a given pair of questions. The task is to determine if the question pair is duplicate or not. And basically we want to design a function or a model, in formal way we can say that, which takes two questions, question 1 and question 2, and responds with boolean value 0 and 1, like a binary value 0 and 1. And if function returns 0, here f is a model learn function, 0 and 1 is the output of the model, where 0 represents non-duplicate question pairs and 1 represents duplicate question pairs. For pre-processing, I have used 4 and 5 different steps, like unified different forms of writings. I have replaced currency symbols with currency names, won't with will not, and am with I am. I also removed the special characters because these don't contribute any special thing in the context of the question. So, and I also converted this question to the lowercase. And then I replace NaN fields. There are few fields with NaN values. So I replace NaN fields with empty string. I'm using globe embedding. It is a pre-trained vectors for English word of 300 dimension. Basically, this embedding is designed in the sense of that similar words is placed closer in the vector space. And just a minute. And I've used for creating the embedding matrix, I have used this process. Like after cleaning steps, each sentence goes through a tokenization of process in which it is split in individual words based on blank spaces. I created a word index dictionary in which each unique word is assigned an index. This is used to replace every word in a sentence with its index. And the embedding layer, basically the embedding layer requires that all vectors have the same length. For this, I have used padding and truncation steps. In padding, if the length of the question is less than the exact vector length, so I padded with 0. And if the question length is greater, so I just truncate some of the words. Internally, this I am using the Simage LSTM. And this network was first proposed by the Bromley in 1994. It contains two subnetworks with same parameter values. It encodes the sentences, and final class level is done based on the distance metric like Manhattan distance, Euclidean distance, and other distance metrics. This is my final proposed model. In this model is basically just a combination of two subnetworks, subnetwork 1 and subnetwork 2. In subnetwork 1, I am using LSTM, shared LSTM, and the output of shared LSTM, which is higher level representation of the questions, is then used for calculating the commutative, performing the commutative operation like expedition and addition. And the subnetwork 2, in subnetwork 2, I passed hand-engineered features, and then hand-engineered features passed through the dense layers, and after both the and then a subnetwork 1 and subnetwork 2 output is concatenated and passed through two dense layers for the final class level prediction. Same thing written here, and just this vector I am obtaining from the first subnetwork, and then concatenating with the hand-engineered features and plus dense layer output for the final class level predictions. And I'm using these hand-engineered features like common word count, common stop words count, last word equal, if last words equal or not, first word equal or not, number of words in the first questions, number of words in the second questions, number of common words in the first question and second question, total number of words in first question and second question, a ratio of common words, and total number of words. These are some fuzzy-based features like fuzzy ratio, fuzzy partial ratio, partial fuzzy ratio, W ratio, token set ratio, token sort ratio, partial token sort ratio, partial token set ratio. And these are this slide is for results, like model with hand-engineered features are giving better result as compared to the model without hand-engineered features. I got accuracy of 89.11% with this model with hand-engineered features, and accuracy of 86.19% with without hand-engineered features.
You go ahead. You know, there is some background knowledge.
Okay, sir. And also tried machine learning classifiers, and with the logistic regression, I got accuracy of 77.48%. With SVM, I got accuracy of 74.95%. With XGBoost, I got 82.17%. And this is my second model. Instead of using this model is same as the previous model, just only one difference. Instead of passing the concatenation vector to the dense layers, I passed this concatenated vector to the machine learning models to predict the final level output. Same here. And in this architecture, same commutative operation is performed on high level representation of question embedding. Then this commutative vector results is concatenated with hand engineered features and fed to machine learning classifier to predict the final output. These are some results. And my proposed model is outperforms with this previous models. This is just a result comparison tab form. And the conclusion is SIMEGLSTM plus dense layer with hand engineered features outperforms the state of art comparisons, and additional hand engineered features. And we see that additional hand engineered features are to the model gives a boost in our accuracy. And this model is lightweight because I have not used many dense layers, and so I have used only 2 dense layer and only machine learning algorithms. So it is totally lightweight. I have also used very few units, and because it's not a good idea for the website to take a lot of time to suggest similar questions to the users on the knowledge sharing platform. So models should be lightweight. So, and these are some references I used for learning, and thank you. Thank you.
Dhananjay, are you there?
Yes. So is there any question from the audience?
If not, then let us thank her and send your questions to the email. And I also thank the co-chair and other people who have participated. And thank you very much for joining this.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. So we are going to start our next session. The session will be the 6th session, and the session chair, Professor Susanna Brown and Mark. So they are here, I think. Yes, perfect. So you have the list of the author, right? So you can, I'm going to give you the very brief introduction. Actually, I just missed your biography. Let me bring it.
Who is the host of the computer right now?
Right. Okay. So let me give a very brief introduction. The Professor Mark and Professor Brown, both of them are the Sunny Korea University professor there, assistant professor there, and I didn't bring your full biography.
That's okay. We will ask everybody to introduce each other. That's fine. Okay.
Just what you can do that Professor Mark, you can introduce to Professor Brown, and Professor Brown, you can introduce to Professor Mark. That would be more helpful for me. Just within 2 minutes, you can introduce yourself. Then we can start for the authors. Just because authors want to know who's their session chair. So it's better to just give 2 minutes brief introduction about yourself. So Professor Mark, please introduce Professor Brown, then you can do like that.
Okay, to follow that, hello, welcome to session 6, Human-Computer Interfaces in Developing Countries. A short summary of this session appeals to scholars, practitioners, and entrepreneurs wanting to share their insights on how to adapt HCI to developing countries. We accept case studies and comparative analyses of such platforms and projects. Both successes and failures are instructive in this session for learning better routes for ICT 4D in challenging circumstances such as unstable and variable electricity, weather ruggedness, educational difficulties, refugee situations and business models for such situations. We have 2 chairs. As Dr. Singh had said, we are at SUNY Korea, which is the State University of New York in Korea, in Incheon. Dr. Brown is a professor hired the same year as I am in 2015. She's an assistant professor. She has recently received an international grant dealing with mobility aid in foreign countries or less developed situations, including refugee camps. She is working with a Bangladeshi NGO on that project, and she will be discussing that herself. And okay, Susanna, it's your turn to describe me.
Okay, Mark Whitaker is my coworker, and he's I'm an engineer, but he's a sociologist. And he's also worked on ICT for development and disaster risk reduction. He wrote a couple books, Ecological Revolution and Towards a Bioregional State. And he had received Korea National Research Foundation grant, and he's actually going to talk about his commodity ecology, building a mobile platform in this paper today.
Okay. That's good. So without further ado, we have the first person up is either Upil Jung or Shakad Alimadarznov here. Yes. Okay.
Audio augmented reality.
Okay. This paper will be audio augmented reality using Unity for marine tourism. And I am, of course, not in charge of the session. Whoever is in charge of this should give everybody the ability to share their own screens. Has that been achieved already?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I can share mine. So
okay, that's good. Okay, please go ahead. I have a timer. We have 12 minutes for each session. I will be timing it. I will occasionally show this number. After 12 minutes, I will tell you to wrap it up in 30 seconds, and then we'll have until 15 minutes total to finish your presentation. So without further ado, thank you for being here, and I hope we have an interesting discussion. Please continue. Okay.
Hello, welcome to today's session. My name is Shoksad Ali Mardanov. I have prepared this paper by the help of my professor, Vipul Chan, and our paper is titled Audio Augmented Reality Using Unity. And my paper consists of motivation, and I will explain our background information in the related work, and then I will discuss the prototype development and the results. At the end, I will give our conclusions. And I'm going to talk about tourist attraction, since we are going to improve the quality of marine tourism services. So what attracts people? And we think that this is the uniqueness of the product, but delivering that uniqueness to visitors is not something easy. We need a special plan with guidance, and we need to make people engage in the service. So shortly, we need navigation with guidance, and we need to make people engage in it, and so that we can reveal the uniqueness of the product. And let's talk about the current solutions. And today's museum in the industry are using 2D speakers located around the corners, and they are using professional guides. And as you know, every hardware needs maintenance, and every professional needs to be paid. So as a result, we have a hardware dependency in high cost, and also there is language barriers because, and we want our visitors to explore the museum in their native language so that it's easier to understand. But hiring as many guides as we need to provide with any language in the world is very costly for the seller and the buyer in the industry. We see the audio augmented reality as an optimal solution because it's hardware independent. We don't need any hardware, and visitors can use their the program, the software by their hand, by their smartphones, and it's cheap once we develop a software. And that's all. We don't need to buy anything else, and it's multilingual. We can add as many languages as we want. And let's a little bit talk about the augmented reality and audio augmented reality. Augmented reality is a system that superimposes virtual content on top of real world objects. And audio augmented reality localizes only sounds, not visual object, but sounds. So augmented reality is a big family, and audio augmented reality is a part of this family. And for the development of this application, we have used Unity. Unity is a cross-platform game engine, and it's developed by Unity Technologies in 2005. And it uses C# and JavaScript as a main scripting language. And as I told, it's a cross-platform. Once we develop an application in Unity, we can deploy it on both Android and iOS. And so we can develop an application in Unity, but how about how does a smartphone execute that application? For that, we have EarCore. EarCore is developed by Google, and it's a special platform for augmented reality development. And it has critical functions for augmented reality. First of all, it tracks motion, and it understands the environment, and it estimates light. These are what make augmented reality immersive through smartphones. And there are some basic tips for developing augmented reality applications. First of all, we create a new Unity 3D project, and then we move on to install Air Foundation. Air Foundation is a special API developed by Unity, and it's specialized for augmented reality development. Once we develop an application using Air Foundation, we can deploy it on Android and iOS using EarKit or EarCore. EarKit is like EarCore, but it's developed by Apple and for iPhones. And at step 3, we set up Unity for Air augmented reality development. And we import some components. First of all, we import Air Session Origin, and we import the Resonance Audio Listener and audio source. Air Session Origin contains ear camera, and we attach Resonance Audio Listener to that ear camera so that we can experience the audio augmented reality through the ear camera by the help of Resonance Audio Listener. And I will discuss audio listeners, audio source component in the next slide. We have imported sounds at the step 4, and we have also imported some whale models because we want our visitors to see the locations of whale models, and it makes our program more visible. And we write a C# core. C# core basically have 3 critical functions. First of all, it gets user interaction, and then it finds the real world location of these touch points on the phone screen, and it localizes 3D sounds on that locations that the user pointed out. And at the end, we build the scene on a phone. And here is the audio source component. It's a very important place that because in this place, we turn 2D sound into 3D. We attach the sound to audio clip, and we enable specialization tool. Specialization tool improves the realism of the sound it improves the realism of sound propagation. And we have spatial blend. Spatial blend takes a value from 0 to 1. So 0 means the sound will be played back in completely 2D, and 1 will make the sound in completely 3D. And we have minimum and maximum distances, and these create a sphere in which we can hear the sound. Outside of the sphere, we cannot hear the sound. And we have a roll-off mode. By using roll-off mode, we basically roll-off mode attenuates the sound according to users and the sound's position. And in algorithm 1, we are waiting for user interaction, and this algorithm gets the screen points. First of all, user need to touch on some point on the screen, and it gets that point location. It's a vector2 location, and then it returns back a true result if once there is an interaction. And algorithm 2, it's after having warned about that there is a user interaction, it gets the real world locations of that screen touch point, and it uses raycast function. Raycast function basically sends a virtual ray towards real world objects, and it saves heat information. Heat information can be walls, ground, and stones, anything in the world. And in the nested statement, we are localizing the 3D sounds by using instantiate function. You can see I have pointed out it. And at the end, we built the application on a targeted phone. And there is some things that we need to do. First of all, we enable developer options inside Android, and then we set a targeted platform. In our case, it's Android. but you can choose any platform you want, and we select a run device. Once you plug in your phone to your computer, it will show the available options, and then we will deploy the application. And here is the results of our application. And first of all, we tested it on our university campus. There are 3 whale models, and each one of them has a 3D sound, and you can experience. And we have also tested our application on a tour ship, and on a whale tour ship. There are results. And we conducted a survey. In our survey, we had 36 participants, and we asked 2 questions, one of which were about whether they thought that the 3D sound were better than 2D sounds. And the second question was about their opinion about the potential of audio augmented reality in the marine tourism. So around 80% of our participants give positive marks, and they believe that this technology can improve the quality of services. And then here is my conclusions. As a conclusion, we have got positive marks, and people were really engaged in our software. And we also concluded that we can stimulate people to get physical by using the software, because when we were at the tour ship, people were sitting or sleeping, and when we were using our software, and when we were listening to our sound, they stood up and they looked at our whale models from different angles. So we can motivate people to get more physical. And we should point out that we have come across some weak points of this technology. When it comes to continuously moving surface on the ship, the technology couldn't locate the sound persistently, so it changes its location, and this thing breaks the immersion of the technology. And this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was just 10 minutes.
Oh.
Perfect.
So are there any questions at this time? Thank you. That was very nice. Yeah.
I have a question. Do you think that there can be some other applications for it? I mean, you're very specific for marine tourism because you tested it with whales, but do you think there can be something, to say, more useful? Sorry, just like, yeah, some other a little more useful applications that will be a little more serious and maybe more dangerous situations, or more, I mean, anything else? Do you think that this is more can be applicable to other, because it seems pretty narrow the way you presented
it? So for marine tourism, I suggest virtual reality can be also a good option, because people can get into some different world by using virtual reality. But augmented reality can be useful for navigating people and showing some information in addition to real world. And
it may be some dangerous situations that you actually help support people get out of the danger. I mean, I'm just saying, I wouldn't limit myself to just this narrow application. I think you should look in expanding it. And more a comment than a question.
Is there another comment or question? Yeah.
Yep, I think anywhere where you need to have more spatial awareness is definitely a use case. But I have one quick question. How do you overcome the constraints of spatial mapping and create a mesh when you use headsets like the HoloLens or the Magic Leap? Because essentially the mesh that you generate is really constrained to the distance that the actual sensors can measure. How do you overcome that in your approach?
In our approach, we haven't used Oculus. We just use Android smartphone, and we were just testing the sound. We only concentrated on the sound, and we didn't create any maps. With our program, just takes 2D sound and generates 3D sound, and we localize the sound to some place. It's just anchor, and we didn't use any mapping or other thing.
Gotcha. So there's like a pre-processing step where you analyze the environment and you anchor the points.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Cool. Good work. Thanks.
Is there any other questions? I have one question if there is not. Okay. No, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I really enjoyed your presentation. Dr. Brown, I think, is right about the tactics that you describe is limited to one particular thing now. But I think one positive thing I would say is, since it does not require a great deal of expensive audio technologies, that this is widely useful for many different situations that Dr. Brown is concerned about towards more developmental equity around the world. So that's very interesting that you're able to pull out that much more interest simply out of a very thin audio sampling. And it's called Unity. Unity is the software base.
Yeah, Unity is a platform for creating games. It's a game engine, and by using Unity, we can create not only augmented reality, but also we can create virtual reality and 3D other games and 2D games, and also cinema also use this application. This development environment.
Are there any competitors to what you're doing that you know of, or how did you get involved with this topic?
Actually, my professor introduced me this topic, and he is researching on whales. And right now, I'm not sure about the competitors because it's such a new technology, and it also has some constraints in terms of technology. So it's very new, and maybe in the future we have a lot of competitors.
Okay, thank you very much. It's only been 14:20, so I think we can move on now effectively to the next person.
I have one quick comment. I would definitely suggest looking into the HoloLens and maybe the Magic Leap, because I think it would be interesting to kind of automate the anchoring process. When you use the HoloLens or the Magic Leap, it creates this mesh around the environment. And so it'll be interesting to kind of have an automated process of anchoring that, and definitely seeing for the marine side, how much interest people have when they kind of see it as an augmented reality, I think.
Thank you so much.
That's important. I think, yeah, particularly if the production value will be higher, the playback would be equally useful across all Android devices or simple devices. Well, we reached 15. I apologize, but thank you so much. That was very, very interesting. The next person up, I believe we have the presentation by Kim Dong-gyu, who is here. And the title of this paper.
No, that's the video, Mark. That's the video, I think.
Yes, okay, this person.
Oh, but he showed up, okay.
Here.
Would you like us to play your video, or would you like to go live?
Yeah, sure, please.
Play the video?
Okay, but you're going to be here to answer questions, right?
Right.
Okay, the video is only 8 minutes long, so this will be no problem for additional questions. I will attempt to share my screen with the video already open in the background. One moment. And tell me when you can see this. Can everyone see my screen that I'm sharing? Okay, I will play it. Okay.
Hello, I'm Dong-gyu. I'm an undergraduate student studying interaction information design at Yonsei University. And fellow authors are also graduating students of the same major. And we conducted this semester-long user experience research for last class from last year. And we feel honored to be presenting our work at IHCI 2020. The title of the paper is How to Enhance the User Experience of Language Acquisition in the Mobile Environment. And the goal was to serve as the basis for the UX guideline that vocabulary memorization apps can refer to. This is the outline of the presentation, and let me briefly explain how this project. The direction for the project was driven by UN Sustainable Development Goals, specifically number 4 and 12. By doing a case study about educational applications, which are very accessible, usually free of charge and nature-friendly, we thought better learning experience on mobile setting could help promote quality education and a more responsible environmental consumption, especially observing the fact that vocabulary books are the #1 selling physical books in language section in Korea. we thought transitioning from physical to mobile environment can enhance these qualities, and it seemed very important because it is one of the free and the most popular language in Korea. We chose Amgigore to do our case study. So what it is that it's an application that aims to aid Korean students who are trying to memorize words in foreign languages like English, French, Japanese, Chinese. And its main characteristics is that it utilizes flashcard format with audio files recorded by the teachers. Through conducting this case study, we were trying to answer two main questions in the hopes that they could provide a guideline for mobile vocabulary acquisition services. So the first one was that whether and how does Amgigore fulfill the needs of its users in regards to language acquisition styles? And secondly, how the pertinent entities elevate the user experience of their foreign language acquisition services in the mobile environment. The background research was conducted mainly to see if there were effectiveness in studying on mobile environment and find out how people study, which can help us understand the potential users better and conduct a more inclusive research. Here we find that mobile applications can be helpful and sometimes be more effective than physical books in vocabulary studying, and that user experience of the app is important for user retention of the language application, and so the students can come back more and more and study repetitively. Then we learned about different learning styles of the students, such as metacognitive, cognitive, and social affective. And these O'Malley's classifications were considered while gathering participants for our study. Moving on to research methods, we first conducted a screening survey, which was used to get a preliminary understanding of the users and to recruit participants for further studies. From here, we gathered 9 participants to observe different habits and gather feedbacks about educational application usage. Then these 9 participants were asked to do diary study for 6 days, exploring the application Amgigore and exploring the effectiveness of language acquisition on mobile environment. Then based on the diary study, follow-up interview was done to gain more detailed insight about the experience. The qualitative data gathered were analyzed using the affinity diagram. We were able to define the direction for our second phase of the study. Based on positive and negative feedbacks on memorization, usability, and aesthetics, we made a prototype to conduct A/B testing to suggest a stronger UX/UI guideline for educational apps. For A/B testing, we were trying to see how the negative feedbacks could be fixed and whether this improved interface would provide a better studying habit. We gave 20 students 3 tasks to complete and get data on their satisfaction rate for the original application and the prototype interface. Then to analyze the result, we used open coding method and used the t-test to see if the difference in satisfaction rate was actually considerable. Brief summary of the result was that Amgigore had rich contents and functions such as dark mode, sleep, secret mode, and the hiding function, but it lacked the intuitiveness for navigating the rich functions it had. Also, we found out that having haptic feedback for encouraging the usage of their hand while studying was something users look for. So here, when the interface design, we found that clean and simple design was preferred largely over the original interface. On the left side is the original interface of Amgigore, and on the right is the prototype that we had made with Adobe XD. For icons too, there seem to be some unnecessary and decorative graphics that were used that kind of confused the participants. When looking at here is the book. This is the bookmark icon, and it has some character, and I guess it's kind of too small to be on the to be seen in detail, and this confused the participants. So the users were kind of preferring more intuitive, like some icons that they were used to looking at while using other applications. And also having the ability to write on screen was something users look for when they have, whether they use it or not, like highlighting and scribbling or just underlining or just writing down the words repeat. So overall summary of the findings are like this. When making a memorization app, it seems important to keep the design simple, clean, and intuitive. It helps students to reuse the app and study more. Also, providing users with diverse functions to customize is essential so that the users can customize according to their studying styles. And lastly, option for a haptic function should be given in this circumstance as students incorporate their hand movement to memorize words. For further research, we felt incorporation of newly developed technologies could better enhance the experience of the studying on digital platform. Technologies such as AR, VR could really enhance the haptic side of the experience and also improve educational contents. And this was the brief summary of our case study, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we do have one of the authors here with us, of course. So we will take questions for Mr. Kim.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hey, did you consider comparing your app? I mean, there's so many apps these days for learning, like Duolingo is very popular. And have you considered comparing your app with other apps? Because in the beginning, you said you're comparing it with the paper methods, but people have not been studying on paper for quite a while. I mean, even when I was studying for my GRE exam, I had an app to study with it. So how does your app compare to other apps? Did you consider looking at that?
Right. So when we were first doing the ideation, we were testing. We were basically doing the user test on Korean college students. So we were kind of setting the context in that way. And we did like look at Duolingo and like American versions, but we were more focused on how Korean kids were studying.
It would be then good to test it in real life. I mean, I don't know, you said you want to introduce other technologies, but maybe doing a bit wider testing, just like a larger group testing before you start adding more features, just to see how it performs. I mean, just expand it to all the students in your school and offer it. I know you had 9 people qualitative, right? So maybe you should offer it and just kind of do a, and then we have a person here who is an expert of VR, so he can ask a question. What do you think about adding anything like that to a language app, learning words?
I think she's talking to you, Shakshad, yeah.
Me.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I was waiting. What do you think about combining it with
Actually, I saw that idea. I'm actually right now learning Korean, so I had an idea that by recognizing objects in the real world, we can superimpose some kind of words on it. For example, in the refrigerator, ear camera can recognize it, so we want to write whenever it recognizes, we want to pop up some words related to this. And it's not like a flashcard, but it recognizes and shows the name. And I would suggest this, but I haven't experienced it about this flashcards yet.
That's
So
interesting.
maybe the two of you can connect.
I just want to say, when I was learning Korean originally, I did a fake virtual reality. I took Post-it notes and I put them on refrigerators, and my whole apartment was covered in real words like that. So that's one issue. I also want to just, it's funny, but we've had Shakshad talking about marine tourism in Wales, and of course, for those who know Korean, kore, kore is whale, right? So we've had whale themes twice now. We have had 12 minutes so far only. There's a few more minutes for questions.
I think the part that we're missing from the really not being on a real conference is this kind of connection, because after a conference presentation, you walk away and you two go get the coffee and chat about it. So it would be a good way. I mean, we have emails and stuff from everybody. So maybe at the end, we'll just share with everybody so you can talk to each other.
Any further questions? I also wanted to mention the one thing that I found interesting is a language base for learning English as a second language is called ELSA, which uses a lot of personal audio recognition of voice to critique people's speech. So you're not only learning words, but you're learning pronunciations. And so merging both Shakchad's and Dongyu's ideas into an audio recognition engine beyond just, it's a very expensive English or learning called ELSA, but I thought it'd be great if it could be used for many other languages beyond just a few global languages that people do have a hard time learning, like particularly like Korean or Japanese, which according to the US Diplomatic Corps are the two largest or most difficult languages for Americans to learn because of typically different sound worlds, different phonetic worlds entirely. It's still just 13 minutes.
I have one more question. So right now I'm learning Korean, but memorizing Korean words is not difficult, but writing this and the spelling is very difficult. So do you have any idea to adding this kind of exercise on your application?
Right. So what a lot of Korean students do to like memorize English words or any other language is that like they write it down multiple times on like paper or something. So that's why we thought about we suggested that like adding like a haptic feedback, so like people can kind of write while they use it on mobile application was a good idea. Maybe it worked for learning Koreans too, because just like having that memory, like muscle memory of writing down words could help one understand like the language faster. And yeah, so like just having a more, I guess, realistic experience of writing down on mobile screen could be kind of helpful. And that's what we kind of suggested, using like AR, VR, or just like touchback feedback technologies.
That's very good. I like the synergy we've had, but my apologies, but we're moving up past, moving past 15 minutes at the point. Thank you, Mr. Kim. That was very interesting. And I like how it continues a theme that we really heard in the first session. The next topic will be a presentation by Mr. Bae, Kyuhyun Bae, Gait Analysis Using Video for Disabled People in Marginalized Communities. This is part of Dr. Brown's team.
Okay.
Hi.
Can you share screen?
Yeah.
Okay, please begin, Mr. Bae.
Welcome. This is a presentation of a study called Gait Analysis Using Video for Disabled People in Marginalized Communities. My name is Kyuhyun Bae. I'm one of the authors on this paper. Following is the outline of the presentation for today. I'm going to talk about the background of our project in motivation, then explain our academic approach in introduction/related work. I'll share our methodology and result of our initial project. And lastly, I will discuss about our finding and shared insight about future works. Our study is aimed to design better suited mobility aids for the people in Bangladesh refugee camp. As you see from this map, approximately there are about 1 million refugees lives in 34 highly congested camps. And a living situation at world's largest refugee camp is very harsh. As you see from the pictures on the top, natures of the Bangladesh deliver high precipitations, especially around May through September. Estimate average rainfall per day is about 300 millimeter per day. And these monsoon rainfall season create a bigger obstacle when it combines with the Bangladesh's fine soil type, which prevents water drainage on the surface of the soil. And this body's environment is very lethal to the people who suffer from ambulation difficulties. To resolve these issues, our study focuses on following academic value. First, it is works on the human-computer interaction for development, because our studies is aiming for technological product design to the people with mobility support in refugee camp. Second, it is work on the gait analysis. Gait analysis is a systematical study of animal locomotions, more specifically to the study of the human motion. And gait analysis study conducting in the manner of using IMU sensor attached on human body or using optical marker with infrared cameras. Recent popular applications of the gait analysis is using gait analysis is the authentication of the users based on their gait recognition. Lastly, our study works on the computer vision analysis. We used open source software called OpenPose. OpenPose was developed by the Carnegie Mellon Universities based on the convolutional neural networks. It identifies 135 joints and provides skeletonization of body segments by each frame of the video. So through this academical approach, in our initial project, our goal is making affordable remote assessment tool to measure characteristics of abnormal walk and walking with mobility support device. To achieve our goals, we use two iPhones 6 for video recording, and we use GY521 module, basically Arduino module connected with a gyroscope and accelerometers, and we have wrapped them around with a supporting foot. And healthy college students who do not have experience with a crutch were participating in our test, and we asked them to walking in swing through gait styles and have them practice 4 to 5 times before the test. So during the test, we asked our participants to walk for 3 meters. Then we measured their left foot global coordinates of the participant left ankles through the IMU sensors. And we record their 3-meter walk with iPhone cameras, and then camera was set up in stereoscopic view to verify difference in each cameras. So I'm gonna play the videos. And so this is a result analysis of the OpenPose, one of the OpenPose analysis we had. As you've seen from this video, software tracked down the people's movements and provide us with the body segments placements and acceleration and velocity. And on top of it, as you see that it also tell us how much human we are based on our motions. And result of the following is a result of the raw data on sensor. Result of the data is providing us the general understanding on characteristic of the supporting foot in swing-through crutch walking styles. For comparing the result of the video analysis, we use these raw data sensors are combining to using the square roots of the sum of the square of the acceleration in the primary directions x, y, z to produce the total acceleration experienced by the left ankles. Then we match the total accelerations with video analysis data. We match timeline with the video analysis data, and based on the previous studies, we process the video data with through the low pass filter with a 6 Hz cutoff. So these are our final data looks like. Through this result, that we find that all steps of the swing-through gates are clearly identified and synchronized. We found the distinctive feature differences on acceleration from the sensor data. We believe that we found that those results mainly on the starting phase of the gate cycles and then ending phase of the gate cycle. We found it because the sensor provides more detail than video signals does. And ultimately, but overall, the process acceleration data between the video and sensors were different only by the 0.05%. For the future works, we found the limitation on using the open pose, which is the open pose is not suitable for tracking down the people when there are multiple people are on the scenes. So therefore, we would like to try the alpha pose because the alpha pose is capable of following the same person across the frames. Then we would like to compare the reliability of the computer vision data, process computer vision data with infrared camera settings, because infrared camera setting is a golden standard rules for the gate analysis system. Through this future works, we wanted to verify this non-contact method can be accessed to assess the gait of the disabled people with assisted device remotely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has just been about 8 minutes. Are there any questions? I have one question. One, maybe a technical aid. You said that infrared is sort of the gold standard. Is that right, for tracking gait analysis?
Yes, tracking gait analysis, infrared camera was used as a golden standard, but our goal of the project is actually making affordable version of the gait analysis systems. So in the future wise, you need to compare with the infrared camera as well. Yeah.
And that's why I let you have that introduction, because you may not know this, but there are infrared cameras integrated into some mobile phones at this stage. Those might be easily more accessible to people. Particularly look up the Caterpillar phone. It's probably up 5 or 6 years old. Caterpillar, of course, makes industrial equipment and bulldozers and earth movers. They also make mobile phones that are useful for that heavy work environment. I think it's very useful because it is an infrared analysis that is overlaid on the camera image. So literally you could hold your phone up across the building and you could see where the heat is escaping. So it's very useful for people who are in maintenance or management of facilities to find out where heat is escaping, or if an engine is too hot in one location and cold in another. Another good use of a Caterpillar phone may be for getting raw data from beyond just your studio zone where you're doing these camera filming. It might be easier to purchase those phones or move them around the world much more readily. So I recommend looking into the Caterpillar phone. It might be interesting technology to apply for more distributed use of this. Yeah.
We didn't know about these phones at all. But to follow up on Mark, the whole idea about this is, since we couldn't physically go on the site, we're trying to do remote assessment.
Right.
So we could have done whatever there, but because of COVID-19, we really couldn't travel to the refugee camp. So we're trying to do remote, and having cheap cell phones is really easy if we film them. So what we're trying to verify is if this filming or video analysis actually is as reliable as sensor data and ultimately the infrared camera data. So that was the whole purpose of the project. But we'll look into the Caterpillar phones and see how expensive they are.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that suggestion.
No, yeah. I'll explain why I know such weird things when I get to my talk.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else have a question?
Okay, I have one question. As I have visited your lab and you guys have designed 4 or 5 module, right, for the footer. So my question is that have you, at that time you guys were testing the movement of the person. So how about the testing the movement and then checking the fault detection case and compare all of them. So then you can predict the which model designed by your team is the best one, right? So there was the 4 or 5 module. So and then you can compare all results together. For the movement, you can use you can find somebody from where you can test bed, as well as you can test in your lab, and then you can make the comparison based on those results, all the design. Then you can use for the most effective, which design is the best for the more economic and best for that. I think based on that calculation, you can have also one good result for that.
You mean mathematical model?
Yes.
Wow, we've been looking for a mathematical model.
Right. And second one, as we discussed, like you guys also wanted to put some sensors on there to analyze those kind of. So have you considered about those kind of result as well?
Yeah, we did put sensors. We tested that.
All right.
What we did discover, meanwhile, that there's infrared cameras here on campus. We just didn't get access to them. So once we get access, Mr. Bay is going to try to test there and see if our approach is as good as that. Meanwhile, we start testing it in the mud because the main issue there on the camp is moving in the muddy terrain. So we start testing our design, how did it perform in the mud. So we have a mud pit and we play in the mud. So it's lots of fun. Yeah, but it's not the same as being on the site. Anyway, sorry.
I have another question. It's still only about.
Right. Okay, thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
that.
Dr. Singh.
Okay, you can continue. Yes.
My question was, is a future aspect of this allowing people to have an app that scans their own walk, or is this not part of the project is the redesigning a new revolutionary crutch foot that will survive in different territories beyond concrete very easily. So is there ever going to be kind of a gait analysis app that you imagine, or does something like that exist?
Well, for us to accurately measure the gait analysis, the reason why I was mentioning about the sensor and the infrared camera in the lab setting, because it actually need that much of the accurate requirements for us to tell what the differentiation of the people's gaits and then what's wrong with it. We're just not able to use the too much high percentile error gears on using a gait analysis. And then I think this COVID-19 situation kind of like put us into gave us the opportunity to think about not going there and remotely assess these gait analysis to the through the iPhones only, through the cell phones or the other cameras. And I think the evolution of the data analysis, such as a convolutional network, neural network system, or machine learning stuff, and then these are just gave us the more chance to see the feasible possibility of using these into the field of the era. But I think our research phase are opening up the door of looking at those possibilities. But we wish that we can become the first pioneer of using just the cell phone doing the gait analysis. But too soon to tell yet, though.
That's very good. Okay, next person up is going to be Mr. Jung Tae Woo. Are you here? Yes. Yes,
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Please, this is a topic called automatic detection of trypanosomiasis in thick blood smears using image preprocessing and deep learning. Okay. Mr. Jung, please begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tae Jung, and I would like to present automatic detection osmosis, preprocessing, and deep learning. And this research was supported by professors and PhD students of GUGC. And here's the brief outline of my presentation. And trypanosomosis is a disease caused by trypanosoma parasite, and one of the species called Trypanosoma brucei can infect both humans and animals. And in the second stage of this disease, people may suffer from sleep disturbance and lethargy. So it is quite severe disease throughout this area. It's quite difficult to develop vaccine against this disease parasite. For instance, PSG is a surface protein on the bloodstream form of the parasite, and even though this PSG is highly immunogenic, it can evade altering VSG expression. Also, for the treatment of this disease, treatment solely relies on the chemotherapy, and even though this chemotherapy can be effective for the treatment, there might be severe side effects that can be lethal to host. Because of the severe side effect of chemotherapy, it is crucial to prevent any unnecessary treatment that can be caused by false negative results. This has limitation. In case of direct method, microscopic examination can be labor intensive and prone to error because every side of the blood smears needs to be checked manually. In case of the indirect methods such as PCR assays, in vitro cultivation, and ELISA can be expensive and cumbersome. However, even though despite the limitation of this microscopic examination, it is considered as standard diagnosis because the separation, the cost. And in order to increase the efficiency of diagnosis, there were several attempts to automatize the microscopic examination via traditional machine learning and deep learning. Traditional machine learning and deep learning approaches. Yes, and they all show promising results. However, there are still need of deep learning-based classification model that can detect parasites from unstained blood smear. Recently, the existing models were trained based on the unstained blood smear, and others were required in vitro cultivation. So even though the examination can be automatized, the sample step. And second, there are no models that there are no classification, deep learning-based classification models that can detect parasites from unstained blood smear. Here, we would like to propose a framework that can utilize convolutional neural network-based model, and the framework can be divided into 3 stages: data acquisition stage, image preprocessing and classification stage, and decision-making stage. And the most important element in this framework is CNN model that needs to be used for the classification of images. And in this paper, we focused on image properties to prepare used for the training of the deep learning-based classification model. And our experimental experimental setup is following: data acquisition, image pre-processing, CNN model training, and evaluation. As a first step of first step of the method, we collected microscope videos from infected and non-infected mice, and we prepared 2 mice, and one of them was infected with Trypanosoma brucei. And from unstained blood smears, we obtained 11 negative and 12 positive videos by selecting by randomly selecting regions on the blood smears. And from these videos, we extracted odd number of frames for as our RGB images. Then we prepared binary mask for each positive video, each positive image, and this preparation for binary patches were important because it can increase the efficiency of further steps in image pre-processing. However, the preparation of binary mask was quite labor-intensive and cumbersome. So at the end, we were only able to prepare binary mask for 6 positive videos. And as you can see from this binary mask example here, a white pixel represent the pixels that belongs to the parasite, and black pixel represent the background, such as blood cells. So it is very clear that the number of white pixels are significantly less than the number of black pixels. So in order to solve this problem, we chose to crop images into smaller patches. So when we are cropping patches into smaller patches, we followed 2 rules. First, the image was cropped into 224 by 224 because the model we chose to use for the training required input size of 54 by 4 by 3. And second, we allow the overlap of 112 pixels either horizontally or vertically with other patches. And overlap was allowed to increase the number of pixels, number of patches that has a whole parasite. And additionally, we also crop corresponding binary patches. So binary patches were used as a reference to classify RGB patches into either positive or negative. Using these binary patches, we can calculate the region of interest. You classify positive images into different classes. For instance, if binary mask has a right percentage of 4.96%, then RGB patch will be considered as a positive since it is greater than ORI threshold of 2%. On the other hand, if ORI threshold was 5%, this RGB patch will not be considered as positive. So using different threshold, we prepared 5. You can see from this table, the ORI threshold increased from T1 to T5, and also we chose different thresholds for each video, and this is because that the number of different ORI threshold. There might be a significant loss of patches for certain videos. And the main purpose of using different threshold is to observe whether increasing the number of pixels that belongs to the parasite of input patches can improve the performance of classification model. And for the model training, we chose 2 optimizer, Adam and SGD, and we trained our Resident 18 as our CNN model and chose cross entropy loss as our loss function. And during the training, we used batch size of 128 at epoch of 200. And during the training, each best model were selected based on the validation accuracy. And at the end of the training, we were able to able to obtain 10 classification models. And in order to measure the performance of our models quantitatively, we chose 5 performance matrix: accuracy, sensitivity,
Mr. Jung, we've lost your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Please repeat the last 30 seconds at least.
The last slide was lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Starting
this
with
one?
that one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, so for the analysis, to measure the performance of our models, we chose 5 different performance matrix: accuracy, sensitivity, negative, predictive value. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
The slides are very informative. They're making up for a technical problem, but please continue.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. From the context analysis of the results, we selected 2 models that had highest validation accuracy. And as you can see from the table, validation accuracy and test accuracy are relatively close to each other, showing that able to copy similar patterns for the other matrices. And when we compare T5 ADAM and T1 ADAM, we can see general increase in the performance, and also in the T1 SD, there were also general increase in the performance. And qualitative analysis shows that the model was able to predict challenging images correctly, but there was certain patches that are model difficult to predict. Experiment, we can conclude that the classification model can predict presence of parasite, and we show that the dataset preparation strategy was important for the preparation of the dataset. And yeah, as our contribution, we showed feasibility of automatic detection of trypanosoma parasite by training deep learning-based classification model that can parasite from unstained blood smears. And as our future work, we only used positive images from a single mouse, so we can increase the number of samples from a different infected mice. And at the end, we can also optimize the image cropping strategy by making smaller patches than the current strategy. And thank you for listening. And here's the reference of my presentation.
Very good. Under time, it's 2 minutes for questions. I don't like to go first, but I'll go first if there's no. It's interesting. I find it's an astounding interdisciplinary team. I was reading the background. It's Center for Biotech Data Science. It definitely feels like it, as well as the Center for Biomedical Research. So congratulations to the whole team, I think, at Ghent University, as well as GUTC there too. But my question is there any other use of cameras like this to analyze other bacillus, or is this the first attempt at making a quick camera option for this? Or tell me about this. Yeah.
I guess not much attempts were conducted on trypanosoma parasite, but there were a lot of attempts were conducted on the malaria and leishmania parasites. And I can.
Your audio's gone again. I'm sorry. You can what?
And this yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is models that can actually classify bacillus and other like bacteria and pathogens as well.
That's fascinating. That's a great work. Congratulations. There's still time for another small comment.
Can I ask a question? So I actually had a chance to talk to one of the authors, Timothy, and he told me that the purpose of the study is to automate the test, right?
Yes.
So what kind of accuracy do you need to have in order to be fairly certain that this can be automated?
As far as I know, there were, according to the, they had like accuracy of like more than 95%. Can you hear me?
95. Yeah.
So
I know. It's kind of cutting off for time to time. 95%, you said?
Yes. So there are still a lot of areas that I have to do to improve our results, but this is a first attempt to.
So your best result was 72, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Well, it's still promising if you can automate it. Good, 95. Thank you.
Congratulations on your pioneering work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
Please stop sharing the screen now so I can share mine. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay. And yours truly, Mark Whitaker, is up next.
Oh, and I'm gonna time you.
Yeah, well, I can time myself if you want. I promise.
No. I'm gonna time you. Sorry.
I'll start it right now. I'll show it to myself. Nobody else has to see it. Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Hi. Okay.
Go.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Mark Whitaker. I'm the designer of this online platform. This is a platform that I recently received a Korean Research Foundation grant for 3 years. It's very rare for a Wagyukin foreign national to get a grant from the Korean government, but there you are. But the grant is not really for software development, but for filling out the content of a model for a good ideas in circular economy. So what I will do, I'll explain a bit about the platform as well as the purpose of this talk is to brainstorm with you on what would be ideal design points for achieving a deep deliberation in sustainable development goal number 12. And this of course connects to Mr. Kim's previous mention of goal number 12 of the sustainable development goals. Outline, of course, this is the same outline we all took from the platform. Motivation, this study asks what information communication technology for sustainable development, ICT4SD, has to look like in a global decision space. And many things are very specific to particular regions. So what would you want to do to develop a global conversation about regional circular economies all over the world? Also, in a variety of decision spaces that support different regional capacities in ICT. Even though about 5 billion mobile phones around the world, this doesn't mean everybody has the same bandwidth. This doesn't mean everybody has the same electricity access. So what kind of design principles would need required to develop such a global decision space to facilitate sustainable development and SDG 12. SDG 12, by the way, sustainable production and consumption. Anyway, in answering this question, 10 important general design issues are suggested as a checklist when making a human-computer interface to reach cheaply and durably all people, all regions, and all material uses to aid a clean circular economy. Some background information on this platform. The ideas of this global level decision space involve a case study. This is the Commodity Ecology Mobile Platform, or CEM platform for short, which I am the designer. And this platform is a mobile accessible online platform and online database project. It's been recognized by the United Nations Academic Office as a good way to really achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 12, which is encourage sustainable production and consumption. And the CEM design allows all peoples worldwide to debate and to create their own detailed regional sustainable development of a circular economy based on better material choices and better waste flows. This debate occurs within a virtual community platform that integrates simultaneous elements of social media, newswires, archives, crowdsourcing, databases, gamification, voting, you name it. Future smart contracts as well towards business incubation in different regional areas. What is this decision space I'm talking about for the commodity ecology, CE for short? Compared to other SDG projects and sustainability projects, this chart below that I'll share helps to classify and understand the very unique, huge problem-solving space of this platform. I take this from Ujala and everyone. It's an interesting article that I found with a chart called the 3 spaces of natural resources decision-making. If you look at this chart, they're arguing there's 3 dimensions in all, I guess, activist or attempts to improve the world in a collective way. There's a social dimension, a geographic dimension, and a temporal dimension. Look in the middle of this. You know, you don't need a platform. You don't need rules if you're a single decision maker planting one tree in one day. But notice how if you're going to work for 5 years on a grant over a forest holding, you may need some kind of consulted decision-making and rule sets. But what is the space of decision-making on the platform that I'm thinking of right now and already designed? Basically, civic control of decision-making processes. So a wide civic control around the globe for eternity. And eternity means, in this case, for as long as we live in a mobile phone-based civilization, which, you know, the end of whichever comes first, right? The world or the mobile phone civilization. But I have some translations of slides into Korean. If you're Korean, you may watch that. But if you're not, just ogle that it exists. But the CE is the most complete example of a circular economy with 130 different categories of the world's sustainable materials depicted in the CE wheel. It's just a list of different social uses of commodities like textiles, dyes and colorants, 25 different kinds of building materials, semiconductors, insulators, you know, you name it, where people would post under particular threads. A circular economy is key to making better material choices and better waste management, since it identifies how useful recycled wastes go back into profitable production in another material category. As a result, environmental pollution is also decreased. So this platform brings together all ecoregions to think about this particular wheel. And what are ecoregions? It's circled below. They're geographic regions characterized by specific ecological patterns, including soil health, flora, fauna, plants and animals, climatic conditions, among other factors. So the CM platform is one level of this, but another level is the ecoregional map. And all of these have been digitized in the platform to facilitate this global level decision space, but also this multi-regional decision space. That allows all regions to effectively exchange information on sustainable materials and waste management in a quick, easy, efficient, and affordable way. Why is it affordable? Because it's through mobile phones. But what is a circular economy? Some people argue there's so many definitions of a circular economy. What's so unique about this? Well, there's a lot of other problems with a circular economy. There's many definitions of this, and there's not a common agreement of what this means. There's even an argument about 17 common dimensions with only 5 frequently depicted. What are those 5 common things? A combination of reduce, reuse, and recycle, yet often not highlighting how this necessitates a shift. Many definitions oddly have few links to sustainable development. And since the main aim of many definitions of the circular economy is considered to be economic prosperity only, that is only fairly followed by aiding environmental quality at the end. Plus, in addition to sustainable development oddly being barely mentioned in many definitions of a circular economy, the importance of impact on social equity in future generations is barely mentioned. Rustam, please turn off your microphone.
I'll turn it down.
Plus, in addition to sustainable development oddly being barely mentioned in many definitions, the importance of impact on social equity and future generations is barely mentioned. Contrast that to this model of a circular economy, which does have this combination of reduce, reuse, and recycle, plus about producer waste, trading, and industrial ecology, as they call it. This also is definitely involved with sustainable development, unlike many other definitions of a circular economy. This does define for the first time what a system shift would look like within a circular economy of 130 producer categories as a checklist, which are missing in all other models. Definitely trying to wed economic prosperity with profit enhancement in current generations, but thinking about the future generations as well. And greater social equity is very important to me, given I'm a sociologist, but generally because I'm a human being, basically beyond a sociologist. That I think I don't have time to talk about that, but one of my main interests is how do you use a mobile platform to facilitate greater civic participation and social equity, particularly for male, female. This is just one of the major factors there. But anyway, it's an equal concern for future generations because this is meant to be a platform, as I showed you, for eternity or for as long as we live in a mobile phone-based civilization. How the platform works, the 3 levels that come together. First, of course, I choose something that's going to be mobile accessible, because there's about 5 billion mobile phones as of last year. There's 5.1 really, about 2.5 to 3.3 billion of them are mobile smartphones already. And already the web itself is a world of about 55% access of the web itself is entirely based on smartphones. So we're already moving towards a mobile civilization per se. So this follows that trend very well. But how do I, you think mobile phones only exist in developed countries? No, there's quite a lot of equality around the world. And this weds very easily with particular ecoregions and how you can bring local knowledge of particular areas. A lot of people argue there is a digital divide, and a digital divide exists in many other communication technologies, but for mobile phones, there's even a digital parity, I would call, or a digital surplus. That means basically mobile phones are literally around the world. There's over 1 billion in Africa already. It's over 200% more than they expected 5 years ago. And the digital parity means the equality around the world, but a digital surplus means typically people who are marginalized actually have a great higher percentage per capita use in many countries because they're poorer instead of the wealthier groups. It could be by language, it could be by ethnic divisions, it could be by gender, but online virtual platforms are a way to really bring about a lot of civil deliberation on people who have historically been marginalized in whatever country environment you think about. But what do you do? What are they doing in each region with their mobile phones? They're all looking at the same rubric of 130 materials, and those will link together on the platform itself. How is this turned into digital things like this? First, people can post as producers or as consumers about current sale materials in 130 categories. They can post about future goals or business incubation desired in a particular region. They can post about tradable wastes per category. They can also view and communicate on all their regional projects by looking at different regions. Here is how the eco-regional map is digitized on the platform. It's available at this link here at the top already as a prototype, which was finished this month. But that's one image I want to show you, and that's where it's available. Users will register to particular eco-regions, and this is how the digitized commodity wheel looks like. And that is where the ongoing posting and debate. These are all click maps. And the point is, when these are merged together, you get a world where everybody has familiarity with this ongoing project for how to classify and share good ideas for sustainable materials in all categories in over 860 different regions. The proposed checklist, where did this come from about this model? I'm thinking of analysis of successful billion user global platforms. And these are not typically used for development, but I'm thinking, what do they have in common? I'm also thinking huge platform successes were looked at with a jaundiced eye for more concerns about true human sustainable development potentials and ongoing reflection of the design space of a wide decision space. And from years of analysis and teaching about ICT for SD in challenging circumstances, my current research on the mobile revolution and development, and a course that I designed and improved, added to our curricula here at SUNY Korea. But the criteria, please, I encourage you, I obviously in 15 minutes do not have time to talk about that, but I will show one piece of information from each of these 10 points. And the asterisks represent additions to the current prototype. Mobile and ubiquitous interfaces are very important if you're going to have access to the globe. And one point here is the idea of updating this idea that mobile phones are not just for smart cities or for developed countries, but literally, as of 2019, there's 5.1 billion mobile phones. Users are not only rising in urban areas, but across wider rural areas of the world. Therefore, I think we should reconceptualize development as smart regions. And these smart regions are naturally, I think, going to be concerned about the glowing risk society that they live in, about materials. Social media and use. I've already described how this is basically a social media platform providing particular eco-regions and global crowdsourcing to the users for their own information and for their own discussion of their own futures. Language and speech interfaces are not currently integrated, but they will be. It's important to have mobile script language interfaces in such a global decision space. There is already the online translation through Google, but it is better to have many more awareness of that because we're dealing with a lot of language loss. And when you yield a lot of regional language loss, you have huge problems in maintaining sustainability because that's the ethnocide or destruction of people's life in a particular zone. Other thing, it's very important to have a very effective and aesthetic interface. I think Mr. Kim was previously talking about this, and I rely a lot from inspirations by a man named Tufte, who wrote a famous book around 2001 called The Visual Display of Quantitative Information. He increasingly got into that. So I'd encourage anybody to look at Tufta's work. He recently wrote a book called Beautiful Information, of how you can use very tactile senses that are more noetic, more intuitive, instead of relying on clicking words and icons, which are obviously only in one language. Haptic rendering, I think since the global rise of the smartphone, thank you. I think the global rise of smartphone, we're all aware of moving with our fingers on platforms, and a mobile phone base is the best way to organize that. Intelligent visualization tools will increasingly be added as the big data for the platform grows. Pedagogical technologies and gamification have been integrated on several levels that I would like to talk to you about that later. Interface design for accessibility, for poverty or social disabilities. This is because there's still a lot of electrical problems in the world. There's still a lot of internet that goes down. And so in the future versions of the platform, it would be designed to store data offline and access as an ad hoc way, or use Bluetooth, or things that I adapted from a Ghana application called SNU Code, which is an offline online mapping tool, which doesn't require the internet. Decentralized platforms are far more required, and there's 3 ways I think we could do this with greater use of blockchain, greater use for interplanetary file system, IPFS, which is a way of organizing the web to have a torrented environment instead of a central server, as well as using things from FireChat, which would be used the Bluetooth.
Can you wrap up so we have time for questions?
And when there's more big data, what we have is more AI involved in the platform. Summary, the impact for all this helps start our brainstorming and information sharing. And that's where I will close right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So anybody has questions? Okay, I'll ask you questions. I have 2. One is, since you know that I teach class on startups, the issue with the platform is growth. It will function better if you have more people joining in. So how do you plan to jumpstart that and have people start joining in? Because without many users, there is no impact.
There's 2 ways. One is the grant that we're doing right now is to bring about people's interest in going to look up good ideas in 130 categories. So it will be not only an empty architecture that looks cute, but there will be real world things they could read about on each category. So it'd be sort of like an ecological Wikipedia when it's done. The second point is there's a way that is already integrated onto the platform to request people to join. So word of mouth, if you're a join, you can request it and the website will mention people. The third level is there's a way to, well, I did say 2, but there is one more. There's a third way that will bring people to the websites based upon who are the local cultural heroes. Like if you know somebody in your own region, you could basically tap them through the website and say, you've just been voted on as one of the best people in this whole ecoregion. Come to this, join us. We're in a debate about how to innovate towards sustainability. And so those are 3 different ways.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on because we have 3 more papers, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
thanks.
the next one.
I will go ahead. Thank you. Here we go. The next one will be, I believe, Mr. Lim, correct? Are you here? Okay. Please share your screen. Applying multiple models to improve the accuracy of prediction results in neural networks.
Yes. My name is Hyunil Lim, and the author of the paper ID 87. And I'm sorry for the internet connection is not good here. So please play the previously recorded video submitted through email. The internet connection is not so good, so I already submitted the previously recorded video through email.
You did not email either of us, though, about it. We are not aware of this.
Not us.
I have submitted email to the chair and.
Oh, the chair.
Yes.
Dr. Singh, are you any idea about this?
Do you have do you have the video?
Yes.
Actually, if you, Professor, you can share, that would be very great. You can share your video, you can on your video and then share from your place. That would be great.
Okay. Oh, I don't have. You
don't have video file?
I should download, but I already sent the email to you.
Yes, so actually we have to take time to find out. It's better you can download and open it,
Okay.
or that would be great. Can you do that?
Then I will play next time. So
Yes, yes, please. So we can continue next speaker, and after that we
Yes.
can ask him to go do a
Yes.
The next speaker is here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lim, for that.
Yes.
I'm also sending you a private message. If you would like, you may email that file to me and I will play it on my machine if you're having communication problems across the internet. That's a backup too.
Professor Lim, it's better you can forward that email to Professor Mark as well. So can you share
Okay.
your email?
Can
That
you
would
share
be...
your email address now?
Yes, you did.
I did privately to the chat. Click on the word chat.
In the chat box, he is going to share.
Open the
Put
chat
it
box
for
and you'll see.
everybody, Mark.
Okay, well,
Are the authors of the next paper here?
yeah, 1 second. I'll finish. Okay, there's everybody can see it. If you happen to have Dr. Lim's file, everybody can send it to me. But the next person I believe is presenting is Dr. Kaushik. Are you here?
Yeah, my name is Pankaj and I am presenting on behalf of paper ID 132.
Okay, thank you. Please share your screen and let's begin, and then we'll come back to Dr. Lim.
Yeah, sure.
Is it possible for you to turn your camera?
Yeah,
so we
yeah,
can see?
yeah.
Just while you present. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Pankaj Velaman, and today the research title that we are going to present is Skill Gap is a reflection of what we value, a reinforcement learning interactive conceptual skill development framework for Indian universities. So this is our agenda for today's paper. So in a developing country like India, unemployment is a common issue. And with the current COVID situation, this situation has gone more worse. So the limitations that we are facing because of this unemployment is mainly due to the scenario that the educational institutions fail to train the students properly for the industry. Even though the curriculum is better, they still do not make them ready for. And hence this creates a pressure on the industry wherein even after hiring the graduates, they have to train them separately to make them ready for the industry. So we found that there is a major curriculum gap between the education institutions and the industry. So our idea is to create a platform that could act as an interface between the educational institutions and organizations, so that it would help the students acquire all the skills that they need for the industry before completion of their course. So these are the related works that we have studied upon and our proposed work. So we are suggesting this idea of creating a platform based on reinforcement learning. And here the key stakeholders are the industry experts, the skill experts, and the students. So these people will be using this platform. So the industry experts are the people who hire students from the organizations, and their role is to create the roles or the job vacancies that they think that may occur in the forthcoming year. And their other role is to create the skills that is the skills that are needed for that particular role and the number of roles that will be available for the forthcoming year. So these data will be uploaded by the industry experts into the portal. This wouldn't be visible for the students, and it will be available only for the skill experts. So the skill experts are the people who have worked previously in organizations, but in industries, but are now part of the educational institutions. So these people in turn update these roles for the students, and they analyze and update the skills required for these roles. The reason why they analyze this is, in addition to the skills that are required by the industry, the students may also need to have extra skills. So these people, these skill experts update this, and they also frame the skill completion criteria. So they decide the criteria for the completion of each skill. And once the student completes each skill, he will be guided to the next skill. So student view, the student will be able to select their dream roles. This we have explained in the forthcoming slides with the example of a software engineering. So they will be able to select their dream roles, and once they select their dream roles, they will our reinforcement learning model will suggest the skills for them to acquire one by one. And by the end, once they complete all the skills, they will be able to apply for jobs, and they will be also given the facility to view their peer skills so they can look at where they stand. So this is the student's view, and once they log in, they will be able to select the roles that they want to, that is their dream role they want to. And once they select a particular dream role, they will be given all the skills that they need to acquire. And here, as you can see, there are 2 certifications to be completed and 4 online courses to be completed. These criteria will be set by the skill experts, and once the students complete every skills with all the necessary criteria, they will be eligible to apply for jobs. And this is one way the student can use this portal. And the other way is, if the student doesn't want any dream role and wants to go to any dream role in this, they can just upload all the skills that they possess into this portal, and our reinforcement learning model would come up with ideas with roles that they can apply for with all the skills that they possess. So this, can I share a better image? This is not visible properly. So can I share a better image?
Yeah. I think we asked you when you were redoing this to improve that image, I believe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes. Yeah, better.
Yeah, so this is how the student logs in, and when he logs in, he will be asked to select any dream roles. And here the student has selected the Java developer role. So once he has selected, our reinforcement learning model will suggest all the skills one by one. So here the first suggested skill is SQL, and with these criteria, once he completes this, he will be automatically guided to the next skill, which is J2EE. And this will be followed by Git, data structures, and once he completes all the necessary skills, then he will be able to apply for all the jobs. Let me return to the presentation. So the reinforcement learning model that we are planning to use here is a Q table. So here the agent, environment, action, states are the major components. And here the agent is the platform itself. And the environment comprises of the skill selection activity, the student, and the industry experts. So these people comprises of the environment. And the actions are all the skills that are selected by the agent in the environment, the skills that are suggested by the agents. And the states are the preferred selection of dream roles and completion of the course and the uploading of certificates that the proofs for completion. These are things that are students. So then the Q table. So based on the states that the students take, our reinforcement learning model will take an action. So if the action is correct, then it will be given a positive reward, and if it is wrong, then it will be given a negative reward. So based on this, our Q table will be updated in the training phase. And once this is completed and our model is perfect with after going through a number of episodes, then we will be able to deploy it in the real-time environment, the updated Q table. So as you can see here, this is the AI gym environment wherein we are going to train our reinforcement learning model. So this is our agent here, and our agent here initially suggests data structures course, and this is followed by Bitbucket, Java, SQL, Jenkins, and once he completes all this course, he is ready to apply for Java. So here, as you can see, there are other courses that are available in the environment, but this is a trained model, and our agent intelligently selects only the skills that are required to become a Java developer. Yeah, as I told, our model in the training phase positive and negative rewards for selecting relevant and irrelevant skills respectively. So once it is able to guide the students to their dream roles properly by suggesting all the relevant skills, it will be given a huge final reward. So post training, we are planning to deploy this updated Q table in the production environment. Results. We are planning to train our reinforcement learning model in the AI gym environment, wherein we are planning to do it for a minimum of 1,000 episodes and the updated Q table to update the Q table. And we are planning to train our model using the alumni of the educational institutions who have entered into job market and have secured their job, so that this will be a better evaluation for our reinforcement learning model. And we are planning to evaluate our portal based on the system usability scale, chatbot usability, in order to understand how our portal handles the errors perfectly, and also to measure and also to take care of the aesthetics of the interface that we are using. So, future work. So if this model is successful, then we will be able to deploy, use it in industries as well, wherein when a new joinee enters the industry, they wouldn't get proper guidance from their peer mentors sometimes where they may not be able to know what are the mandatory skills they need to acquire to get promoted within the organization. So in these scenarios, our model can be used, wherein it would suggest them the skills that they need to acquire. So these are the core references that we have used, and we have suggested this idea, looking forward for your valuable suggestions and ideas so that we can improve upon this. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has only been about 10 minutes.
Good. I have a question. So you were suggesting starting with a computer science, but this has to be an application that has to be constantly updated, because I mean, I'm not a computer scientist, but I know the languages and the skills are constantly changing. It's a constantly changing environment. It's not only in computer science, in almost every field. So how do you plan to deal with that and just like constant updating? I know you wanted to do reinforcement learning, but it has to be done in both directions, like adding new jobs, for instance.
Yeah, so our plan was to use it in such a manner that initially when the industry experts update the roles, we are of the assumption that it will be for the next year, forthcoming year. So it is like a prediction, and only the roles that will be opened will be updated.
I see.
So, yeah,
because I met a professor here in Korea in Hongking University, and he gives his freshman students an assignment to design a job that doesn't exist. It might exist by the time they graduate, right?
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, sometimes the people in the industry are kind of behind, and people in academia are ahead. So you might want to include ideas from researchers and academics about possible new jobs.
Yeah, maybe that is a good point. Actually, that is the reason we have set the skill experts over there. So in addition to the skills that are required from the industry, even they can update the skills that are needed for the students. So we have given that provision there.
No, I mean, it's a great idea. I mean, I'm not complaining. I think it's a wonderful idea, because there's a huge mismatch in every country, not only in India, between what we train students and what the industry wants. I mean, even here in our university, we can use this to guide our students about what classes to take and what, I mean, it's highly needed. I'm just saying it has to be a dynamic process.
Yeah, true. That's true. Yeah, we will include that in our further research. Thank you.
Go ahead. There's still plenty of time for questions. Mehdi, your audio is not on. Are you talking? No. Okay, he's not talking to us. He's talking to somebody else. If there's no further questions, do you have any final comments to say about your paper? You still have the floor.
No, this is just an idea that we have suggested, and we were looking for your suggestions and better that you could suggest on, or have you used any methods that could have worked better if you suggest.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are a lot of jobs, and you have developed this application for CS students. I mean, computer science students, and at this place, I mean, using Java and showing what they have to learn. I think it's a little bit easier, but for other jobs, maybe it can get difficult to suggest something to like learn. Do you think that your application can be useful in any area, or do you know that some area we cannot use this, or do you have any?
Yeah, this idea has not yet been implemented. This is just a suggested idea, and we have used computer science as an example for this. But I think there may be scenarios where it might be difficult to implement. For sure, yeah, that may be possible. So that's why we have the feature of updating all the skills that you have, and our model will come up with the roles. So that can be used in scenarios wherein we are not sure about the skills that are required. Like not all the skills that are required may be known by the model. So I think we may use it may be not possible or feasible in certain areas.
Thank you.
Any remaining comments? Okay, if not, please, Mr. Velavan, stop sharing your screen so I may share the video for Dr. Lim now. Thanks. And our penultimate and last talk is Dr. Lim, who is here taking questions, but he requests that we show his video. This is about applying multiple models to improve the accuracy of prediction results in neural networks. And I have the file, so I will play it. Where is it? Go. Tell me when you can see the screen.
Yeah, we can.
My name is Hyun Lim from Gyeongnam University in South Korea, and the title of this presentation is Applying Multiple Models to Improve the Accuracy of Prediction Results in Neural Networks. This slide shows the outline of this presentation. And first, I will introduce the issues on applying neural networks in prediction problems and describe the concept of approach with multiple neural network models. Then I will show the experimental environment and the experimental results of the proposed approach. After evaluating the results, I will conclude this presentation. The neural network is a popular approach in real-life problems. A training process using a large number of training data can create a problem-solving model. So, neural networks are actively applied to solve real-life problems in various fields, including prediction problems, image analysis, voice recognition, finance, medical science, and robotics. The basic principle of neural network is to create a model that can induce the prediction results by adjusting the connection strength of links between nodes. In this study, an approach to applying multiple neural network models is presented to improve the accuracy of prediction results of trained models. Applying multiple models can be the basis for enhancing the reliability from the results agreed from the multiple models. The proposed prediction model with multiple neural network models is evaluated as compared to the conventional neural network models in terms of the accuracy of results. The proposed model is expected to be applied in prediction problems in real life to improve the reliability of the prediction results. The neural network is a way to solve problems by learning from training data. The neural network models are used to solve problems in the area of artificial intelligence, such as text recognition, image recognition, natural language processing, and several types of prediction problems. The typical neural network model is a multi-layer computation system for modeling complex nonlinear relationship between input and output data. The neural network is a mathematical model of several layers of nodes, and there are various types of models according to the theory of machine learning. This slide shows an example of the structure of a neural network model. The structure generally consists of an input layer, several hidden layers, and an output layer. The nodes in each layer are connected to every node in their adjacent layer, and the weight values of the connection links are adjusted in the process of learning from training data to predict the correct results for input data. The accuracy of the neural network requires the management of well-organized training data and the design of the effective structure of a neural network model. The conventional neural network tried to train only a single model for predicting the correct results from training data. However, there are some limits on increasing the accuracy of the trained models due to constraints on the structural characteristics of a neural network model. To mitigate this problem, multiple independent neural network models for training data can be considered to improve the reliability in results. This slide shows the basic design of a prediction model with multiple neural network. To generate independent models for predicting results, several features selected randomly from the original input features are added to the original data. So, the randomly added features can diversify the neural network models for applying multiple models in prediction problems. Each embedded neural network model is trained independently with each other. The results from the independent models are brought together and combined into one result. In combining the models, the of the results are reflected in the final result. Training errors that may occur in a single model can be reduced by reflecting the majority of results predicted from the multiple models. In the experiment, the accuracy of the proposed prediction model with multiple neural network models is evaluated as compared to the conventional approach of the neural network. This experiment was performed on a heart disease prediction problem with the Cleveland Heart Disease dataset. The dataset has 303 instances with information on heart disease status and 13 attributes for predicting heart disease. Among 303 data, 214 cases were used as training data, and the remaining 89 cases were used to evaluate the accuracy of heart disease prediction results. The proposed prediction models were implemented in Python and Keras with TensorFlow backend. The two Prediction models were made using neural network models of identical layer structures with one input layer, two hidden layers with 30 and 20 nodes, and one output layer. The sigmoid function was used for the output layer to predict the prediction results of the model. The proposed model was applied with 3 embedded multiple models for input data with 2 additional random features. After training the model with 214 training data, the generated models were evaluated with the remaining 89 test data. This slide shows the experimental results. The number of neural networks embedded in the proposed model was 3. The experiment was evaluated with the test data of 89 cases. In the results of the conventional model, 74 predictions were correct results among 89 cases, and the numbers of false positives and false negatives were 6 and 9 respectively. The prediction accuracy was 83%. In the results of the proposed model, 78 predictions were correct, and the number of false positives and false negatives were 4 and 7 respectively. The accuracy of the proposed method was 87%, and it was about 4.4 percentage points higher than that of the conventional approach. To improve the prediction accuracy of a neural network model, the structure of the neural network model is to be studied. Just as getting the structure of layers and nodes in a single neural network model, it is expected to improve the reliability. Experimental results showed that the proposed model with multiple neural networks can improve accuracy as compared to a single neural network. We study on how to effectively integrate multiple neural networks to improve the accuracy and efficiency. The research for improving the accuracy of the neural network could contribute to make life more convenient. The neural network is being widely applied to solve various types of real-life problems. In this study, the method of applying multiple neural network models as a way to improve the accuracy of the conventional neural network is proposed. The experiment with the conventional neural network were conducted to evaluate the accuracy of the proposed method. The results of the experiment showed that the accuracy of the proposed method was higher than that of the conventional neural network model. This is the reference of this paper, and thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lim. And you're here with us. Are there any questions for Dr. Lim? It has been about 12 minutes. I have one question for Dr. Lim. Yeah. Are you there? You okay?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. You mentioned this is a model for heart disease that may provide a computerized algorithm instead of a doctor's recommendation, and it had 13 factors, you said. Can you tell us some of these factors? How easy would it be for a more decentralized gathering of this information? That's my angle, but I'm just curious, what are some of the factors? Can you explain that quickly?
Maybe 13 factors I use, and the factors include sex, age, and blood pressure, and any other. I don't remember all of the factors, but generally used as a medical status of patients to check the health status or okay, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm just trying to think of the angle of a mobile-based development. How easy would it be for people to tap in their own information or to have a small decentralized peripheral gather such information that could give them a tentative diagnosis? This happens a lot in many less developed countries where apps can do a cough test where different kinds of coughs have been digitized to give a view of potential diagnosis that was then forward to a hospital. I'm thinking maybe you could type in your information digitally and an algorithm in the future might be able to provide you a tentative diagnosis on this model. It's very interesting. Yours is more accurate than the current one. So congratulations on that. Yeah.
There is an app for COVID test now.
Mm.
They were able to identify COVID cough. COVID cough.
Mm.
So they incorporated that. But I have a question. Is this algorithm, this is just being applied to the heart disease. It can be applied to other things if you change the inputs, right? That's just testing it on it. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes. In early stage, I apply multiple neural network to predict in prediction problem. It's the first experiment to evaluate my proposal. Yes, the heart disease prediction problem is the first approach, and in future approach, I will extend the areas of applying these models to check the availability of the models.
So it can be many diseases, Mark.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's also other kind of tests for eye test, hearing tests, and just anything you can think of. But we've hit 15 minutes. So
Okay.
Are there any remaining questions for Dr. Lin?
We have one more paper left.
Correct, yeah.
See that.
The last paper we have, where did that piece of paper go? Is
methods for localizing and classifying.
Are you here? Is Dr. Nguyen or Dr. Tran here?
Is there anyone who is going to present paper ID 50?
This is the paper called A Method for Localizing and Grasping Objects in a Picking Robot System Using Kinect Camera. I don't believe those people have arrived in our session.
They were added later on to this group. So I don't know how, did they even know they're in our session? That's my issue. They were not originally there. We had 7 and this is number 8. They've just showed up recently.
Yeah, actually later on we updated this paper on that. So then we have updated the brochure as well. So I think he is not here today.
He's not there.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's from Vietnam, so
yeah.
I know him. So he is not here.
Okay.
It's okay. Then is there anyone left who want to present?
Anybody have an extra paper that you want to present?
No, I think we should do a little wrap up and just do a little discussion in general about, you know, maybe spend 5 minutes sharing our ideas and feedback on other people's papers and just finding a common themes or possible collaborations. I mean, we established at least one initially with the people who are doing AR in the beginning, right?
Learning.
Yeah, and anybody else kind of, this session was supposed to be for developing countries, but at the end it kind of turned into a session for remote presenting. So there's not that many, but we can still work out on possible collaborations and working together on extending each other's work. supporting each other. I was by accident on a previous session. I was just listening, and I was able to connect one of the presenters to one of my students to help them out on the work they're doing. So if you know anybody who is working on a similar project as the people you heard, it doesn't have to be you. You can do a little networking and connection.
I was personally interested in Dr. Whittaker's paper and was curious to know more about if he's thought about the crypto economic models or tokenization so he can drive more engagement on his platform. I'd definitely love to talk about that.
Tokenization, you mean like you get tokens for getting points on the platform?
Yeah, crypto economic.
Yes, there's a whole section, and I encourage you to find the paper itself because I can't summarize this complicated thing in much less 15 minutes or 30. There are videos that are available at my LinkedIn if anybody wants to look at that. But I will say just on game tokenization, I will just discuss the paragraph that's mentioned there about the paper. This is under the idea of pedagogical technologies. It's 2.7. It says about gamification. It says gamification refers to application of elements of game playing like points, badges, and leaderboards, tokens to encourage engagement with a product. And on this platform, there's 4 kinds of education via gamification already built into it. One of them is about 5 different ethical principles of a very different kind of holistic education. Another one is different kind of how do you get more collaborative educational goals for a circular economy and the knowledge of a circular economy of links and not just a specialist knowledge of superconductors only. Third is toward more regional and peer-based voting systems and tokens for how you find your peers and vote up and nominate your peers in a voting structure, and then they're recognized on the platform every year, or who are the ones most voted for, or ones that have, there's also a leaderboard that's been structured onto the platform already. And just the general idea, the 4th point is the idea of this, it's kind of a platform for merging youth education and adult business education, or business, investigation about different sustainable state-of-the-art things around the world. So it's really, the tokenization is more about, I guess, youth and not really for adults. It's, but we can talk more about that. I don't want to take the entire short abbreviated time, but yeah, thank you. Definitely, that's one of the things that I'm interested in bringing the platform of how it's to design youth to be socially recognized. I think on this platform by their peers can be taken advantage of as well. Yeah.
I know you don't want to talk about it, but I want to add that maybe giving people some kind of rewards, it might be very useful to motivate them to join.
They get a lot of rewards. These are the tokens they get on. I would like to talk more about this, but I don't want to make this a monopoly of only me. But yes, there's personal platform pages. It's just like a regular social media. You have your personal profile page. People can follow you, or they can follow another way of just the thread of post under a particular topic in a particular ecoregion.
Yeah, I work with some of the top 100 blockchain platforms. I'm an advisor, and I work with them. Would love to connect them with you.
Cool. One of the future iterations of this will be to apply blockchain to facilitate actual business incubation or smart exchanges of wastes on the platform. This is not just a place of good ideas, but it's designed basically for producers to share problems of waste in particular regions that they have and maybe facilitate the localized exchanges of that because it'd be cheaper than just dumping it into the global commons.
Definitely.
Somebody wants waste tires, somebody wants waste sulfuric acid. If you just find those local connections, this is the one place to do it. And there's really no place right now globally where you can look up where can I sell my trash, plus where are the greatest dreamy ideas for the future at the same time.
Connecting bespoke peer-to-peer economies, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a peer-to-peer. One of my good friends is Michelle Bowens, who has been working on P2P. You might want to look up the P2P Foundation, Erwin. Email me about that. I'll forward you some things, but Michelle has been working in this for about 20, 25 years. And just interesting and intellectual, yeah.
Definitely.
All right.
Anybody else?
I think let's conclude the session and then we can wrap up. I think it's time to close. Then we will meet again next sessions for tomorrow, keynote session. And for keynote session, I will upload at the website. So you guys can get it from the link for the Zoom link again. So tonight we are going to upload at the web page as well for the tomorrow session. So thank you very much, Mark, and thank you very much, Susanna, for your hard work and cooperating for this event. Okay,
we did it.
Let's keep in touch, and then we will collaborate very soon, our joint work together.
Thank you all presenters. Really nice seeing the themes that you all are working on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for participating. Let's give up.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, Susanna.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Great effort, Dhananjay. It was really a great effort by you. It was great effort, Dhananjay. Many congratulations for this.
Who's there? Hello.
This is Vivek Srivastava, Dhananjay.
Paper author, which paper ID? Can I know that?
No. This is Vivek Srivastava from India.
Yes. So do you have paper on this here?
No. Simply, I have joined this as an audience. So I have enjoyed a lot.
Go ahead. Yes. Do you have any comment on this? No. Vivek Srivastava from where? May I know you?
Vivek Srivastava from Allahabad, India.
Okay. So let's. Do you have comment regarding the session? Then let us know. Otherwise, let's talk later on that.
It was really very nice and well organized event, Sanjay. I would like to congratulate you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This stop is Bokyeon, Hwasong Town.
So, Professor Lim, do you have any comments on that? I think you are traveling. I can hear metro sound, right? Yeah.
I don't have any comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Okay, all of you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.